Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're doing a live stream of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and let me break this down real quick. We're gonna do we're gonna react live to the trial. We're gonna share it on here, so you're gonna be able to watch it with me. But we're gonna do it with the help of a show called Lawyer Reacts. And it's a person, Emily D. Baker. She's a licensed attorney for 15 years. She's going to be commenting while they're talking. I'm going to be commenting as well. It's going to be great. She's got the law side. I've got the me side, which is freak out mode. Just expressing my honest opinion. She's a smart person who's expressing her opinion. So take that for what you will. So let's go ahead. We are very late. I had problems getting the stream started. There's Rocky Pennington, I think, is the witness. They're asking some very bullshit questions. You're going to hear me react angrily, and she's lying her ass off. So we're just going to, let me share this tab, and we'll get to this.
Amber's appearance on the James Corden show.
We're here for an arguendo.
Yes.
The Late Show with James Corden.
Yes, we're aware of the Late Show.
Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
So
I've asked the same question about that mug. It's in every photo they took.
I'm going to leave it here.
Who else
the
was
weed
present?
photo.
I'll let you listen
It's
to
in the
this
video of the
get
filing
myself
cabinet.
straight.
It's in
Hold
the
on a
cocaine photo. That
A
mug
deer
is in every photo.
That who's her
We talked about this
hairstylist.
yesterday.
Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there
hold on
when
a second.
her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
Yeah.
Did you observe
Those objections are getting sustained.
ripping clumps of
That's why there's
her
an
hair
edit.
out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did
There doesn't
you
seem to be any warmth at this table today.
did you
We're good.
to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show,
All right, so I'm gonna
what
do
is your
a couple things. I'm
reaction
gonna
to
post on
that?
social media. This
My
link, if you could
reaction
share it
is
wide
that
as well,
that is
and
a
then
false
I'm gonna go in to get my
assessment
Starbucks
or
water. Hold on a
statement.
second.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Why do you
Because
think
I
that?
saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened.
Oscar is
the
saying,
next
"Oh my
night,
God, Jason, waking up
agreed
to do a
from
live
A.
stream. Holy crap!
She looks
Early
pretty
to
injured.
do a live stream for the people.
Like movie injured.
Wow, he really does care. Let's get
in
this
those
started."
photos.
And then he
In
feels like Dr.
the
Strange
time that
waking up
you
in
spent
another
with Johnny,
multi-universe
did he ever
because,
express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Get it right,
I
Lauren.
must not be a lazy
We love a
Jason in this
cursey word
universe,
slip.
because I'm getting
What
up
did
without
you
complaining for once.
tell me?
Oscar,
what
I
you can remember
complained, and
about
my
the
mom was like,
instances when he said that?
It woke everyone
And
up
what your
early. Holy
understanding
fuck.
was of what
I
he
was
meant.
supposed to get up half an hour earlier than I did, but I was mad. So I didn't do it.
Understanding was
Let me
that
share this in social
he
media real quick.
Yep. Johnny admitted to hitting stuff.
was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Isolation is very common.
Verbal arguments, physical
Amber
arguments.
was not isolated.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better. and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
In all of these, it seems like Depp is apologizing for
Did
his
you ever see him
addiction,
get better?
apologizing for his anger or verbal fighting. But I've never heard anyone or Depp
When?
apologize for getting violent.
A lot of times.
The only person who has yet apologized
But
for
did you ever
that
see
is
him get
Heard.
better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you
Please
wanna
keep
take a
going.
break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay,
Oh,
let's go ahead and take our
through
morning recess
this
for 15
volume?
minutes. And we'll discuss the case
Rottenborn.
with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
No, Rottenborn, no. We're halfway through this volume. That means there's another one. Oh, I can't do 2 volumes of this. Oh, we're at the morning break, halfway through this volume. I don't understand not putting your arms in the jacket sleeves. I don't get it. I sure don't. I don't. We're going to get to as many questions as we can. We'll go and do a sub check real quick.
Okay?
Thank
All
you,
right,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Yo, no. Well, you can pick out the inconsistencies. There's been enough testimony that we should be able to do that. Once everybody exits the courtroom or this goes to the seal of the great state of Virginia.
All right, I will
we
start my
switch over and
commentary
take a
soon.
peek at
I'm going to
that
go get my
subcount.
order real quick. Hold on.
Rottenborn's killing me. Look, Rocky seems over it. There we go. Rocky has done this a lot. But this is all going to be direct examination from now on. We've already seen the testimony from Camille, or we've already seen Camille questioning. So I'm going to put this a little bit smaller so we can keep, I don't know if I can make it much smaller. Can I do that? Oh, I can do that. We're just going to leave it over there in the corner because I'm amused. And I'm a little like hyper fixated at the moment. So we're going to do that and we're going to keep going. Tiffany said mega pints of Red Bull. I agree. Depots are very hard. I'm an esthetician and every facial injury looks typical: light bruising from lip filler, under eye filler, temple filler, and Botox, which again, no shade. She's an actress in Hollywood. I expect that she would have filler. So, I think that she would. All right, we're just going to keep this in the corner. We're going to, that doesn't look even. Okay, that looks evenly spaced. And we're going to get to some questions. Thank you all for being here. If you are new, I'm just going to remind you, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, if you're in North America, you can join the text crew. Text messaging rates may apply, but free to join. I don't charge you for joining it. I will text you what's going on. I'm going to send a birthday text in a minute when we get back to testimony for everyone in the text crew whose birthday is today. And it's a great way for me to keep you in the loop. And if quick things happen, to let you know where I've dropped, if I've dropped little quick summaries on Instagram or TikTok and things like that. So I can keep you in the loop with all the things. You're welcome to join over there if you would like that. It's kind of like the one Phil DeFranco and Gary Vee and others do. Let's get to some questions and some of these super chats. Again, I will try to get to all of them. Rocky has no choice to act and lie, or else she would commit perjury. I think she's locked into her previous stories because her previous stories are all on the record, and that's really hard. Doopy, thank you. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Drew said, shout out to my wife, Emily. Hey, Emily, for getting me hooked on your content. Watching this trial has been very cathartic and healing. Thank you, Drew. I think a lot of people feel that way. As Johnny said, yes, I am. Well, Drew, thank you so much for sharing that. I think a lot of people have had that experience. Like, for sure. To me, the mug is equal to a signature. It appears in every photo that Amber Heard took. It's very interesting that it's in the photos and the videos, that mug. I don't understand why they do video recorded of a witness. John, they do recorded video depositions as a part of the discovery process, figuring out information on what the witness is going to say. That's a standard part of civil practice. It's a standard part of discovery that you do depositions like this. Standard part. But they're using it because the witness is unavailable. There are rules for when you can use video depositions in place of witness testimony. This is something particular to civil. because the witnesses are unavailable because they're not in Virginia. It's harder to subpoena them and bring them in. They can go to California and subpoena Rocky in California and do the deposition in California. Dragging someone from their home state where they have jurisdiction across the country to Virginia is much harder if they don't want to come. I mean, for Ben King, I assume he's still living in the UK. I don't quite remember. But we're in a race now. OMG, it's Dana. I assume he's in the UK. They couldn't have reached out and forced a foreign citizen to come to trial. He came because he agreed to come. So Amber's friends have clearly not agreed to come and testify on her behalf. That might be to protect themselves. It might be because they're no longer friends. It might be because they're over it. It might appear that way. I don't know what the jury will think. Amber Heard's friends just seem like users. They have used Amber Heard and Johnny Depp for free run and either ignored their friend getting abused or ignored her abusing JD. And also, if they were so afraid of him,
that is true.
if she's so afraid for her friend, and everyone responds to things differently, but if you are afraid for your friend, you're living next door. You're living next door. Definitely paid for Wi-Fi on my flight from NOLA to Orlando.
That's true.
Thank you.
You're afraid for your friend,
Thank
but you're
you,
living
Jay.
next
I
door.
appreciate
You're
that.
living rent
Can't
free.
handle
You're
second
not
round of
paying
rotten
for
board.
groceries.
Totally
You're not
different
paying
demeanor,
for
by the way,
food,
when
you're
he's
not
like,
paying
I
for
know
power,
this is emotional.
gas,
Which again,
water,
in testimony signals
water,
to the jury.
trash. You're not paying for anything.
I know this is emotional.
And this
person's being
monster that they keep
Be
referring
emotional.
to.
Kind of
Johnny
telling them what
Depp.
to
Yeah, we're
think.
getting this commentary.
Can we
Sorry,
get a
Becky.
Get It Together
This
link
monster
t-shirt
that
so when
they're
I'm studying
referring to,
for my
they're so
finals, I can wear it as a
afraid.
reminder to get
And,
myself together. Also love your
they're
channel
so
and commentary.
afraid that they're not
We will do
protecting their
we will
friend.
do
They're not
something.
Amber, get
I
the
don't
fuck
I
outta here.
we will
Get the
do
hell out.
something.
Come
We
to
will do
my
something
house.
for
They're
sure.
all rich.
What if anything?
They're all famous. Like they're
Triggered.
not.
Can
They're
Elaine
not
and Rottenborn
helping.
do to protect
She's not going
themselves
to
from
her
the probable
parents. Oh my God, I'm being
backlash from
abused.
Heard? We talked about this a little yesterday with
So
Runkle.
let me
They
actually
need to
put this
document
down a
everything their
little bit.
client is
Hold on a
telling them to
second.
do. They need to document all of that information, and they need to make sure that they are, if they are client led and directed, they need to make sure that they have all of that noted because I'm sure there will be backlash when they lose. You guys, I was going to take this down so I could talk to you for a minute, and then we're getting really close to 4:04. Do you think that Amber Heard is found liable? She'll say this just proves that men still won't listen to women's stories.
Hold on, there's a problem.
Yes. Or will she sulk away? No, she will fight. I take that perception from the PR statements we've already seen. The PR statements that Depp's team is beating up on her, that the cross-examination is going to be, again, blaming the victim. We've seen a lot of that. And I think
There's something wrong here. Hold on. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's close this. Go to YouTube. I don't know why. I'm trying to control the video, but every time I go in, it shows that the video is not playing, even though the video is playing. So I'm just going to find it again. Oscar, I'm having. Hold on. I just don't know why it won't let me. I can't tell if this is playing. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, so everyone can hear me. I need to share the tab. I'm a pendejo. All right, here. Let me see if I can share this tab. Share.
Full makeup, but we saw her getting emotional sitting over there. Much easier when you're not on the stand and people can't hear your voice not crack. Love your channel.
Oscar,
I've
let me
seen
know if you
Popcorn
can
Planet
hear
talk about
the,
Amber supporters trying to mess with the YouTubers covering the hearing. Have
the
you been
video.
targeted?
Oh,
Not
yes, you
that
can. I'm
I've
sorry.
seen.
All right.
The only
Now, I'm
problems
gonna
I
go
have
back
had
to
are
the
with
tab.
major
I'm just
media
gonna
outlets.
monitor through there.
I'm also a former
Because
DA,
so
and
the lawyer's talking, but I kind of want to give
I
my
have not had
commentary. Hold
problems.
on a
All
second.
my stuff is pretty locked down. I've had problems covering other cases, but I've not yet had any problems covering this case. I also don't think I have been unfair to either side in this. We are calling it like we see it. Does this count as studying for the bar, asking for a friend, Pedro? Yes, it does. We're going over evidence day in and day out. And practice. Well, we're not going to go over wills and trusts, though. I'm sorry. Will Amber get told off for walking out before the judge yesterday? Probably by her lawyers. Sending love from Scotland. I don't know how much that was perceived in the courtroom. It was definitely perceived on the internet. It felt like, again, Ben King described her as a petulant or spoiled teenage child. And I think that maybe goes to prove the point. Do you think Depp's team are going to use Amber Heard's DV arrest now that Camille got it on cross? Will it come up in closing? It can come up in closing, but they might also bring a rebuttal witness. It was witnessed
That's
by a
crazy
police
how my
officer.
fan
If they
keeps going
have the
off.
officer from Seattle, they might be able to bring that in. If they have a deposition of that officer, they might be able to bring that in. So that could come up in rebuttal. Better. Bree, I don't know. It is possible that Amber Heard's side will call him. If they do, it will go to the counterclaim, whether the lawyer was his agent speaking on his. Have to do that some way. And I don't think they're going to call Adam Waldman, the lawyer. So I think they will, but it would be for a limited purpose. And if they don't, they're kind of just letting their counterclaim go. Kyla said, in Starbucks, getting my mega pint of coffee now so I can be ready for court. I have a feeling it's going to be spicy. When we get to live testimony, it will be. Shout out to my girl, Shozo, who's low-key listening at work. I hope I pronounced that properly. Shozo, I hope so. Artifacts Silence says hello. I love doing shout outs. We had a wedding proposal yesterday. I love it. Please reach out to H3. I will after stream, and Ethan and I have been in contact about other stuff, so he always knows my DMs are open.
Oscar, is
But
this
we're
better?
doing this
I don't
all
know if
day.
this is better.
Isn't this telling to the jury that a lot of Amber Heard witnesses are not physically appearing in court? Might be.
I've
In
been
support of her
I
alleged
put
abuse,
the
also considering she's become an ambassador.
I
for
put the
ACLU.
volume down on the
I think
video.
it's
Let me see
telling.
if I can put
I think
it
it's
lower.
less surprising when it's police officers, the agents, the police officers, agents, the who else testified via video depo that didn't seem weird, like the lawyer for the ACLU. None of that seemed odd. You wouldn't expect them to, like, why isn't that person in court? But when it comes to the friends, it's like, these are the people who are so traumatized by seeing you upset. Wouldn't they want to confront the person that did this to their friend? Wouldn't they want to sit in court and be like, this is what you did to my friend? I've had people divorce my friends and had more, for just like they needed to get divorced. And I've had more vitriol towards them than this. So, she's like, no, I have no animosity towards Johnny Depp. Yet you're testifying about all these things he did to your friend. You put a hand on one of my friends, it is going to be a conversation much larger than this. And then if it happens more and my friend doesn't want to leave, I might have to walk away, because how do you stand by while that's going on and just not to judge anyone else's actions. This is how I might respond. But to have no animosity towards Depp after you're alleging he
All
did
right,
all
so
this is odd.
Oscar says this sounds a lot
Good
better.
morning question. Why are his
Let me
kids
go ahead
allowed
and
to
check on my
testify?
side. See
They
if I
might
like it.
not have made his kids available for depositions to protect them from all of this. And I think dragging his kids into this would be awful. So they might have gone to lengths to protect his kids from being.
Yeah, so I like this.
I would.
Um,
Does the stenographer have to type all these depots? No. Transcripts of the depositions are admitted into the record and attached. Wonderful question. No, they don't. Guys,
so I think that she's
this
right.
is,
I
just-
know I'm going to
I
be
don't have
talking over her,
words for
but
the fact
she's
that we're
right
just
here.
rounding round to 405.
You know, you
She
you
looks like she
know,
doesn't want to be there. Could she have refused to appear not for depositions? She was
you know, you
subpoenaed.
have friends
And once
of
you are
Amber Heard
subpoenaed,
coming.
you
Let me
have
drink some
to appear
coffee.
for depo. This is the problem with Whitney coming in.
And,
is that Whitney
you know,
appeared for part of her deposition,
I get it.
but did not finish.
People have lives.
IO
People
said he
have
called the
kids.
police.
People
Did they
have
ever show up?
probably
Yes.
movie
Do we have
roles in
additional
this kind of
testimony of
case.
that?
People
Yes.
just
I
have a
haven't heard
lot
anyone
going
else
on.
bringing up
But
NYPD. So
the
IO
fact
said
that
he called
they're
the
not
police.
coming.
NYPD would have called
You know, I
LAPD.
have a friend
and
who was
LAPD
domestically
officers, I
abused
think,
by her
talk about
husband.
the fact
And I know
that,
YouTube hates
it
that
was
word
an
because they're
external
overly fucking
agency
sensitive.
call,
But fuck you,
and they weren't
YouTube.
called directly. And that happens
Anyway,
if you're in a jurisdiction and you call 911, it goes up there.
I
It
have a
goes to
friend
where
who
you are physically, where your phone
who
is, or
was
it should.
abused by her
Has
husband.
anyone
And
seen
guess
these
what?
depots? Yes. Who?
If she ended
That
up
was the
in
question,
court
Rico.
with him
Who has seen
and
these
she
depots?
had asked
The
me,
lawyers,
Jason, would you mind
the
coming
court,
and
'cause
telling
they've
him,
edited them,
telling the
and
court
likely the
what he
clients
did
as
to me?
well,
I would be right there in
and
a second. I
potentially
don't
the
care.
parties.
I
But the
live in
parties have the opportunity to correct
Nevada, so I
their
don't care if it's in
deposition
Las
if it's like,
Vegas. I
"Oh,
don't
did
care if
you
it's in
misspeak?
Pahrump.
Oh,
I
did
don't
you get
care
a
if
date
it's in
wrong?" And that came
I
up
don't
with
care
Dr.
if it's in
Hughes
Alaska,
when it was talked
Wisconsin,
about that
Nebraska,
Dr. Hughes said, "Oh,
Hawaii,
there was something wrong in the transcripts
Virginia,
of my
West
deposition."
Virginia,
And they're like, "Well, did you
Colorado,
correct it?"
Connecticut.
And she's
I
like,
don't give a damn.
"Nah."
I'm gonna be
What do
there.
you mean, nah? You didn't correct it. She's like,
And you
"Oh,
know
it's that
what's
I was
so
paid
funny is
$100 an hour,
she's
not
got
500.
no
I
false
think
hope, no
me thinking, my
no
thoughts.
animosity
think
towards
that
Johnny Depp.
Dr.
Johnny Depp.
Hughes
Why
didn't
would you
correct it
not
because
have
it looks better for her
animosity
if she gets paid $100 an hour
to the man
versus
who abused your
$500
friend?
an hour? And I think she didn't want to.
The guy who abused my friend, I fucking
Listen,
hate
I
the
pull
dude.
this
And
up
if
or I'm
I saw my beat the
405.
mother
Is
living
Camille
shit
not
out of
speak up
him.
today a strategic choice? No, I don't think
And
so.
you're
That's
gonna
where she's
sit here and
been
say,
when
"Oh, I
she's
don't
not
have
been
any
one,
animosity."
that's
This
doing her
doesn't
witness
prove your
work.
case.
Camille moves states.
It doesn't prove your case because you're now saying everything's fine. I like Johnny. He let me live for free, baby.
And things and
Oh, and I saw these injuries that aren't there. They aren't there. We know they're not there, and they're fucking lying about
I
it.
don't know. I hope they'll let us know.
They're lying about it. We know they're lying about it.
I think
Come on, give me a
Send a
break.
message to you. Does Patreon work? Patreon works. I will be in the Patreon messages hopefully later today. Can you please tell me how to find your glasses? The frames are Dior. The lenses are down below. They're Erlen. Get it together, Elaine, is now my favorite phrase. You're amazing. Thank you. You make the video depots worth watching.
So I turned the mic down a little bit. It has to be turned down because I'm screaming my ass off, baby, at 7 in the morning.
You're just like,
Or like,
Fred is like, just, this is Fred. Fred is just walking through literally everything. Let's see. We should be getting close. I want to make sure the audio's on. So when we come back, we come back. Let's see.
I have
Will
no
the public
idea
ever get to see the
why
court transcripts
my
and what's talked
Mac
about at
is just
sidebar? I don't
going
think that will
fucking
ever be made
crazy.
public unless there's an appeal and what happened.
So
at
let
sidebar
me
comes
go
up.
ahead and
Rotten
let
Boy
her
would
answer
then
those
better
questions. Let me see if I can
redirect,
take
why
care of
was
this.
Elaine alone at the messy desk fumbling through it? I don't know. That could be her preference. Like, don't touch my shit. I know where it is. Thanks, Fred. But it seems like they're not working as
already
a
did
team
this,
the
so
way
I'll
we are
just say
seeing
this.
Depp's team working as a team. Rottenborn couldn't be the attorney that did the direct examination and then the redirect. I think they chose specifically to have a female attorney do that. And you can't switch attorneys. So the one attorney, one witness. You can't have like somebody do the direct and somebody do the redirect. They chose to have Elaine be the attorney that was doing the direct and the redirect. And I think that was intentional. And I think that was chosen for a lot of different reasons. Morning, make sure to drink your water and snack today. I'm here. Can they bring charges against Amber
Shout
Heard
out
for her
to my
testimony
friend,
proven?
one of my
um,
best friends in the
about
whole world,
against JD,
Adriana,
proven
watching
abuse
my
against JD.
live.
Not in the
Do you
states
not
of
have
South
anything better to
Carolina.
do?
We just hit 4 or 5. The statute of limitations on most of this has run. If all the penthouses are connected,
Then
how did
watching
Amber
a
expect security to keep Johnny locked out of just one of them?
screaming
It's a great question.
idiot YouTuber.
It's a great question. Octo here to celebrate 400K subs as a community soon. Yes, this is an amazing community. It's
Wait.
just an amazing community. I love it here. New member coming from the H3 family. I feel like I'm sitting with a friend yelling at my screen. That's how I feel too. My husband is so for me in this trial right now. Same. My husband is also over me and this
Jury?
trial. Oh,
Okay.
all right. That's why I left the audio on. You're killing it. Thank you for carrying this heavy load as a fellow practicing attorney. Seeing your real-time commentary is hilarious and amazing. It's probably what you're thinking too. You guys, we are zooming. We'll check back in with that later. I feel like we're now on a watch
Thank you
for
so
that, too.
much.
wanna make
And
this
thank
a
you for
little bigger.
watching. Go ahead
We're
and share
bringing
with
the
your
jury back
friends,
into the
dude.
room, but thank you.
Like,
It's
get me
always so
some,
nice to
get
have
me some
compliments from
views.
other members of the bar.
Yeah, I mean, these people,
because we all feel this way.
they're all
Judge
fucked
A
up.
feels
I
this way.
mean,
Judge A is like-
and just to comment more, hold on.
This is the most patient judge I've ever seen. I've never seen a judge.
So,
this
so as she's talking,
I Emily, have a hard time believing
can I
Amber
put the
Heard.
volume
In
down
today's
on
society,
the
women cannot be the abuser
on her
because it's not
stream
the
for a
norm,
little
even
bit?
though men can be the victim.
I want to see.
I think women can be the abuser. I think the fact that society has broken that down.
I want to see if I can leave her at 10%. Hold on a second.
People can be abusive in lots of different ways to each other. People can be horrible to each other. One of the most horrible cases I had was a young female in juvenile court
All right. Seated.
of somebody who was abusive. It was just,
Continue
was
with your
just-
witness.
Yes, we'll resume with.
Yeah, okay, so I can get this. I think we're good, ladies and gentlemen, for now while the trial,
goody.
I guess they're on break. So while it resumes,
If
we
Johnny
will.
Depp does a photo expert, it will come
be here.
in rebuttal. And I hope.
Oh, wait,
that
hold
they
on a
do.
second.
If so, Amber Heard testified specifically. She did not edit, but her friends might have edited. Like, who did the edits without the
I
metadata?
want
It's
to
going to
talk
be hard to
about
know.
the events of May
So
21st,
thank you all.
2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Fred is sassy.
All right, so it looks like a rotten bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, Rottenborn, rotten trash. Oh, Rottenborn has come back. So I guess they got a photo expert. Here we go.
Walk us
Is
through
Bailey in the chat? Hey, Bailey.
what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
I don't think Rocky's wearing any makeup because if you're wearing makeup, that's not how you dab your eye.
I like how they're still talking
She's
about
a beauty
this
blender
day.
to just soak up
In
the tears.
I
PH5,
wonder, like, is this the only day that he
I
abused her? Is this
was-
the only incident they want to focus on?
getting things ready for a
I mean, to me,
artist craft
this kind of
show
seems like it, right?
that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there.
Let's leave this at
Josh was
45
there,
for
Amber
now.
was helping.
If you guys in
We
the
were set
chat
up in
can
the
let me know
downstairs living room of
if you
PH5.
are able to hear the trial and me, or if you need the trial at a higher volume, let me
Liz
know.
Mars.
Liz Mars, yes.
Okay. And your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point,
This
Amber
is
got a
Rocky
message
Pennington,
from Johnny that said
Amber's
that he
former
wanted to come
bestie.
over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember. What the
Yeah,
exact
Oscar, I was
message
having
was,
technical
and
difficulties, so sorry about that. But Oscar, let me
we
know if this
thought
is
it
a
was
good
a really
volume and if
bad
you can hear the
idea, but-
trial while I'm talking.
Can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home.
You
And
can't.
so
You can't stop someone from
Amber
coming onto
went
their own home.
upstairs to get ready for him to come
Or if the
over.
volume needs to be a little higher. I'm gonna put it at 50. I feel like
And
there we go. I want to see. It's not that much higher,
eventually
but
he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or
That's
I got
where
a text
the
from her that said,
restraining
come
order comes
over.
out.
So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments.
that's funny. He
And
abused
I came back.
your friend, and you had a master key to all
unlocked
the
the door,
apartments. That's funny.
And
Anybody who's been domestically
he was
abused or
yelling,
knows
and
domestic
I
abuse, if
don't
you could let me
remember exactly
know.
what he was saying.
If you have a
And
sister
Uncle's in the
or a
courtroom. I'm going to check his
boyfriend
Twitter at the
or
next break.
She was
a
just,
friend
she
who
was
has a
calling for
boyfriend
help,
and they've been
that had
abused,
never
if you had a
happened
master
before,
key to their house, let me know,
saying, help me.
because that doesn't
I
seem
went
right.
and I
Right? Like
uh,
you're gonna have
cut
a
through
fucking
the
key.
space between the
Rocky did not
coffee table
answer
and the sofa.
why they're not friends. She did not say.
And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just
This
stop.
she
Just
heard from
trying to
Amber.
calm him down.
But Amber would have seen this
And
depo too.
he hit my hands away. And
The
so I just went straight over to Amber.
Let's hear this
She
ridiculous
sat down
bitch
on the
talk.
couch. She was crying. And I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us.
This
and
is very, very consistent with what Amber
he
said.
was yelling at her to like
But Amber
get
would've seen
up
this.
or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this
Oh,
like
here go
big
the waterworks. Hey, she does it better than Amber Heard, actually.
ceramic ashtray
Amber should
on
learn from
the
her fucking friend, dude.
coffee
Holy
table.
shit. She's lying her fucking ass off
And
and
I was
already doing it
thinking,
better. God
If
damn.
he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray
Man,
and
I
hit
wanna
him with
believe
it
her, but I
because he
don't.
was so
Sorry.
close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying.
Yes, she did.
They finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for the.
My favorite part is how there's no evidence of these fucking broken bottles and broken property. The only broken fucking bottle was the one that Amber, the bitch, threw at Johnny's fucking finger. That's the only
Why
That's
did
the
you
only
get between and
injury
put your hands
that
on
or
Mr.
broken
Depp and
bottle
get
that we
between
see
him and
or
Ms. Heard?
smashed anything.
I just thought I could calm him down.
I think she was afraid.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
This was after the phone call with Io about the shit on the bed.
Are you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Ms. Heard?
And he's leading because he's on cross.
Yes.
Yeah, he's leading like fuck.
And
Although
when he stood over
I just
you,
don't understand why he can lead,
You testified a little bit too, but
even though he's on cross,
describe
because
what he was yelling.
it just
as he
makes
stood
no
over
sense.
the couch.
Oh,
I don't remember everything that he
I think I
said.
get
The
it.
thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up.
Chelsea,
Get the
for
fuck
me,
up.
I'm going with what the jury's seeing, not external. I'll go watch it after this trial, but I'm trying to keep
Did you let her?
what the jury's
No.
seeing. So that's what I'm trying to keep in my mind. But I'll go watch it after
Where
the
were
trial.
you?
I want to see what they're
Just
seeing.
to be clear,
They
where
don't
were
have
you
any of
when
that info.
you
They have this.
received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations.
all right,
that you were
Adriana, this is
lying
at
awake in
70%.
Penthouse
So text
3
me and let me know if this is better.
before
I'm
Thank you,
Johnny
speaking
Jason.
walked
over
into
it.
that penthouse,
And
Lots of
how do you
confusion.
respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you,
Anything's
Ms.
possible.
Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer
I will represent what Mr. Depp's lawyer said.
has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21
Waldman.
crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that statement true?
No.
Oh,
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Now, I'm not saying all women do this, but this is like an example of women
Amber
sticking together,
saying
even though
anything.
like this bitch knows
quite
she's
justified.
fucking lying.
About May
And
21st,
she knows,
2016.
hey, Amber's
No.
Amber's
That's the
fucking lying
inconsistency
to
there.
you. Johnny was
Describe
never
for
abusive.
us
It was
the
actually Amber.
damage
But
that
I'm gonna go and
you
lie because I'm a
observed
woman
Mr.
and I
Depp
and I want to
cause
stick to a pack. You know, I want to stick to Amber's
the
side. And I'm one of her
penthouses,
only friends
the penthouse
left.
3.
You know, so it's
Ah.
not all women. I just gotta
They
say
line up
that before I
exactly.
get attacked as a
In
sexist and a
3,
misogynist and a woman
Stuff
hater
had
and
been knocked off the kitchen
a
counter.
I'm
racist
sure
and a
someone will clip
Trumpist.
Herd's testimony in this depot together and show
Stuff
how
had
much they
knocked
line up.
off
You know, I just
seen
got to
it.
share that. But I'm
bar
just saying,
cart.
notice that whole, and even if you don't want to say, oh, look at this woman thing, like
I
look
know.
at how these
I mean, I've
women
seen
are
people
sticking
try to
by Amber
stop
Heard. At least
Johnny. I
this
saw this
dumbass.
happen on his
And
way out.
I'm sure she probably
He
watched
was
the
smashing
trial
his
all
stuff.
these 5 weeks
With
or
what?
whatever it's been, and
With a
heard
wine bottle.
everything last week.
What other
and
damage
and
Can you remember Mr. Depp?
she knows all the evidence was
Not
pointing
this
to
rocky,
everything being
different
false.
rocky.
And look at her, still
There
lying
was
like a little
wine
hoe.
wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair,
Oh, look at that, Christina. It was up this morning.
my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs
The beads.
of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew.
Answer that at the break.
That's the only person that I can say for sure.
No,
Were
there
you
was
with
no
Mr.
emotion
Drew
during
when he
cross
was
at
taking
all.
photographs?
On the day before, or no emotion when she was being questioned by Depp's attorneys the day before.
I
Agreed.
can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
Same night the cops came.
This is a picture of
Could
the
be different penthouses.
living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the
All right,
stand
good.
that I
So
used
let
to
me
display them
Go
thrown
back to this.
to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
What I love is they're not,
Yes.
you know, this damage
Exhibit 30
that they're
is up.
talking about. There's no evidence. The police went there with the body
What is
cam,
this a picture
and
of?
they
if you
went
know?
inside the
Yes,
penthouse.
and
There
we
was
could've seen
no
the
fucking
depots.
property damage, and
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bed. Bedroom,
even
bed
Amber,
in
I'm sorry,
PH3.
Johnny Depp's lawyers because
It
they're
has
competent.
several photos,
Not like
framed
rotten
photos,
bitch here doing the
stacked on it.
questioning.
Ah,
His name is Rotten Born, but
She
I
said
have two
stacked.
names. Rotten,
Do those
three
photos
names,
appear to
rotten
be
shit, rotten
intact?
trash, rotten bitch.
yes.
Rotten bitch
These
is
do, yes.
a fool.
In your
incompetent
experience, do
fool,
those photos normally sit on the bed?
arrogant, ignorant, dumbass bitch.
No.
But
Does this,
Johnny Depp's lawyers
did you witness?
showed that there was no evidence of any
Oh, they got on the
property
bed?
damage. The cops came in and said,
well,
Officer
was
Sines,
this part of the
Officer
aftermath
Gatlin,
of what
Officer
Mr.
Haddon, I think,
Depp did
or
in Penthouse
his
3?
name was, or whoever it was.
I
They all
didn't
said
see
there
him
was
take
no
these
injuries
down,
on
but
Amber Heard. They
they were
all
not
said there was
down
no property damage.
before he came
They didn't
over.
walk over
Did you see
broken
how they
glass,
got
and
Fairly
there?
Amber Heard
accurately
said
depict
yesterday, she's lying.
What
She's
you
lying. There was
witnessed
broken
the
glass. I
night
don't
of
know what the fuck
May
she's
21st,
talking about.
2016.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this
Oh, see?
scenario.
Didn't see it happen.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please.
Those
My question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
those photos were described by Heard as being thrown or tossed on the bed, and we were all like, well, but why aren't they broken?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
No.
No, I don't. Not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
She's trying to look at the Zoom call photos. So yes, it's interesting that she said they were stacked, which more accurate.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone thinks it's the poor MMA fighter with the same name. It's not
And
the
what do you
MMA
see on
fighter
the
with the
picture?
same name.
It's
Different
broken
people.
glass.
Different people.
and
Different
something
people, ladies and
still-
gentlemen.
Don't
It's
send me
not
to
Rocky
staircases.
Balboa.
I can't tell if it's P3 or.
Rocky Balboa would beat the
Also,
fuck
don't
out of
send
these
hate to
two little
anyone.
Does
hoes.
this
Even if you
picture
don't like
fairly and
them.
accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Don't send hate to
Yes.
anyone, even if you don't like their Depo. They're doing what they have to
Ever know
do.
misheard to
under
smash glasses on
Order of the
staircases?
court.
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Absolutely.
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
I don't know how she didn't find it vague. That's just very weird.
She's robotic until she isn't, though.
That's true.
What is this a picture of, Ms.
Oh,
Pennington?
we'll get to that while a break,
These
so I can
are
explain.
stairs appearing of the same staircase
So it's
with broken
open
glass on
staircase.
them.
So you can see the. I was confused about that the other day. That the staircase is open, so you can see the
Does
below.
this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Thanks,
Yes.
Nancy. I've been yelled at by a few court
33
reporters in
is
my
up.
day. I've improved a lot.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Court reporters helped me get better.
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
There's just a full intact top of a martini glass sitting there.
I just want to
did
know
you
how
see,
it's broken. Like all
this
these
glass
liars,
or
all these
material
women
around this
liars,
being
because I've
broken
seen no
on
men
the
lie
evening of May 21st, 2016?
in this trial, except for Rotten Bitch over here.
Yes.
They're talking about broken
And who
shit
broke
that's
this
not there.
glass?
Someone could tell me
I
in the
did.
chat if there are
Did you see
any
it?
broken
And does this
things
photo fairly and
around.
accurately depict
If you're lying because
something
you're
you
on
observed
Amber
after
Heard's
Mr.
side,
Depp
which is
left
very
Penthouse
minimal.
3 on May 21st,
I don't want to hear
2016?
from you. So if you're,
And it's
I'm
odd to me
sorry,
that the
but
stem pops
Exhibit
off.
34 is up.
It's interesting to me that the stem pops off the top of the martini glass and
What is
nothing
this
else
a picture of, Ms.
breaks.
Pennington?
yeah, how does that?
This
Good going,
is
Stephanie.
the,
This is Stephanie Baker. She's the lawyer. She's noticing
space
this.
between
How does the
Oh my
stem
God,
of the
I
glass
feel
pop
so
up, pop off,
bad
but then
kitchen
nothing else on the
for the
martini
MMA
glass
fighter.
pops
I'm
off?
gonna go retweet
Like,
that.
how do you do
Somebody-
that?
Has a fruit
Somebody
basket
tag
and
me in it
fruit
so I
on the
can
ground.
share it. I feel so bad for.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes.
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage
Violence.
that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up. Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
I can't unsee that.
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned and there's papers all over the floor.
And is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you
Yeah.
observed on May 21st, 2016?
There is.
Yes.
36 is up.
Yeah, the people testifying in this case
Is this
definitely
that
don't need
same
hate
office
sent their
area?
way. No one should.
Yes.
Don't just send hate to
And
people on
is
the internet.
this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
The video
37
depot
is up.
does have a Blair Witchy aspect to it, especially when they lean in to try to see something on the computer and try to zoom in. It definitely has Blair Witch vibes at points.
Jeanette Mendez or Jeanette Mendez commented, dude, her
Why is the bed
talking
still
sounds fake.
perfectly
Yeah,
made?
it is fake.
This
It's
is a
lies.
picture
Is the
of
frame
It's like
still
she's
stacked on it?
robotic.
2 photos.
Maybe.
She
on
does
the
cry
column,
more than Amber Heard. Actually, she cried.
staircase.
Amber Heard just did
These are
fake
leading
ass
questions because
fucking tears
technically this is
and
cross.
all of that. But
The top photo
it's
is
fake
group
because it
photo.
is
Technically,
fake
this
because
is
it's all
cross.
lies. It's not like,
Uh,
Johnny Depp was abused. No, Johnny Depp wasn't abused for shit. I hope the jury's seeing this. If I was the jury, I'd go, what the fuck? I was just shown that there was no evidence. The cop said there was no evidence of this. What the fuck are you talking
The
about?
bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me.
How high up are these though?
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
This is going to set up the fact that they say the police officers didn't look around enough, didn't do enough, etc. I'm sure the judge looks tired. Depots are sloggy, but they have to come in.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
The dates will come up. This photo is subject to much controversy
May
because it
21st,
seems to be
2016.
coming up on different dates.
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging? If you know.
I don't know.
That's speculation right there. Been learning a lot during this trial.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or Miss Heard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
I know you guys see me eating my sandwich. I know.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh.
It's a fair question.
Oh. It's a picture on the floor.
The problem is you don't think when you're
Do you
doing
know
these
what penthouse
depots
that is in?
that it's going to end up being played
Can
in
you zoom
court.
out again, please?
So you wouldn't act like this on the witness stand because it's a different circumstance.
3.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I mean, she's not driving away, but
Yeah, the
I
Alejandro
didn't see it
Romero,
knocked down.
the guy that drove away and
Did,
he started vaping. He started vaping and then drove away. It was the funniest shit. I have to say, I think it was like 2 weeks ago.
Other than
Question,
Mr. Depp, did you
Rottenborn?
see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
this now has I don't want to be here vibes. Very emotional
No.
and now just done.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Jennifer, this is an excellent point.
Yes.
He
Okay.
did say he tried to grab things that
Can you
mattered to him.
describe, did you see any injuries
I'm gonna have to
on
go back to
Amber
the tab.
on May 21st, 2016?
I will. I'll go retweet it. I feel bad for the MMA fighter Rocky
Just
Pennington.
a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about
All right,
pictures of
so
damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss
We'll
Heard
talk
that
about
evening?
that. C minor.
voodoo. Oh, I don't have her email. Hold on a second.
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Par, this is an excellent point.
Yes.
He wouldn't want people to be able to just come in.
Does this
It's a
picture
very
Yeah, they are lying their asses off
fairly and
here.
accurately
I mean,
reflect-
they're
chat. Y'all so smart.
It's just their
observations
behavior.
you made of Miss Heard on May 21st,
Just
2016?
horrible. 9-2. You were not born in 9-2. All right.
Yes.
42 is up.
Devin, they've been working
What
too
is
hard
this
at your
picture,
dentist
Miss
office when they don't know what's going on with this case, which is
This
fair.
is Amber's face. It's red.
All right. Let me
The right
I know. I think that dropped
yeah,
today.
grab this.
That podcast.
cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right.
Anything's possible. I haven't seen Gone
Yes.
Girl yet.
Um,
All right. We'll get out of
Does
there.
this fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
Cool.
These are the photos with like that
This
night, but then
is
it's
Amber's
daylight.
face
Then the
turned
necklaces
at
look
a slight
different.
profile. Her eye is red and bruised.
It's bruised.
The side,
And-
the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Does this fairly and accurately depict?
So we have a
um,
guest coming on. Her name is
And again, if the
Adriana.
jury doesn't agree with how
condition
she's
witness
We'll
on
ask
May
her
21st,
about these
2016.
photos,
what she wants to go
it's
by.
going to be an issue when
Yes.
she's saying this is what she sees. The
And
jury's going
were
to be
you
like,
present
no.
when police arrived?
And if they find,
and
Yes.
if they don't believe that she's telling them
where-
the truth, they can discount a lot of what she
were there
says.
2 sets of police officers?
all right. So we're gonna have a guest, babies.
Yes.
Let's
And
do
what
this.
penthouse did they come in?
I'm excited, baby.
Penthouse 3 both times.
No, that came in
How
the
close
officer
were you to the
testimony.
police officer?
In
They
the
didn't-
same room.
Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Also,
you ever
this doesn't
hear
look
Ms.
like
Heard
quite the scene LAPD is
say,
used to when things are violent.
Express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she
hearsay.
stood to gain
That's
financially
hearsay.
from doing so?
No.
See, she wasn't afraid of him.
Thank you, Adam.
Wasn't afraid of him.
Yep. All the attorneys are on their phones looking at Twitter, I'm sure.
They probably are. I would be. I'd be, what the fuck is Twitter saying? What is
Yeah,
Twitter
the
saying?
LAPD is not fluffed about a wine bottle on the floor and some photos stacked on a bed. They're not. That's not
Now-
what they're seeing.
At some point after May 21st, 2016.
Yeah, they didn't see any of that shit.
Ms. Heard
I will
filed
talk
for
about this.
divorce
I
from
talked
Mr.
about it at the
Depp, right?
top of the stream with the depots. They're opposite.
And at some point, she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him.
She filed
Is
an
that right?
ex parte
Did you leak photos to TMZ? That's the only part I really want to hear at this point.
restraining order, which
And I'm gonna-
means that
I'm going to come back to that
Johnny
line
Depp
of
was
questioning
actually
in a
in
second,
Europe.
but
She
before I
knew
forget,
he was going to be in Europe.
Screenwriters.
She fought
They don't know.
You mentioned Jerry and Sean
she
Beck
fought
on the
Camille
night of May
Vasquez, the
21st.
lawyer.
Rotten
who was
boy,
like,
stop
"We
jumping around."
lost
Was
this
there a
fucking lawyer
space
yesterday."
in
She fought
the
her. Said,
upper-
"Oh no, I
the
didn't know
floor
that.
of
No,
the
no, no. Shut the
ECD
fuck up,
where they would
dumb
wait
bitch."
for Mr. Depp when he was in
Little
one of the penthouses?
She knew that he would be
Yes.
gone, so him and his lawyers
what
literally
was
had
that
no time.
space?
She went to court looking at. She was all bruised up and
We
all
called it the
gang-
guard shack. And,
and she
was,
got the temporary ex parte.
vestibule.
Well,
separate from
that's funny.
the penthouses, except that a
So
door
let's see
from
if
the
she's on already.
vestibule also
doubt it, but-
connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Ainsley, no, there's not.
Was the okay?
It's just
Was
each side gets to
if-
question
If
and then they're
someone were
done.
in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested?
How do you
that
know what
so?
somebody else would have
No.
seen? Could they have seen? Could they not have seen? Do you know?
Did you see
Oh, there's not that much more.
Jerry or Sean or any
Yeah, I don't have
security
any
guards
now
when
so far.
you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court
It's a Zoom
she got that-
deposition. So it's,
order?
yep.
Yes.
We were at like 205.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please.
And these are from the Stanley Moss Courthouse.
And while he's doing
Again,
that,
things you wouldn't do. Is that an octopus tattoo? Wait, I've got questions.
do you know if this
no.
for warning makeup?
Is that an
morning?
octopus tattoo? Oh, somebody go find. I need to know if Rocky has an octopus tattoo, chat.
Someone go into Twitter and let me know
Just
what's
slow 'cause
been
it's a
said
Zoom
about the trial,
deposition. You need
because
to make sure they hear
I-
you.
I kind of don't want to do that on chat. Do I have my AirPods somewhere? Let me go see if I have my
Is her
AirPods.
not
Hold
to
on
wear
a second.
makeup.
Yes.
Is that the PR agent?
What is this a picture of?
Also, there's nursing notes
This
about a
is
cyst.
Amber and Jody, her publicist,
Who's the
sitting
publicist?
on the bench in the hallway waiting room of
Not a waiting room. It's just a hallway.
When?
the day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheek bone, right cheekbone is bruised.
I will go look for
And
that.
how long after May 21st was this
Alejandro is
approximately?
amazing.
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Okay. I want to see if I can. All right, this won't play on my Mac now. It won't play for me though. Like in my ear.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise?
There we go.
Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
No.
So
Please
I want
pull
to
up,
see if I can jump ahead.
Chat, you're so smart. Schuster, that's a
Pennington.
great question.
1295, please. And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict?
There we go.
46 is up.
If
All
that
right,
were
here
to
we go.
happen and you
I
were
got
the
it.
attorney, I will tell a story about that later. I've had people show up to court on all
There
manner
we
of
go.
substances. You generally address it as the attorney and try to put over
What is that a
the
picture of?
deposition or ask directly.
I just want to
think she just
see
doesn't want to be there. I don't think
what
that's
Twitter's
fair.
saying.
It is Amber.
But it
And
can't
I don't
happen.
want to have
Slate
voiceover
profile.
speaking over it.
In the same courthouse room.
She's not the
Hairs
MMA
behind her
fighter.
ear.
Justice
You can
for
see
the
a
real
picture of the
Rocky.
bruise on her cheekbone.
They're different people.
She looks like a skeleton.
She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Is the power
Based
out?
on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that
Shouldn't be
Amber
out.
did this?
Not yet,
because
I want
she's,
to.
quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
I'll go look at Twitter in a second.
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
Yes, you can object during
In
closing.
addition to
It's bad
showing
form.
you, how did you learn
It has to be
from
bad.
Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me
Here we go.
how he cut it off.
Then why do you think he cut it off?
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
All right, so
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish.
Interesting.
I've got
where we started, which
the
is
thing loaded here now,
You've given a number of,
and
you testified.
I have Twitter in my ear,
that
so
we talked about today.
everything's
I really
working.
Appreciate you.
I've got charging now.
You being here
Which
today.
is weird
and
that
talking
my
about
wireless
these. I know it was
chargers just
tough and
aren't
it was
working.
emotional at times.
That's just so
Thanks,
funny to me.
Rottenborn.
Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
Yeah, my eyes get much more swollen from crying than we've
You've
seen
done
in
your
any of the
best every
pictures.
time you've testified about this.
The face swells
to
when I
tell
get punched.
the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth.
You know, it's funny because the
She's
nurse.
emotional about that.
Exactly as I remember it. At all of the
So there's
points
an
of time.
audio of Amber Heard actually admitting her fucking truth,
Yes, sir. Your
and
next
it was
witness.
actually her
Yes, Your Honor,
guilt.
that
And
concludes the
it's the
testimony
doctor
of Raquel
basically telling her
Pennington.
like, you went too fucking
Ms.
far
Heard
this time.
calls
What is
Joshua
wrong with
Drew.
you? Da, 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 da.
That's her next witness.
And
Okay.
And if we
what's
may
perfect
approach just to
about
discuss
that
couple
is
exhibits.
And that's by
Like-
deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes.
it's
sir.
Ugh.
her going, oh my god, I'm sorry, I did
All
this, I
right,
did this, I did this.
Joshua Drew
And
is
the
Raquel
doctor's like, I'm trying to find the tip.
Pennington's
I'm trying to find the tip. And,
husband. I think. Let us do a
Debbie,
quick
Filati,
look-see,
Debbie Bourne Filati.
peek-see
The
on.
nurse
They're going to
was
be at
actually
sidebar at
talking
where
to
we're
Dr.
at,
Kipper, I
just
think it
because I'm
was.
curious.
And he was like, this is all guilt.
And that's where we're at. So I'm going to try to do a few questions while they're at sidebar. Law nerds, thank you for being here. We're just, I don't know, we're just on. This is just happening today, and we're just
Let me see if I can
embracing
add our guest.
the
Hold on a
madness
second.
that's happening on the channel today. Thank you for being here. There's over 114 of you, 14,000 of you here. They're at sidebar. Let's get to a few questions. Just to clear up video depots for everyone that is new, video depositions are because the witnesses are unavailable and have been proven unavailable. In a video depot, it is normal that the party whose witness it is not. So if it is a Amber Heard witness, it is usual that you will get Johnny Depp's side calling the depot. So they will call for the person to be deposed, and they will then do the more open-ended direct, though it's a little more relaxed in depots. They will do the open-ended direct of the witness. Then you will get the side whose witness it is or whose witness list they are on, doing more of like a cross-examination style with the leading questions in the depot. So we will see that in this depot too. You will see someone from Johnny Depp's team going first, and then somebody from Amber Heard's team going second when they do this deposition. They're just going over depot exhibits that are going to be shown to the jury, I'm sure. So with this, that's why you will see it that way. The reason the video depots are jumpy, and this makes it hard to really evaluate sometimes the testimony and the pacing, because if there's an objection at the depot, what happens is it's like objection, hearsay, and then the deposition keeps going and the answer comes in, and then they sit down with the court before these are produced in court, and they sit down with the court and cut out of the video those objections if the answers can't come in. So the answers come in at the deposition at that moment when they're seeking discovery and trying to get information. And then it's cut down if it's used in court. So that's why you're going to see jumps in time. Thank you for sending me the tattoo on Twitter. Also, don't forget to tag Octonation, the world's largest octopus fan club. I have to go look. I have to go look. I had a question from yesterday's cross. So I think we just covered depots. What does striking a witness testimony mean and its implication to the jurors? Probably no implication to the jurors because they don't know, but it strikes it from the record. The court reporter removes it like it didn't happen. So if there is readback or if it goes up on appeal, that testimony doesn't exist. The jurors still heard it, and we're not living in Men in Black where you can just like do this with like, you have forgotten. It doesn't work that way. Stare into the lip gloss. You have now forgotten the testimony. They can't do that. You can't. I say you can't put the shit back in the horse. A lot of people say you can't unring the bell. You can't, you can't undo the grumpy on the bed. Once it's out, they hear it. Why would she have a master key? This is very interesting.
I want to see if I can mute this.
As the chat brought up, if Johnny Depp is worried about what's going on behind closed doors, why have essentially no closed doors when everyone has a key? Devil's advocate regarding right-handed versus right side of the face thing. If they were backhanded, it could line up. Granted, then you get the brunt of the rings, and that's the thing. That's the thing. So there are some confusions here. And again, to clear up, now that we're out of Rocky Pennington's testimony, she is not the MMA fighter. I will go over to Twitter and take a look at that because the MMA fighter has apparently tweeted about it. So let's get to some of these questions. I had a question from, we got to that one. Yay, look at me. Emily, you remind me of Laura Prepon from Orange is the New Black. Great. Have you ever heard? I love Orange is the New Black. I've not heard people tell me that I remind them of the amazing Laura Prepon, but I will take it. And I looked at it and I thought you were going to say from that 70s show. Then I went to Orange is the New Black. I will try to rock like a dark cat eye liner tomorrow. If I get up in time, and B, if I'm not scrolling on TikTok at night, making myself cry watching like outtakes from The Greatest Showman. Question, why not object to the picture if the medical document not proven? Because I think for Depp's team, the pictures are strategic, right? Do those pictures support the testimony you're seeing? Or do you hear that horrible testimony and see the pictures and go, wait, what? Wait, what, Bruce? Excuse me. Because the testimony puts an image in your mind of horrific violence. And then you look at the pictures and you're like, I'm sorry, the broken bed, that's a splinter. I have questions. That's part of the reason. And if the pictures can be authenticated, I'm the person that took this, then they can come in even without the medical testimony.
Yeah.
The reason we don't see the ENT records is because she had a nose job and they're hiding it? No, I don't. I don't think this is a Legally Blonde moment with, I was having liposuction. It would ruin my career. I don't think that's the moment. I think the ENT is not coming in to testify.
5% volume muted.
So, I just kind of wanted to come in and pretty much talk about this. How do I put this? So, yeah, I mean, there's a testimony that, oh my God, I see a broken bed. Well, the jury's now asking questions that we're asking. Where's the broken bed? And there's a video that was debunking this the other day, actually last week while the trial was off. And the thing was that it's not really easy to break a bed. Beds like that can't be broken with a single fucking boot. So you're not gonna really see that. And also this whole nose thing, the nostrilies, as I call it, they're saying that there was this broken nose or whatever, there's no medical records. It's not because Amber Heard got a nose job. No. A nostril job. No. It's because I would say, and I'm right about this, that she didn't want to go report to the police a false report of Johnny Depp abusing her. And then she didn't want to go to the doctor with no injury and say, oh my God, I have a swollen nose. Look at it. Because they can clearly see it at that time. Because she possibly knew Johnny Depp's probably going to come after me. Or she probably thought, he won't do anything to me. So she probably thought like, oh my God, I probably don't want to do that and get myself in bigger trouble. Yet she's already unraveling and everyone's kind of knowing that she lied. So let me just let in our guest real quick and we'll get started with her. Let's see here. So you're going to see this person as Jeanette. I know her as Adriana. She goes by 22, maybe 28 and a half names. Let's go ahead and add her to the stream here. If it lets me. Here we go. See. You here? Adriana, you here? You might have to unmute. Let's see here. I have 2 headphones on. Hold on.
Okay, do I
There
have
we go.
audio? Okay, cool.
Yeah, you have audio. I can hear you.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, how do I sound?
Good.
Okay, cool. Because I'm using my mic, so I'm just trying to get it all settled.
Now your audio's clear. You're good.
Okay, cool. So let me check the chat real quick. All right, so no. All right, so I kind of, I mean, I don't know how much you've been keeping up, but I was just going over how, you know, this is kind of with the whole bed thing. That's not true, and the reason why there's no medical reports is because Amber Heard is not going to go lie to a doctor. 'Cause then I can just call that doctor and say, hey, can you tell me what surgery you did? What procedure did you do? Oh, you did nothing. Oh, you saw no injuries. And she also didn't want to falsify a police report because she's already in enough trouble as it is in Australia, here, everything else. And also, Johnny Depp didn't. She had to know that Johnny. There's 2 theories of mine. She had to know either she had to know that Johnny Depp was not just going to stand for this and he was going to sue her, or B, she had to know, or she thought, I've been abusing him for so long, he ain't gonna do shit to me. I mean, otherwise, why would you not file a police report, a medical report? Why would you not go seek professional help for sliced feet because of broken glass, a swollen nose, a swollen eye, a bruised jaw? I mean, right? I mean, just give me that perspective as someone who analyzes people.
A lot of her, I'm not even sure if even you've been like, if anybody has actually ever like paid attention to that. But a lot of the things that she's saying, if you can tell by like and I'm gonna tell you, by what I'm hearing like her say and things like that, her tone of voice, everything, a lot of the hesitation as she's talking and giving her, her testimony of all these things that Johnny did. It's a lot of it's you could tell that it's not true. Like it's just kind of obvious in all these things. And like you said, she wouldn't, if she's already in all this trouble, I say just give up.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Just give
up. What about Rocky Pennington's voice was kind of giving it away that no, this is a lie?
Yeah. That's the one. That's the other one that I wanted to kind of like, I wanted to tell you about that earlier, that a lot of her hesitation and the way that she was talking was very not a person that's telling a story or like something that is true is going to get animated and emotional about what happened, to their friend, to their loved one, whatever. But she was very monotone. Like very like, I don't know.
They're gonna be emotional. They're probably gonna, right? And also, I mean, they're going over photos as there was broken wine, like a wine bottle on the floor and stacked photos on the bed and all. I mean, I'm not a police officer, so if there's any police in the chat, there's nobody watching. But anyway, if there's anybody in the chat that can let me know, are police really gonna go into a room, see wine bottle on the floor and stacked photographs and say, oh shit, there's something going on here? I don't think so. I think they're gonna go, these guys are fucking messy.
The most there'll be almost no questions unless there is like actual physical evidence of something actually going on. So let's say a person, like, I don't know, let's say that someone broke a bottle on someone's head, they're gonna see the blood there. So that's like immediately the question that's gonna come, like, okay, something's going on here. What is happening? Like a bottle of wine just there broken is not going to be enough to prove something? Because anyone can literally throw a bottle of wine.
Yes.
It rings very much more true because he's just
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that last part.
telling you what
Did you
he
ever
thinks.
hear at any time Amber Heard
You there?
yell at Mr. Depp? Yes.
And the
On how many
questions,
occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
the
Did you
questions
ever
are good.
see
There's something
allows
wrong.
the answers to be
Strike
good.
Mr. Depp?
No.
Have
Hold on. I think Adriana
you
cut out.
and Rocky ever discussed the
Hold on a
relationship
second.
between Amber Heard and
Adriana, are you still there?
on how many occasions?
All the time. We talked about it every day.
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Yeah.
Mr. Drew, moving to April.
Okay, but are you here? I can't hear you.
2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which
Up to the
birthday it was
birthday.
for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
Oh, he catered the
What
30th
do you
birthday.
recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5.
Unmute yourself. You were
John
talking
was
and then
hours late.
Thank you, Marianne. That's very
And
sweet.
Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was
What do you
over,
mean by show?
or we left, cleaned up.
are you here?
I'm here. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. That's why I'm muted.
Oh, I don't mind the background noise. We're live, so it's like whatever.
Okay.
If it's like a huge problem, let me share the. Hold on a second. There we go. Won't it let me? Here. There's a problem with this thing where it won't let me share for some reason. Did you do something?
Wait, what are
Hello?
you trying to share?
I'm trying to share the freaking trial. So let me just find another live feed. StreamYard's not the easiest thing. Huh. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Because as soon as I went to go put the volume up, you stopped talking. I guess you like muted yourself, and then this thing wouldn't play. I put the volume up, but it would play through my Mac, but it won't play through the thing. Just search for this. All right. Let's see if this does it. All right, so now I have to go try and share this new tab. Ah, damn it. Hey, Adriana. Hello. All right. Well,
Yo, sorry,
since
sorry,
you're
sorry.
yeah, since you're muted, I'm gonna close Chrome real quick. We'll still
Uh-huh.
be live, so you should still be on. If you're not, text me and say, "Hey, it knocked me out." I'm just gonna come right back in.
Okay.
Cool. All right. All right. Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, so Adriana is not gonna really be able to tell me. If you guys can hear me, please let me know in the chat. All right, so I can hear myself on the video. So let's do this. Um, all right, I'm just gonna have to. All right. Ah, here we go.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exactly.
All right, let me see if this will actually do it.
Going
Hold on a
back
second.
to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white,
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
both.
What do you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway.
Hold on a second. Let me go to YouTube.
Stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1. Took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry, and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3. At which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. the door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was.
All right, so I don't know if this is
was outside
playing.
the door with the male officer.
Okay, there it is.
And specifically, my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done.
Adriana, are you
We were
there?
obviously upset, and his comment to me specifically was, "There's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up."
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber,
That's correct, and I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
and you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall?
All right, so we're just gonna be doing my
Having
own
a
reaction. We're not gonna
conversation
react to the lawyer.
With Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science?
All right, so
and Officer
our guest is
Haddon?
not here right now,
Yes.
so we'll just do this on our own for now.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
Let's just go ahead and listen.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd.
So this is a deposition.
2016.
Most likely this officer could not be here,
Did you
so
see Ms.
be
Heard
at the
all
trial.
that day?
Yes.
When did you see?
So
Various points throughout
they
the
just
day.
asked him. Watch
memory
this. You know,
serves,
they're asking him if
Raquel
they
had committed to
arrested
a
Johnny
jewelry
Depp. Did they
show
have a warrant for his arrest? No.
somewhere?
Huh, I wonder
wanna
why.
say it was downtown. I might be mistaken. It might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself. In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewn about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb, but did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15th?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was, and to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all was such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15th, 2015, no. Correct?
Correct.
Did you see Ms. Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that she Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person. And a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I like how they're talking about his drug issue, and that's all they can focus. Oh my God, he did drugs! Ah, help!
30 minutes.
Help! He did drugs!
Often wear heavy
And they're
rings
not
that
actually
you
talking
notice on
about the
his
abuse.
fingers?
They're trying to say that,
Yes.
oh, he's so
More than one?
he's on drugs
Yes.
so hard
they
and
were
so bad that,
large,
oh my God,
is that what you're saying?
I guess he can't.
If memory serves, yes.
No man can do
December
drugs, and also,
15,
oh, drugs make him
2015
abusive,
was
but
on
that's
California,
not
which is the
it.
next page.
That's not it.
And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. It was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink. Like I stated previously, something like always such a fraud or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came in, you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen, withdrawn, is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written,
According to, I think it was this
on the
witness,
countertop,
Elon Musk was helping Amber Heard cheat on Johnny
and
Depp,
what were you concerned about?
and he would go
That
visit the
something
penthouse
Very, very bad had happened.
while Johnny Depp was away. So
And that's
cheater?
in part because you assumed that
Amber
Mr.
Heard's a
Depp
fucking
had
liar
written
and a
these
cheater.
Yes.
But California is a
You
woman's
read it,
state,
or
so
you
you
read
know
the record,
it's
what
not
it
Amber
says.
Heard's fault, apparently.
Just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there in the top right-hand corner of the photograph, do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
So here's a
Looking
tweet
at
that
it,
I
can
like.
answer, I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say
I
no.
wonder how
And
many
I take it, Mr. Drew, you
freebies
didn't take this photograph.
No,
Dear
Do you know
All
if Rocky
Rocky,
I don't know.
Amber Heard's friend, received
And
from
when you
Johnny
say you
Depp.
answer that something very
All
bad
these
had happened,
people
what do you
like
do?
her,
You walk
were
into somebody's house and
leeches,
it looks like they vandalized it and things
lived and
are
traveled for
amiss,
free.
or things are
Yeah.
strewn about.
That's true.
Doesn't portend anything good.
Did you go anywhere else in?
I like this one right here. So are we
Mr.
gonna
Depp and
trust
Ms. Heard's apartment other than the
a
kitchen
couple
that
of
day?
friends who were freeloaders
living room
or literal
And to
cops,
the best of your recollection, I
therapists,
understand
and
it's a
security
long time ago,
guards?
and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories.
I hope the jury
But can you
sees through
tell
this
me,
crap.
um,
Hashtag Johnny
chronologically
had
what
justice for
happened?
Johnny
You
Depp.
let yourself into the
Hashtag
apartment,
Amber
you
Heard is
saw
a
this.
liar.
Just tell me the story
Jo-
again.
hashtag
to the
Johnny
best of your
Depp
recollection of what happened
versus
when.
Amber Heard.
How I remember it is that we
Hashtag Johnny Depp. Hashtag Amber Heard. That's a true statement right there. You know, we're gonna be trusting Rocky Pennington, that dumb bitch, and Drew and all these guys who says that Amber Heard didn't even reach out to him until, oh, I need something, Drew, come and do a deposition for me, and Drew's dumbass is doing it for her.
I'm gonna go check on her.
Are we gonna trust them over Dr. Shannon Curry, Officer Gatlin, Officer Haddon, Officer Sines, or over Dr. Kipper,
Again, I don't
over
remember exactly how it was. It was about 10 or 15 minutes
you know,
later.
all these guys, all
I
these officers and
I really don't
therapists
remember
and
what my response was. I don't
professionals?
remember what transpired after that.
Are we gonna do that?
Other than there was some time
I don't
that
think so.
she
I
was
mean, I
over
don't
there.
think we
don't
should.
remember
I
when
think
or
we
even
should be
if Melanie
trusting
came over
more.
at any point during that evening.
I think we should be
And I
trusting
remembered
more
specifically
the professionals.
because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it, or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
And when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as due 11. You can see from the top
Just
page,
reading
it
things
says,
off of Twitter.
Attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration is Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
Because Amber Heard told
And,
Raquel
the
to
pictures
take
were
the
taken
pictures.
on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera.
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone, so there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, so I'm gonna hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 25th?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photo?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip.
So he's lying. There's no fucking injury here, and he's also a freeloader. Piece of shit,
On Ms. Heard's face.
literal trash,
Honestly, I
and
don't remember without
white
looking at
piece of
this photo,
trash.
so I'm
And
more
he
comfortable saying
he said, "Oh, I saw
I
an
don't know.
injury." There's no
Mr.
injury.
Drew,
She
were
went on
you
the James
there-
Corden
do
show.
you- just refresh-
There was
refresh your
no
recollection,
injury.
you were there when
I don't know
all of
how
these
there's an
photos were
injury.
taken, or just the photos of the face?
But
I
he's
can't say
lying.
definitively.
For a literal hoe that
But
would
there's some
turn on him
photos you
like
were there for
that.
are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview
It's a deposition. I guess.
or a very different deposition, whatever.
I'm gonna turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words. Again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any topic schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moved, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were sort of, I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down and have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside.
I don't understand how this is abuse.
He showed up. Not towards the end.
I just don't understand it.
Too. Again, it's just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinners, put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining and be pleasant and polite. And her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber she wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican script.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra.
Who fucking cares? He was high. Who fucking cares, you motherfucker?
Gregarious and loose. It's not as
And this
normal
bitch of a lawyer,
Okay,
fucking woman.
I hate
So was he high? I'm high.
what I'm gonna refer
Not
to
now.
as the poop incident.
I've gone to haircuts high.
but,
I've gone to parties high. I've gone to school high.
I
Not
think you
to learn,
testified
but
earlier
like,
that you observed, a number of
if I go,
occasions,
when I was in person, I would go to school
poop or
and
dog
I would
pee
have to wait like
in
5
Mr.
hours
Depp and Ms. Heard's
to get my
apartment.
transportation. I'd be
perpetuity.
fucking high. There was no way I was staying on campus that sober.
pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
So let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10 through 13. This is from Drew 7. Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident?
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Within a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what you were fucking saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm not trying to.
I like how he hasn't said anything about us hitting, like swinging fists, hands, feet.
And sometimes
There's been no allegation of abuse here.
Because they're like performing on a stage.
I'm gonna see if I can switch back to the channel later.
It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Okay, so you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out into the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door, and Amber was like catatonic. She was just like 1,000 yards there, just done. And Raquel was like trying to calm down herself. I was like, just what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
Go to Drew 1 if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door to PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
You said that Amber, when you saw that Amber and Rocky, I think you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still. Just sort of.
So Johnny Depp smashed something. There's no evidence of that, by the way. There were keys swinging and he screamed. So where's the abuse? Okay, he lost his temper. Who doesn't lose their fucking temper? Amber Heard lost her temper and she smashed a bathroom door in his head. She followed him to 5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms. She threw a bottle of vodka at him, severed his finger. She punched him in the face. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where the abuse is here.
When did you first learn about the police?
So if anyone can comment, let me know where the hell the the fucking abuse is. I just want to know. I mean, if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the whole.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back?
I like how there's no photographs of the damage. And you know, there's the margarita glass. The stem falls off and nothing else falls off. I cannot believe that.
And I want to say the first responders came.
I really can't.
Pretty shortly thereafter, maybe. Again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave and say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so 2 questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass.
They testified there's no broken glass, motherfucker.
And I showed them
what broken glass?
You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication.
He's lying.
Was me just pointing.
These are just pure lies here. I don't. Wow.
I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one.
This is perfect to say that, like, he's saying, no, there was broken glass, but the fucking photographs don't show that, and the cops don't say that.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs.
In fact, the cops actually say something different. The cops actually testified. Yeah, there was no broken glass.
That's okay with you? And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
No injuries, by the way. She went on James Corden. I gotta find that. I gotta show that.
And when you say that,
I'm gonna go find another live stream.
And are you sitting here today? Can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5 going up the stairs.
And the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall
It's
this.
just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay, go to the next one.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and
Pointing to the sort of the middle
here
photograph
and
on the
here.
right side. He's pointing to the sort of middle
For the
of
record.
the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo.
They
in the
would have.
series. Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on
First
the
day I
floor.
yawned.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
You showed the officers a
apartment
bottle
is
of
this
wine
in?
on the floor
I believe this is in PH5.
and they weren't shooketh. Shocking.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make
Are you aware is a fair question.
the incident and the circumstances look worse than they look?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms.
I
Heard's
don't
face that
know. I'll
anyone
have to.
had somehow put
I'll have to
makeup
go
on her
look.
face to make
I
it
don't know
look
where
like
he's
she had
at.
injury under her eye?
It's a friendly YouTube
With
lawsuit
respect to
banter.
these photographs generally that we've looked at in June 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe that. And I also,
And,
that
do you
there's
know
no
how
staging the photographs.
got
Also,
ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you
the
testified
fact that
earlier,
cops were not like freaked out
with
about
Mr.
wine
Chu,
bottles on the floor,
Mr. Drew.
It could.
And-
That's the point of having two sides of the case.
that-
I'll talk
all
about
of
it
that.
breaks
Like
more
I,
though. I have thoughts on
I don't know of a police
You,
officer
were
that
in
walk into my
contact
place,
in
see
the
a broken
building,
wine bottle, and go, "Oh my God, there's
with Ms.
abuse!
Heard on the
There's a
day
crime!"
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in
If
June
they saw
14 were
bleeding,
taken
if
on
they
that
saw
day.
like
Sitting here
injury
today,
to
do you know
people in
who
my
took
house,
these photos?
like if my mom was
We're talking
injured,
about the
if
two
they
I have
saw
in front
like
of me right
Yes.
now. It was either me or Raquel.
like a crime scene in my house, maybe, but a broken wine bottle,
Is
they'd
this
probably be like, "Dude,
consistent
can you
with
pick that up?"
your recollection of how Ms. Heard looks?
I don't know why the
next
dogs
day
aren't
on May
trained. I don't know why they don't have someone.
Did you
to
see
take care of
Ms.
the
Heard's
dogs.
face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of
Fully.
Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
They've asked that twice.
No.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Hurd's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was
There,
any
I don't know how
manipulation
they
of the
didn't
photos
stage it or
done
edit it
either
because
using
there's no
Photoshop or
fucking
any
injuries.
other similar method?
Like,
That's
how do
my
you
knowledge.
not stage
Huh,
that?
these are
There's no
good
injuries on her. Look at
questions.
you know what? I am gonna do a video on the James Corden show
I'm directing your attention to the
because there were no
photos,
injuries. She's perfectly fine.
there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 or Amber's closet.
Oh, the one that was the closet. I
Or what
remember
Amber
now.
Used as her closet, I should say.
The PH5 was used as her closet. I
Next
remember
page,
this now.
Same thing, Amber's closet.
Same thing.
And that's all consistent with previous testimony.
Next page, at least the top one,
Top one, same.
bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts
Fair.
between
Oh,
and
almost
among
done. Almost done. I see it. It's almost done.
Rocky Pennington,
Could be lunch
Io
next.
Tiller,
may have been toxic, but she was actually abusive.
Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach
Just
from
the
any of those
counterclaim.
people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO. I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that
Correct.
correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was,
Good
one of them was
question.
not.
Which one could get on the
So
bed?
it's your testimony that one of the dogs could have the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had
Sure.
neither.
Correct.
The dogs are so small they can't
Ladies and
climb
gentlemen,
the
completes the
stairs.
testimony of that witness, so we'll go ahead and have our
Lunch.
lunch break. Again, during your hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with
All
anyone.
right,
Don't
so
discuss
here
the case,
goes
okay?
the hour lunch break. Depositions can
Sorry
be
for the
kind of
giant
boring.
yawn. That was needed. That was cathartic. That was boring. I think that's Runkle right there. I'm gonna go look at
Very
his,
boring.
Twitter
Very
real
boring
quick. We're
indeed.
gonna go look at that Instagram that y'all want me to take a look at. We're gonna let the jury leave the room. I like the crop pant with the kind of gold heel today. Very much.
We'll come back at 1:45 then, is that fine?
But this hair is hiding, blocking the jury.
Okay, live witness at 1:45. So
Yay!
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Elaine.
Ah, fuck, a live
You've
witness.
redeemed yourself.
Thank
It
God.
looks like Amber Heard's sister may be the live witness after lunch, unless they
Ooh, we
call
might hear
Johnny
from
Depp, in
Whitney
which case Johnny
Heard.
Depp may be the live witness after lunch. But we
Or
got
Johnny
a
Depp.
break from the infernal depots. Oh, blessed, blessed, blessed. So
we
thank
have an
you all
hour.
so much for being
And we're
here.
gonna be
We have
sitting
over
here
117,000
an
of you in
hour.
Chat. I'm gonna get to some questions. I'm gonna go look at that Instagram story, and there we go. We are out of court for lunch. And just for those of you that are like, I'm gonna go get some lunch too, there will be a new stream link that I'll share on social and stuff.
I
The
might
stream will bump to
do.
it for the stream.
Let me know in the
after
chat.
lunch.
Should
I
I
do
do
break
a
them
pretty
up.
good?
It cuts down
Should
on
I
some
do
of
the videos
buffering
that I
issues
have
when we get
planned
busy,
to
and we
do?
have been busy.
Going over
Let me
yesterday's
pull up
trial date,
Instagram real quick,
cross
and we'll have the
examination of
audio
Amber Heard.
on.
Should I
And go
do it
pull up
or
what you
should
guys,
I?
think we're directing me to.
Should I just
and you can
continue
tell me
with
if
this
it's the
lawyer?
right one
Let me know.
or the
during
wrong
the lunch
one
break.
or whatever. So we're
I
gonna
might only
go
have time
pull
for
that
one
up
though.
right now. Hopefully, optimistically.
Maybe
Let's
one or
see.
two videos because they're
Um,
sharing YouTube clips.
View as me. Yes, I want to view as me. Hold on. This is Raquel
Oscar
Pennington.
or anyone watching, let me know in the
Let's pause
chat.
this so we can have some audio. This is friend Raquel, fighter Raquel. This is fighter Raquel. So this is the UFC fighter, not the woman who testified. That is the one I think we are talking about. Let's go through this real quick. That looks hard. I definitely can't do any of that. Okay, I was not prepared for how much that killed my ears. Apologies. That was too much. Sorry. Nope. This chick is ruining a good name. That's totally fair. And they're off. Okay, perfect. So there we go. It was also on Twitter that fighter.
I have no control over what she plays. Someone's texting me that. No, I don't have any control of that.
RIP. F in the chat for everyone that had headphones on. I'm sorry. Fighter Rocky Pennington, again, making it clear she is not Amber Heard's former friend. I feel so bad for this woman. At least she's verified and she can be like, it's not me. It's not me. I'm going to go look at Runkle's Twitter and then we're going to get into questions. So I thought DUI guy was going home. He was. DUI guy drove home, I think, yesterday. So we're going to go look at my friend Runkle of the Bailey's Twitter and see what he had to say. All right. Hard to maintain full attention on trash tier sleep. And with video depositions, just slam some sushi to hopefully get the brain cooperating and head back in.
If I was watching just laying down in bed, I would be so freaking. I'd pretty much be like, nope, fuck this, I'm going to sleep. And I'd wake up in the middle of Whitney Hurd's testimony or Johnny Depp. I don't know. I want to see Whitney Hurd more,
even with
just
corroboration.
because
I agree
I want
with
to see
you.
how much she's
Amber
going
Heard
to lie
testimony
to.
stink contaminates the others more than their testimony redeems. Jurors. There is some indication this is making some headway with some of the jurors. I think possibly they've lettered them. It seems to be a complete no sale for Amber's team. Let's see. Start of day, Amber shares a hug and warm words with Elaine. Not sure how performative it is. On a brief break, many jurors are very hard to read. Juror A clearly has a sore neck that is really bothering him and affecting his concentration. And what the heck, D wears glasses, ? For only a couple minutes, but that was new. Stepped out during sidebar, brief summary, jurors bored, fighting to stay awake, yawning, me too. They look very done with this shit. That's not good for Amber's team. They're about to let us in the courtroom, phone off for a while. So I'm not.
Yeah, so if the jurors are yawning at the depositions,
so there we go.
if they're kind of like, my neck's hurting, they're doodling, they're doing something
at all.
That
Also,
doesn't really look
just so
good
we
for
can
Amber
check in,
Heard's
this is
team.
where
Again, we're
at, 'cause
just saying that as
we've been just
commentators.
blocking it all morning.
Who knows?
So just so you know,
But yeah, that doesn't look good.
That's where that is. We're gonna get to some questions. What happened to Ellen Barkin? I don't know if Ellen Barkin's going to testify or not. I know they said that. That could have been PR, so we don't know. What do you know? A witness that can answer yes or no. Josh Drew was the best witness Amber Heard has had, but Ian Runkle made a very good point. And the point made is these witnesses would have been better before so that Amber Heard's story seemed consistent with theirs versus trying to use these to try to bolster or corroborate her story. The problem I have with some of these witnesses is that, again, when you look at the way they describe injuries versus the photos, it is off-putting. There's a difference there, but it's a fair point to say, you know what? There are people there who were like, Depp was mad. And this is why I think for Depp, winning on the print version is almost impossible. People are going to be like, you know what? Maybe there wasn't physical violence, or maybe there was some physical violence, or maybe the physical violence was mutual. Maybe it was reactive, but there was clearly yelling and shouting and angeredly throwing things. And that can be abusive as well. It can make someone live in fear. And the jury might just be like, that's it for the domestic abuse. But you've got that headline regarding sexual violence that is going to still be hard for the jury. So let's see.
Yeah, I'd be afraid if Amber Heard won. I'd be afraid if that would make her win because they're thinking, oh my God, throwing things, screaming, that's not abuse.
For sure.
Unless another woman can
I don't think
or
that
psychologist
the
or
last witness
therapist
was
or professional can
um
correct me.
different
That
than
is
what
not
we've
abuse. I've
heard
seen
in other
abuse.
testimony.
That is
There is
just someone
nothing
losing their
really
temper. Yeah,
new
you do
there.
get
It
scared.
might be the
But this woman was
contradictory
not
stuff
afraid
with
of
the
him.
police video.
She's looking
then
at him.
again,
She's
there's
staring down the
the lights are
jury.
flashing.
She's
But then again, you've got police body
being
cam footage
combative with
that seems
Camille
inconsistent with
Vasquez.
some
I'll
of this
show you
testimony.
that.
It just
And
depends on
it
what
comes
the
off
jury
inauthentic.
believes. But I think for all of Amber Heard's witnesses, this witness came across the most credible, that there was absolutely an incident there, and he absolutely saw redness on her face, and said that the police said, look, there's redness and the place is trashed. If she wants to cooperate, we'll cooperate. That's also consistent with what the police are going to do. But what the police aren't going to do is just go and arrest someone when they have an uncooperative witness and they don't have injury. We see redness, the place is messed up. We can do it if she wants to make a report. She didn't want to make a report. And so they did their jobs and we're like, okay, we're not going to sua sponte, make a report on our own. We just don't have that time. So I'm going to go through some of these questions.
Yeah.
Hopefully that answers a bunch
Hold
of
on
them.
a second.
Court will be back at 1:45 Eastern Standard Time.
All right, so I do want to comment on that real quick. The police are gonna. I've said this all morning long. They're gonna walk in. The police are gonna walk in, and they're gonna see that the place is kind of messed up. Okay, fine. Which there's no proof. They're gonna see that there's redness on her face. That is actually from crying or makeup. But if you have an uncooperative witness, and you have the witness not willing to file a police report, you can't expect the police to do anything more. Now you could say, hey, abused victims, they're afraid of calling the cops because then the world is unfair, the cops are unfair, they're going to let him go, and then he's going to go finish what he started. Yes, that's true. However, and they don't really care. Ask my friend, her husband abused her, and the police just fucking said, whatever, ma'am, because we're guys, we don't give a fuck. However, the cops are gonna do something if you want to write a police report. The fact she didn't even write a police report, this shows that nothing was actually wrong here. So there you go. Now let's play some more. Let me see if I can.
So all three, Josh, Io, Rocky, have a different side of things. Yeah, there's some slight inconsistencies. Io said he took pics. Josh and Rocky said they did. Rocky said that she didn't take any of them. Which is it? Rocky said she took some of them. Josh said he took some of them. Rocky said she took all of them at one point and then said she didn't. Io said that he took pictures of a different time because Io wasn't there the night the police were called. So Ian just tweeted about that last demo. I'm seeing it. So I'm going to get to some of the questions. We have a lot of super chats that we need to get to, but
yeah, so Johnny's team is really, really consistent here, where Amber's team is not. Her witnesses are absolutely not fucking consistent, because what you have is I took some of the photos, I didn't take some of the photos, I took all of them, I didn't take any of the photos, I didn't do this, I didn't do that. Josh Drew said he took photos with his ex-wife. Rocky Pennington said no. And by the way, you can tell it's the morning. You can tell that Rocky Pennington is not the real Rocky Pennington, the fighter. I did not know there was a real woman fighter named Rocky Pennington, so Twitter kind of helped me see that. So thank you for that, and this chat here, this live stream. But again, there's just this whole inconsistency with, I took some of the photos. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. I took all of them. I took all of them. No, I took some. I was there. I wasn't. You see how the story doesn't add up. But again, as she pointed out, because she's a lawyer and smarter than me, the jury might go, oh my God, he threw things. And then you should put a gun to their heads because they're stupid. So you might as well just get rid of them. Right? Like, that's what it feels like. And I know YouTube's probably going to come after me. People are going to be like, oh my God, he's so violent. Ah! I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. But again, that's your thing, right? That the jury has to, if he can't prove it via writing, even though if he can't prove it via writing, there's all the audio right there. There's Amber Heard saying, I'm here because my ex-husband suing me for an op-ed that I wrote. Right there! Right? And so, but here's the thing. Richard Marks said, hey, yeah, nobody's going to touch that fucking op-ed if it doesn't talk about Johnny Depp or hint at him. And he said, well, did he have another ex-husband? Or does she have I'm sorry, did she have another husband? Like, and I said this on my channel the other week when I did a live stream a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago, I think. Was Elon Musk married to Amber Heard? I don't know. Was she doing polygamy? I don't know. So yeah, I'd be curious to know how the jury's gonna rule here.
These are going to be on a bit of a delay. So, and again, we'll see. The depots, again, this is how a trial should feel. At the beginning of Depp's case, it should be like, oh, okay, I see everything they say. The purpose of Amber Heard's case in chief should be to push the line back either closer to the center or back over to her side. It is a tug of war. And then there will be rebuttal witnesses from Depp. So if you're feeling like, oh, well, these things support her side, you're just watching what's playing out with an open mind, because some of these witnesses should make you question what we've seen, should make you go, oh, well, that's consistent with some of this. Some of the testimony between Raquel and Amber Heard was very, very consistent, but it can feel almost too close after all this time has passed.
Yeah.
So again, I don't believe that.
That's true.
Disbelieve that Raquel put her hands up to Depp and was like, stop. But I don't know if that was because of physical violence or if that was because he was angry and yelling and upset, which he also testified to. So those things seemed consistent and with all of the testimony.
That's true. I just want to kind of have to comment on that. I have kind of gotten in front of my mom and said, hey, stop. Right? I've gotten in front of my parents and going, hey, it's fucking enough. What the right? So, I mean, and it wasn't because of abuse or anything like that. It was just screaming and shouting, and it was just too much. So maybe Rocky did that, and he did say, look, I do lose my temper. I am human. So there you go. I also do drugs. I am human. And it could seem too close with the way that Rocky and Amber's stories align. I kind of agree they should have put these witnesses first because it would have given Amber a time to lie even more, but to align her story more. But she's trying to tell her own narrative, and she got mad because she couldn't do a bunch of hearsay. So, yeah.
Their perception of it and Depp's perception of it were all different. And again, you've got all of these witnesses saying, we lived there for a long time and we never saw that.
Yeah, they were freeloaders.
Think Depp could lose now with these witnesses. Depp came into this behind. Depp has gone a long way to move this towards winning this defamation case. What they are trying to do is set up that the night the police came, it wasn't a hoax. That goes a lot to the counterclaim too. But do I think it pushed it all the way back the other way after Heard's testimony? I don't know, because a lot of this goes to the domestic abuse, but does it go to the sexual violence headline? And I still think that headline is the most difficult for Heard's team at this point. So I think, well, there's still a rebuttal case. So I don't think it has, oh, that's it. Everybody walk out. I don't think we're there. Has it swayed in Amber's favor at all? It should have swayed some, or at least made people question. Yeah,
this sexual assault shit, this bullshit that she brought up, we don't really know. We don't really know how the jury's thinking, but it's not a good thing for Amber Heard's team, because you look at the photos, there's no broken wine bottles, there's no broken alcoholic bottles, vodka, tequila, anything like that. That, you know what I mean? Like, so for Hertz, and also, how are you not going to seek medical attention after being sexually assaulted like that? I'm not a woman, so if any woman could tell me, if you were having a bottle shaved up your up your vagina, basically, are you not going to seek medical attention? I mean, a bottle is sharp, a bottle is glass. It can cut you. It can tear skin. I mean, it's regular glass, right? As a guy, it can tear me apart. So I just want, and it tore Johnny's finger. This finger here, this one I'm pointing. I'm flipping the middle finger, but I'll just point these two. But my middle finger, the tip came off. Right, his tip came off. That would hurt like a bitch. So there's the other thing too, where they proved there was zero evidence of smashed phone. There was no smashed phone. Ben King testified to that. Amber Heard said, "Oh, he's lying. Nope, he's lying." And I'm gonna go over that later on. Hopefully, I might just do it. Who knows? And then you have, the case of, right. You have the case of the fact that, how is he going to smash his own finger by smashing a phone that wasn't smashed? I wish they could share that fucking audio of Amber admitting her guilt, but they can't because, there's other people talking. Again, this judge has a double standard. She wants Amber Heard to win. She wants Amber Heard. She's probably telling the jury, you better fucking do this or I'm going to ruin your lives because I'm a judge and I'm able to. I am 100% certain of that. And it's not a conspiracy. That's actually what's happening in the court. So I'm going to say that right here, right now, unless someone else can disprove me, and they won't. That's what a woman judge will do. Sorry, but it's true. So, I wish we could have that audio because, boy, is that great. It would dismantle her like perfect. But again, Camille didn't need that. She wrecked her anyway. But again, how are you going to sexually assault someone with a bottle and have a broken finger like that? And also, how is it that he did that? And he had me by the neck and he had the bottle, but at the same time, and she can't answer that. I'm gonna go over that too. Let's see what else.
So based on his and Rocky's testimony, the cops lied. The cops had a difference of opinion. And when the wine got in the hallway, the cops are like, we didn't see the wine. The thing about that much wine in the hallway, like those pictures, is wouldn't the officers have smelled it and said that they smell the wine?
That's true.
Josh Drew, why no 2021 depot? Don't know. That's a 2019 depot. It's closer in time to the event, but also, why didn't they redepose him? I don't know.
Exactly. Why didn't they? But you can smell the wine. Wine is not just like you can't smell it. No, you can smell that fucking wine. You can smell it. If you're the cops and you can't smell the wine, there was no fucking broken wine.
Times, what does that mean for her testimony? Do the jurors ignore? They get to decide. There were several things where she was caught out. There were times where she caught Camille too, when with the, no, that report says I'm also a well-nourished man or whatever. But it's up for the jurors to decide. If the jurors decide that a witness has not been truthful on the stand, they can decide what weight to give that testimony or to decide to disregard that testimony. They get to decide. The jurors are the finder of fact. Rebecca said Josh Drew took and published photos of teenage Lily Rose. That's why Johnny Depp was pissed. The jury doesn't know that. The jury has no context other than what's been presented in court. And it's going to be difficult for the interwebs, who know more than the jurors know, to maybe understand why the jury does what they do at the end of the day. And that's why I am trying to keep very separate what the jurors know and what the internet knows. The internet has more information than the jurors. The jurors are never going to have all of the information that the internet does. Not all of that evidence is going to come in. So why Johnny Depp was upset that night, what we know from the evidence we've heard so far is that there was a phone conversation about the poop on the bed. And that's the fight that they got into. That's the testimony from Depp, from IO, and from Heard, that there was a phone call and that they were upset. So that's what happened there. Interview with Marilyn Manson's assistant, who was at Thanksgiving with Manson, and Manson's video from that night shared on your Twitter. Okay, I'll go take a look. Again, the jury doesn't have any of that information. Emily, love your videos. I think I follow this trial only because of your videos and commentary. Your rockstar. Greetings from Prague. Thank you, Dory.
All right, so I don't need to play the compliments. I don't know what to say here other than the fact that, I mean, I guess I can say this. Yes, we do know more than the jury does. We know, for example, that the audio that I told you about in Australia with the doctor and the nurse talking and Amber Heard admitting her guilt, saying that she went too far this time. They told her that she went too far this time. Jerry Judge was there. He got to say, this is all about Johnny Depp. Dr. Kipper was saying the same thing. Debbie Boren Falati was saying, I can't pronounce her name. She was saying that, but we can't play that they can't play that in court. There's a bunch of photos they don't have. We should not have more info than the jury. I feel that. The jury should have all of that info, and it's a shame that they don't. It's, again, a woman judge, double standard. Understand that. Those who say that there's no double standard are liars, and they're dirtbags, they're cheats, and they know that. They absolutely know that.
Much appreciated. I hope I haven't sucked all of you in. How about the body cam? It doesn't match the photos, and the jury's going to get to decide that. And they're going to get to, the jury's going to get to sit in the jury room and evaluate those things side by side if they want to.
Yeah, if they want to. That's the thing is, a lot of these jurors are really young men, and possibly women. And the problem with young men these days, there's a double-edged sword there where they're gonna be like, okay, so what? He fucking did drugs. I did drugs before I fucking got here, bitch. So I'm a high juror, right? Or I get high after I go home from all of this bullshit, man. Right? But then you have, right? So they don't really care about the whole drug thing. If you had someone in their mid-30s, early 40s, mid-40s, early 50s, oh, you better bet Johnny Depp would be in deep fucking trouble with the drugs. However, these men are not really men, they're girls. Because they've been conditioned by these liberal colleges and universities to say, oh my God, feminism's great and men should be acting like more emotional little bitches instead of men. Yeah. And they've been trained of, oh, believe all women, believe all women. Don't believe all women. Don't believe all men. Don't do that shit. So, again, they do have that evidence. Well, these are the photos they showed. This is the body camera from the cops. I trust the cops' body camera more. That's just me.
Doesn't make sense that he supposedly believes Johnny Depp abused Amber Heard, but didn't feel threatened when Johnny Depp was supposedly losing his cool. He said he felt like it was threatening actions. So that's what he said.
Still a good
Love
point,
your content. I've gotten my boyfriend, mom, and sister, and her boyfriend all watching your streams. Law Nerds Unite. Well, Allie Taylor's family has all Law Nerd United. Welcome. Question, Josh Depp was for UK trial and pre-body cam footage. Why no new Depp for this trial? Don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Not willing, nothing new to add. When Rocky and Io had to, I don't know. Will the date of this Depp be addressed in closing? I don't know. I don't know how they'll tie it up. I don't know if they'll even address it at all. So why do they never ask if they saw injuries on Johnny Depp? Because they're not talking about those dates, and the injuries for Depp were in Australia, other places where these witnesses weren't. So these witnesses are going to incidents, the staircase incident and those other incidents, the phone throwing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Devil's advocate, if
they're
all
cheaters.
Amber Heard brought was
Liars.
the depots and stoic testimony, would she have had a better case? Nicholas, that's not devil's advocate. That's just a fair question. Yes, she would have a much better case. Her testimony and the way she testified and the way the story seemed to grow while she was on the stand is going to be her downfall. When I say you lost it for yourself, she came into this case having a clear legal path to win this defamation case. This is a hard case for Johnny Depp. Her testimony being so overdrawn in points and so inconsistent with the photos, if she loses, I think will be what caused it. At this point, things might change. We might see more. But at this point, if she loses, she's lost it for herself.
I also think the way she might lose it for herself, Stephanie. I'm sorry, Emily. Emily is her name, and everybody in the chat and in the crowds and all that is, again, the inconsistency of the photos, the way she drew it out, all of that. But her lies, her inconsistent lies, with witnesses coming in saying that's not true, that's not true. She was impeached, not like a president, right? But she was called out when she said, hey, I did not abuse my ex-partner. Oops, there's a police report, there's an article, there's this. The Australia incident, you severed his finger, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. So again, I mean, there's so many lies here. And the way she looks at the jury, the way she looks at Johnny Depp, the way right? Like, it's not normal for an abused person, a victim. I've spoken to many women who've told me, it's not normal for a victim to to look at their abuser. You're trying to avoid your abuser. In fact, you sometimes don't even want to be in court with your abuser. So there's a lot where when Amber Heard opens her fucking mouth, that's her downfall.
We might see more, and we've still got a rebuttal case. But yes, if she had come in with a much more pared down, a much smaller, I guess, just a very linear and consistent version of what she's testified to before, then I don't think we'd be here talking about this in the same way. Her testimony was so inconsistent with the photos, so inconsistent with the evidence. If she had said there was glass on the floor and I got a few scrapes, it's different than my feet were sliced up really bad. Those are two very different things. And the jury's like, okay, but how are you walking and why aren't there bloody footprints? So as these things get described larger or more dramatic or worse, if that's true, then it's not bearing out in the other evidence. So yes, I agree with you. These depots plus testimony about these events would have been better. Not bringing up any allegations of sexual violence, I think would have been better. But I talked about that yesterday.
Let me just check the time. All right. So we still have time. About half an hour. That's the other thing too. Is she was so inconsistent. She should have just stuck to one story. I got a couple little scrapes here and there, a couple injuries here. You can look. I had red, puffy face. I this and that, but she went so far. The photos were so inconsistent that might actually be her downfall. That might be what loses it for her, because she should have stuck to a linear story that everybody could get behind. It's linear. It's going like this. It's going like this. It's a whole line, and everyone can get behind it. But unfortunately, that's not the case for her. Let me put this down, actually. Man, this is... I might get some water. By the way, in the chat, let me know. What should I order for lunch? I don't know what time this trial ends. I think, from what I remember, it ends like at 2 something, 3 o'clock. So, Pacific. So about 6:30 p.m. Pacific. So what might happen is I might just leave you with this lawyer talking, because I do have a meeting at 2:30. So that might happen. But let me know, what should I get for lunch? I'm very curious to know what everyone thinks I should get for lunch. That would be interesting to know what all of y'all think I should get.
I find it interesting that Amber has been estranged from all of her besties who have been called as witnesses on her behalf. It seems like she has gone through friend groups. Is the jury allowed to take notes or receive type testimony? Both. They don't get testimony from each day. That's the lawyer's job in closing, is to point those things out as they matter to the jurors. But the jurors are absolutely allowed to take notes. And when they get to deliberation, if they want read back of certain parts of testimony, they can ask for it and have that provided to them. Rocky and Josh seeing Amber Heard with injuries confirms her statement with her credibility, right? I think so. I think he's a credible witness for Amber Heard, and this will hurt Johnny Depp's case. It can. But again, the difficulty I have is all of these witnesses said pretty significant bruising. What does that mean to you, and what does that mean to a juror? They've all said they saw her with significant bruising. I'm still not seeing that in the photos. Those photos aren't significant, and they're supposed to be contemporaneous with what they saw. And they've all said, these photos match what I saw. So they're languaging around it. It's not some bruising. It's not bruising. It's not redness. It's significant. All of the languaging has made these feel larger. But I think he was the best witness so far for Amber Heard, hands down.
Yeah, this was the most consistent witness, I feel. He was also the one who could answer yes, no, the best. person, the best, perfectly that person that could. I'm curious to see how Whitney would do. Because at first I heard she was behind Johnny Depp, and there's actually rumors that would say she was scared of Amber Heard. She was scared of what she was going to do to Johnny Depp. You should check out that Umbrella guy on YouTube. If I can link to his channel, I will. He goes over all of that, where she tells her boyfriend, yeah, I was worried about Amber Heard, my sister hurting Johnny, hitting Johnny, all of that. So again, they talked about significant bruising. Not, hey, I saw some bruising, I saw light bruising, I saw kind of medium. She kind of hit herself or whatever. Or maybe like she was trying to run away. Maybe he got her by accident, clipped or whatever. No, significant bruising. But the problem is the photos, as she said, do not show that. So for the jurors, how are they going to take that? Oh boy. You know what I'm going to do? I have to do this. I'm going to go here. I want to share something with everybody. Should I do this as its own video? I'm very curious if I should do this as its own video. I'm you know what? I am going to I'm going to I'm just going to let her talk. I'm going to turn off my camera. I'm going to go take a bit of a break. I will come back when it's time for testimony of maybe Whitney Heard, Johnny Depp. Would it be Ellen Barkin, who threw a bottle at her? Oh, a bottle, and it abused me. Yeah. We'll check that out. But I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break, but I'm gonna leave her talking to you, okay? So I'm going to turn off my camera, but I'll leave this playing for you. So let me.
Christy says, hey, from Kansas, how small are they dogs? I have a 7-pound Shih Tzu or Shih Tzu who can manage stairs and can jump up on my bed and sits almost 3 feet up. These are like 4-pound teacup Yorkies. That's what's been described in other testimony. Do you think Amber Heard's attorneys have damaged their own careers with this behavior in trial? I don't know. I think there's always a client. There's going to be a client who's like, I want you mocking the person that I'm against on the stand. I want some of this. So, and they get a lot of settlements. So if you're not going to trial and you want attorneys that are going to be pit bulls for you, people might like Rottenborn style if it's you. Do you want Rottenborn questioning people you don't like? Possibly. Do you think it's weird Josh got contacted by both Amber and Io just months before his deposition? It's suspicious. It's sus, or it's convenient. My mod's just reminded me. Thank you, Tech, for being amazing to send Runkle the link if he wants to come on. I had forgotten to do that, so I will. I'll send him the link and see if he wants to come on and see if he can. He probably needs to eat some lunch, but I adore Runkle. Runkle needs headphones, though. I'm going to send him some so he can hear when we're on stream, but I'll send him. You are welcome if you want to pop by. I can't type and talk at the same time most of the time. Not well, anyway. So I sent that. Is he against or for Amber Heard, or is he indifferent? He's a witness for Amber Heard. These are all witnesses being called by Amber Heard for her. But I didn't get the sense from this last witness that he was trying to push the testimony one way or the other. And you can sometimes tell there were parts where he was like, I don't know how much she was drinking. Yeah, I guess she was drunk. But I didn't get the sense he was trying to exaggerate things. I thought he was a good witness. Do you think if a story is gone over a lot, would a memory of the event be skewed? It absolutely can be. That's for the lawyers to point out. It absolutely can be. The police officers all say the place was clean, no signs of violence. Would they lie? I mean, Have we seen officers lie in the past? Yes. Have we seen individuals lie in the past? Yes. But there's body cam footage. Why not say that this is what they told her? I don't know. Also, what the officers might perceive as messed up, like the stacked photos on the bed and stuff, I don't imagine they're going to be like, oh, the place was trashed. So they said the officers walked over the broken glass and a bottle of wine on the floor. So their perception of the place was not a disaster, might be different. So we will absolutely have to see how the jury takes that. But again, there's body cam footage, and the jurors might just be like, la, 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 whatever anybody said, la, 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 whatever. They might look at what does the video say? What does the picture say? What do the documents say? And then it's up to Depp's team to point out why they should question the pictures. I thought that's one of the things that came up a lot with this testimony. Did you manipulate the photos? Did you manipulate the photos? It keeps reminding the jurors that there is an allegation that these photos are manipulated. And again, the photos just aren't matching. Do you think it's possible someone else was hitting Amber and she decided to blame Johnny? I have no idea. There's no evidence of that in this trial. Isn't Josh's deposition from the UK trial? The deposition can be used in anything. It might be used twice. Some of these are. Lay witnesses just don't use words like specificity or contemporaneous like this one. He's been coached. I'm sure he's been prepped. He's also probably had to answer interrogatories. So I'm sure he's been prepped, but it didn't seem inconsistent. He was a very good witness, I thought. When Amber loses, will she use different lawyers to appeal? Possibly. A lot of the times appellate lawyers, I mean, it might be lawyers in the same firm, but a lot of the time litigators don't do appellate work and vice versa. It's different. I find it to be different ways of thinking and kind of different ways of writing. So, and will she sue her current lawyers for negligence on malpractice? I hope not. I don't think we've seen any of that. I think they have a very difficult client. There's moments I have not liked, but I think they have a difficult client. Johnny Depp witness Jennifer Howell is saying she is being intimidated. Someone drilled through her door. That sucks. Will this affect the case? It can come to the attention of the court. I can't say strongly enough that what happens in court and our commentary online should only be that. What happens in court and commentary online. Going real world with anyone involved in this case, aside from like your opinion on Twitter, which is online, is appalling. Doxing people, threatening people, following people, finding out where they live, going to their job. None of that is okay. All of that can harm the case, and all of that can hurt potentially the people that they are trying to help. If it looks like Johnny Depp fans are going after someone, or Amber Heard fans are going after someone, it can cause huge problems for them. It is not safe. It is not okay. It is never fucking cool. Don't be a dick. That's horrible. I had not heard that dead account, and I that's awful. I hope that gets sorted with police protection. It's just awful. I hated it when people were going after the attorneys involved in the Britney Spears case and James Spears. I think James Spears is a dick. I think everyone can go on the internet and say, hey, sure seems like James Spears is a dick. Don't try to find his house. Don't go threaten him at the court. None of that's okay. Sending people death threats in Instagram is not okay. I just don't understand. Have your opinion. Do not go after people. It's not a crime for JD to smash up his own property, correct? Have you read Josh Drew's witness statement? No, just what we watched in court. That umbrella guy had a video a year ago called Plot to Kill Johnny Depp. I did not. It's not in evidence. The jury doesn't have it. Arlene, I will absolutely, after this trial, go look at more of the contemporaneous or the extraneous details that are not in court yet. I will go look for those. I want to make sure that when this verdict comes down, my brain is very clear on what these jurors saw, what these jurors know, and what they may or may not have relied on to make that decision. And if I have too much outside information, it's going to be harder for me to do that. And it's just going to take more energy because I'm going to be like, oh, but I know this. And oh, but I know that. So in a trial where I don't already have that knowledge because I didn't watch it go down, I'm not going to go seeking it out until after when I'm curious and I'm still going down the rabbit hole. It was when I covered the Toddy Westbrook business partner lawsuit, I had watched like the Dramageddons go down. So with watching those things go down, it was easier for me to be like, oh, I remember these things because I had witnessed it, but I haven't witnessed this, so I'm not going to go find it. I appreciate Mr. Drew's honesty. I thought it was a good depo. I do. And I think the timing is suspicious that she wanted to make amends and said that she and Rocky weren't really friends anymore and that she loved him and wanted to reconnect. The jury can absolutely look at that and be like, oh, so now you want to be friends. Convenient. You want him to have a fondness towards you before he goes into his deposition. That seems suspicious. That seems suspicious. Let's see. I'm going to see if that was Runkle that just messaged me back. No. Okay, let's keep going just for a few moments. And we're going to answer a few more questions, and then we're going to have to pop off. Can Josh confirm security was present in the hall? I don't know if he did. Josh confirmed security was present in the hall. I don't remember. Depots are hard for me to. Depots are hard. They get so boring. And I was reading a lot of your chats. What information did Amber not turn over? She states she turned everything over on cross. I have a whole video on my QuickBits channel. The mods will link the QuickBits channel. That's like maybe 10 minutes or under about the motion for sanctions, where it is alleged by Johnny Depp's team that a lot of the metadata and stuff didn't get turned over. So I'm basing it off of those court filings. I can't believe the police officers were lying and he's telling the truth. Brings to mind the conversation you had with Runkle about people being easily manipulated. It brought that conversation to my mind too. Plus he says strewn too often. It was strewn about. But look, I can tell you just from my experience with LAPD, I was a deputy district attorney in Los Angeles County. I worked with LAPD, a lot of different divisions, a lot. I have not known LAPD to back away from an arrest that they can make, particularly in domestic violence cases. Police are generally going to go the cover your ass route in DV because there have been some very, I don't want to say prominent, tragic is the right word. Some very tragic DV cases in LA that my office, not myself, but my office had handled, where someone was not arrested and a victim ended up killed in very short time. So for officers to show up on a DV call, their goal is to secure the location and, if they can, make an arrest and ensure that the victim is safe. That is their goal. And oftentimes it is arrest first and sort out the details later. If there was a mutual fight, sometimes arrest both parties and sort it out later. What they want to make sure is that someone doesn't end up killed that evening after they leave the call. I had a colleague that tried a DV case, and this is just a little DA behind the scenes. A colleague who tried a case that is it was some of the most disturbing testimony I've ever watched in a trial. It was a DV case with a murder for hire component. So I'm not going to get into graphic detail. I'm just going to tell you why police take this so seriously. She thought she heard something in the back and called the police. She had been followed by someone. She was afraid for her life. She was worried about her ex. And as we learned later, the ex had hired someone to kill her. The police arrive at the front door. She hears the dogs barking and doesn't want the dogs to be riled by the police and doesn't want anything to happen to the police. She says, "The dogs are barking. I heard a noise. Let me shut the door." She shuts the door and is killed in her home by the intruder that came in the back door that the dogs were barking at. Sitting in that courtroom, oh my God. These are why I don't tell these stories, but sitting in that courtroom was some of the most chilling testimony that I have ever seen, ever. Those officers and cases like that are why officers take these cases so seriously. And sorry, this is why I don't talk about these cases very often in public, because they still affect me. And I wasn't the DA that tried this case. This was one of my colleagues. I watched this case. I watched this testimony, and it still impacts me. This is what people in law enforcement carry with them, those cases. And there are not too many cases like that, but cases where they get called out, where a victim says, "No, I'm fine," where they know that the victim's not fine, and they're like, "No, we want to help. tell us what we can do. And if the victim doesn't make a report, they leave and somebody ends up dead. That is what they keep in their mind. So that's where they come from. That is the perspective that they come from. Apologies also, because and so to try to intimate that these officers didn't do their job, especially when you have a particular heightened awareness. The other thing I need to mention is that for officers, DV cases can sometimes be the most dangerous in their career, and they often end up in the middle of these fights and can be injured in the line of duty as well. And with that, you get officers that are on a heightened awareness showing up to arrest someone. Oh, and Runkle's here. Runkle, thank God, save me from my emotions. Runkle, save me from my emotions. We have Runkle the Bailey.
Oh, what are your emotions here?
It's okay. I was just telling a story about a trial one of my colleagues did, where the police showed up for a noise complaint in a DV case, and when she shut the door to put away the dogs, she was killed while the police were standing at the front door. And why police take DV calls so seriously, and why police generally are looking to arrest in these cases first. And just coming to Josh Drew's testimony, police are looking to arrest first because they don't want to be the officers that got a call, didn't arrest someone, and someone ends up very injured or dead. So I was trying to share.
And then they get to spend, if that happens, they also get to spend a good long time explaining why they didn't and, justifying those actions.
And I don't know if officers worry about being suspended. I think a lot of them worry about not wanting that on their conscience. They go into these jobs to generally help people. They don't want it on their conscience that they were the ones that could have prevented this and didn't. So with that, tell us about court today. Introduce yourself to the chat. There's over 107 of us here, and I'm going to take a minute to breathe. So introduce yourself to the chat.
So
it's Runkle.
I'm Ian Runkle. I'm on Runkle of the Bailey, is my YouTube channel. I was camping out as of 6:30 p.m. Last night to get into the Depp Heard trial today. And of course, for one of the most boring days to start with, but it's getting a little more interesting towards the end because I will tell you, when the day started, I thought the jurors were literally, I actually think one of them literally had a little catnap in there. He closed his eyes, he had his head tilted over to the side, and for 2 minutes he did not move. And he was just, I think he was out because he did a little jerk when he sort of got moving again. I think he actually was out for that couple of minutes.
A sleep wiggle.
But you see, and there were others who were yawning repeatedly. And so they started out just super bored. And he'll tell you that the first, Rocky, I don't think anybody even listened to her at all.
She was awful.
I don't think that she made, I don't think she made an iota of change. Drew, on the other hand, got them interested again. And that's not the thing. Drew was interesting, and he comes out talking like a straight shooter. And I saw them starting to take some serious note of what he was up, what he was saying.
That's what happened.
One guy who's
up. All of us perked up.
Yeah, one guy who. And people started writing again. There were, a guy who was entirely tuned out during Rocky's testimony, was focused intently on the screen. The one. When they said, "Oh, I never saw him hit her or any other woman," the one juror who apparently has reading glasses and I'd never seen them before, she pulled them out and was, taking some notes. People were nodding along when they described Johnny as exceedingly generous, and when they said reached out to make amends, the glasses went back on. There was, for the one juror, there was hurried writing. You can go it that way, yep. So, but there was also a lot of engagement there.
Right.
And I mean, the problem with this is that it turns around, right? Because he starts out kind of sounding like he's maybe not so much on Team Amber, which is exactly what Team Amber wants in a way right now. They want somebody who sounds like they're not biased, because they have a deep bench of people who sound like they are completely tuned out and only able to think of one thing. And unfortunately, that's not where he was coming off.
He wasn't.
When he says actually, when he says actually, I do remember, what we had. The gallery kind of laughs. They're with, like, even the gallery was like, we like this guy. And then of course he starts getting into things.
I liked him very
Sorry,
much.
you're breaking up a little bit here.
I need to buy you AirPods. You need headphones, Runkle.
I'm using a foreign. Let me get some headphones. I've got some, but I'm using a foreign cell phone, so my internet connection is kind of
that's fair.
difficult because it's jumping through roaming. So that's kind of my hiccups here. I also need to stand in a. I'm also needing to stand in a very non-optimal spot because there's some jurors who are at lunch, and I need to stay the heck away from them.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I don't want them. I don't want any allegation that they were able to overhear me or anything like that. I'm just staying away from them as far as I can, basically. So, as much as the cell reception is not great here, this is the only place where you can actually stream anything because you can only record in the courtyard. So, yeah, I just
about recording.
I mean, he seemed like he was coming. Yeah, they won't let you record in the courthouse at all. You bust out your camera, they will potentially send you home or worse.
Yep.
So that is a big deal, and I just I don't want to mess with that. I'm trying to stay on the good side of everybody, but yeah, it's kind of a thing there. So, but hopefully I'm audible still here.
You are. You're great.
And hopefully I can hear you too. Okay, good. So yeah, I mean, he seemed like he was, like a straight shooter. And so when he starts getting into things, and when he says, "I'm a victim of domestic violence too," like that was, I think I'm adjusting my odds on this one, because keep in mind the standard for the defamation thing is basically, could she say that she was abused? And I think that they put that a lot more into play with just this witness.
Be a bit slower because we have video depositions, everybody's favorite. Just to clarify, for those of you that are new to watching this trial or new to being a law nerd, first of all, welcome. Thank you. Replay crew, thank you. There will be links down below of everything that we are talking about. But today we are starting with Raquel Rocky Pennington. No, not the MMA fighter. Amber Heard's former best friend. Yesterday, at the beginning of her deposition, Raquel said, when asked about why they aren't friends anymore, she said, I wouldn't consider her a friend. I wouldn't consider her not a friend. And she said, we don't speak, but we are not enemies. These feel slow. The party that called the deposition, which is normally the opposite party of whose witness it is. So in this case, this is an Amber Heard witness calling the opposite party witness, Raquel. So Depp's team calling Raquel. You will see that that team will ask the questions first. So that's almost like their cross-examination happening first. And then you will get to the side whose witness it is, the friendly side, if you will, the side whose witness it is. And they will be the ones then asking more direct question or leading questions like a cross-examination. So that's what you're going to hear in this depo. The things I'm looking for is what Rocky says about some of these incidents. What we did not see yesterday when Amber Heard's friend Io testified is any statement that he was so concerned about the injuries he regularly saw on Amber. And I don't think we're going to see that from Rocky either. And won't that be interesting? I know that one of our law tubers, Runkle of the Bailey, is back in the court somewhere today. We talked to him yesterday from line. Yesterday finished up a fiery cross-examination and a disastrous redirect. But today, there will be a live witness. We believe it will be Amber Heard's sister, Whitney. There have been some objections to Whitney. She never finished her deposition. So we do not know what kind of objections will be drawn when Whitney testifies. So I imagine we will finish Raquel's testimony video depo. And then see, it's already queued up in court. She's sitting right there. You can see it on the screens. That's ready to go. Once we finish Raquel's testimony, I imagine we will go to live testimony from Whitney. And I just have to say a huge thank you, Law Nerds. We have, we are at like 396,000 subscribers here. We were the top 3 most viewed live stream on the platform in the US yesterday, beating out most of the major news outlets. And that is just incredible to me. I appreciate you for being here. Oh, preliminary matters. Wait, no. Why can't I hear you today, Judge A? Oh, hold on. This is why I can't hear. I can't hear. Oh, there we go. Judge A asked for any preliminary matters. Didn't hear any. Thank you so much, you guys, for clocking where Runkle is. So preliminary matters are probably going to be talking about potentially what witnesses we have coming up. Here's the thing we saw yesterday. We saw a lot of tension between Amber Heard and her legal team. I do not have any love lost for Elaine Umbridge. You know that I don't. Yes, her last name is Bredehoff. Yes, I know that. But the style of cross and the way she came out hot for numerous people in this trial and the way she almost mocked them and kind of talked down to them and the way she did her opening statement put me off at the beginning. But I really feel badly for her because this lack of client control over Amber Heard is not only apparent, but it is absolutely apparent on the stand, but it's got to be uncomfortable for Elaine. But I think it led her down a path where she is doing things she wouldn't normally do, like mocking Johnny Depp. I put that short, it will be on the Shorts channel later, but it is up on TikTok and on Instagram, where she's saying, "You will never look at my eyes again." Elaine, what the fuck, man? Like, be a professional. With that, I should say hello to everybody coming in. I should roll the intro. Let me know where you're coming in from so we can say hello. I have a mega pint of coffee and we need to just get going. I've talked so much, but we'll have plenty of time to talk during these video depos. Don't you worry. I will try to wait until they break. Video depos don't have as many breaks, and then we will chat at the break. So let's go. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. And they are still up at sidebar. I will be doing my best to answer questions today, but again, deposition. These are video depositions. They are recorded. They are questioning by the attorneys. And I've said this before. I think Bretta Hoff is... George, you're causing chaos. You're knocking over tripods and things. My cat. George is causing chaos. I'm surprised she's not in all white. Look, the hair's back down today. It's very soft. Weird. I expect video depots. I was talking about video depots, and then I wanted to say hi to everybody. Hi. Video depots. Both sides are present. They ask the questions generally on the same day. They can go over day to day. They are recorded. They can come into court in place of live testimony. But in video depots, they generally ask questions in this kind of what if any lazier style, but it's a video depot. The point of these depots is not necessarily to use them as testimony. The point is to find out if there's more discovery, to find out what else you need, that sort of thing. It's not generally a replacement for trial, but because this trial is in, yes, George is causing chaos today. He's in the window. This is his time of day in the office. Because this case is in Virginia and a lot of these witnesses are out of state, it's very difficult to subpoena them and drag them into court across the country. There is not easily jurisdiction federally. This is a state case, not a federal case. If it was federal court, it'd be a little different. Here in the US, we have two different court systems, each state by state, and then a federal court system. You're all over like, America, that's a lot of courts. It sure is. It sure is. And you have to be admitted to them differently. It's a whole situation over here with our court system. But that is why it is hard to bring some of these parties that maybe are unwilling to come in. And what we're already seeing is IO saying, Amber Heard finds cocaine abhorrent. She would never do cocaine. My summary, not her words, his words, Amber's words, abhorrent. Not IO's words or Amber's words. Amber said she found it like disgusting or something like that. She had other strong language for cocaine. But then we're seeing Raquel Pennington testify, who is saying, no, we've done coke together. And we've heard that from, they're trying to bring in different depot exhibits, it looks like. Then we had different testimony from Raquel that they have done cocaine together. It looks like she's taking a selfie. I'm sure that's not what's happening, but it just looks like the beginning of this depot is her with her phone. This is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing her with her phone like this. It just looks like she's taking a selfie. That can't be what's happening on the screen, but that's what it looks like to me. In Serbia, currently on vacation in Montenegro. Well, welcome, Giovanna. So,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, baby! Good afternoon to you all on the Central and East Coast. Good morning to y'all in Hawaii. It's 7 a.m. Good afternoon here. Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning here, everybody on the West Coast. It's 10 a.m. Pacific. Guess who's on the stand, ladies and gentlemen? I'm back from my break. It's Whitney Heard, baby!
Good morning, ladies.
Oh, all right. Let's continue with this. Let me get this volume up for you, and we're gonna listen to Whitney freaking Heard. Let's see how much she lies, baby. I'm excited for this. Here we go. And we got Elaine, fucking Bretta Hoff. All right, here we go. Hey, she kind of sounds like Amber.
How soon after she arrived back in Australia did you see her?
Australia.
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
Did you
she visited you in your
have
apartment
any
at the Eastern Columbia
injuries?
building? Is that right?
Yes.
Any injuries?
You testified that you observed injuries on Ms. Heard on this occasion. Is that right?
What are they?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms.
That's what Ben King said too.
And yeah, there were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
She does fucking sound like Amber, dude.
Because I have questions.
Holy shit.
No fear of not being clocked for having mascara
Did you
tears
see her feet?
today.
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on. And then.
Did you see
and
her
then
feet?
She showed me her feet, yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Miss Heard's feet?
They were just, they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the
Hold
ones
on, I feel like
her
I'm watching the wrong
arms.
thing.
Interesting.
Were both
Let me go see what's wrong.
cut?
It's the first we've heard anyone see those cuts on her feet.
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified
is it
that Miss
white?
Heard told
It
you that
looked
she got these
cream.
injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Miss Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
Hold on, I'm gonna look up this. Let me do this again.
What observations did you make about Mr. Depp's?
At first, you know, he would.
We're
it
back to
would be,
what if
like,
they
light
thing.
jokes, or you know, she left the house wearing something like, "Oh, you're gonna wear that," you know, or just some joke. It was very subtle, you know. And then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, you know, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot
Is
her
that
name,
weird?
but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she
You
went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that
She
her
sounds annoyed.
his stylist wanted her
me?
to wear.
She sounds mad.
Or wanted him to
There's a
wear.
couple.
And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
Should be.
What, if any, observations
Oh,
did you make about
fucking
Mr. Depp
hell.
with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing at first. He was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. You know, oh, that's not going to be good for her career.
I'm gonna close this out. Hold on, I'll send this to myself. Hold on. Sorry, everybody, just having some technical problems. I don't know why I'm not getting that message. Oh no. Close.
Share screen button. Horizontal share screen. Window. Into entire cast share. Dim. Cancel entire screen. Entire window. Chrome tab. Tab. Selected. Chrome tab. Window. Entire screen. Window. Chrome tab. Lawyer preview share. Lawyer react link. Johnny Depp. Lawyer react link on Chrome tab. Group. Share tab audio. Check. Cancel share button. Singular.
He would find on her phones or whatever, and at some
I want
point
to
she
go to
wasn't
my
allowed
channel.
to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password,
That's
it was
fair,
something
Tina.
really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless, I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again,
I don't know why that fucking matters, Elaine. I really don't understand you.
What types
Drew's
of
good
drugs
testimony.
did Mr. Depp use to your knowledge and
This
your
is-
observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine.
This is
and drank
fucking
with him
stupid,
on
man.
a number of occasions.
Like
so
she's, oh my
that,
god, he's high.
He
Ooh.
almost always had weed of some sort,
Wow.
marijuana, like joints or whatever. I have seen him
I guess
take MDMA,
guys can't be high anymore.
on an occasion, shrooms as well.
Guys can't be high, ladies and gentlemen. Men, I don't want
once
you
saw
high
him
anymore,
consume
okay?
a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you said that
There
you
will be
also
cross.
did cocaine with
Maybe
Mr. Depp,
tomorrow.
is that correct?
She's
Yes.
coming in hot, ladies and
What, if
gentlemen.
any observations did
As this
you make
lawyer
as
here
to
has said,
what
she's
Mr. Depp
mad. She's
carried in his
angry.
pockets?
She's mad. She's an equal
Well,
narcissist like her
he
fucking
always
bitchy
had
sister.
Pocket full of
He
sunshine.
always had
Wow.
cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers.
That's
He
fair.
always
It could
had
be tense and
a
nervous.
joint on him. If he was
Feels
in a
like she's
phase of
angry.
using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it.
No, don't do that.
He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and yeah, it's about what I can recall.
Okay.
Not a
What, if
pocket full
any
of pocket full
behavior
of sunshine.
changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
I also hate how she keeps fucking using what if any? What if any? What if anything?
Like I
Fucking
said, it
shut the
was,
fuck
you know,
up, you fucking
a
bitch.
different version,
Stop using
he was almost
that.
unrecognizable
It's
when
not
he
the
was drinking.
cure-all.
and
The
We
using
have
judge
to
and
end
fucking
this
using
told her
trial
yesterday.
If
Fuck.
it was alcohol and coke,
That's all she's got.
he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. He you know.
This is not touching
his speech would be
abuse.
slurred. I almost never.
Oh
knew
wow, he
him
got
to
high and he
use
slurred his
cocaine
words.
without
Oh
drinking. Those
gee,
were
wow,
generally
Amber
combined.
Heard, poor, she was abused.
When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing.
That's
But when he
fair.
was drinking, he would just get very angry.
It's
and
fair
he
that
would
she's
just
nervous.
say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag.
There's
slimy whore,
no
saggy
evidence.
whore. Just, you know, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it.
No evidence to any of this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Keith Richards incident.
The Keith
When did
Richards
you
incident.
arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon.
No evidence to any of this,
I came
by the way.
in and Orange
gonna lay back and
was
talk.
typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been
control's
smoking
new.
inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, you know, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there. And he was wearing glasses. He had, you know, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him.
So what?
Journal, like no newspaper. things
Doesn't
like that,
fucking
just scattered
matter.
around
So what? He did
the
drugs.
table.
I don't think they need to be objecting
And
too
I
much
sat
yet.
down
This is
to
foundational stuff.
talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her and, you know, everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician. So he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father's up to and her this, that, and the other. And again,
Okay, none of this fucking
strange
matters.
Paranoid tailspin. is
Wow,
the only
he's
way I can
having an
describe it.
opinion
That just-
about
it wasn't true.
a
My sister wasn't
politician.
having an affair with
Who
this person.
fucking cares?
I think this is pretty non-responsive at this point.
Yep.
All right, next question.
Please.
Any objection?
Please describe what your conversations were and your
Good.
observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber
I'll answer that
is
at the
in the
break.
kitchen and, you know, she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And
Yeah,
the
because
painting
you were
was done
fucking
by
leeching off of
one of
Johnny.
my sister's exes.
And now you're coming trying to say,
so
oh God, he was high.
convinced that it was on the
Oh my
wall
God, he was so
to
high.
taunt him,
Fuck.
to tease him, and how disrespectful.
Man, this guy
that
likes
he
to
had
be
to wake
high.
up next to this
And
painting,
talk
and it
about
surely meant
politics.
that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was
Dumb
not
little
true.
bitch.
But he was then upset about that. He was
Check
upset
my
about
chat.
this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this
That's
documentary
fair.
that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay,
That was my understanding of it.
please continue.
So for hours we sat there.
That's also
I was
fair,
trying to, you know,
Carla.
talk to him, make him feel like everything was
That's a
okay,
lot.
just try to get him out of the house. His assistant.
Yeah,
kept
so
coming in and out
for
at one point.
Wendy who commented in the chat, I don't know if you want me to
All
use your
the
real
while,
name,
Amber
but
is just in the
it's what's
kitchen.
here.
She's, again, she's like
I have
giving
no
us space,
problems
but she's
with
in
Emily's
earshot and
commentary
saying
at
these
all.
things about
I
her.
actually love her
And at one
channel. I
point,
just
she
found her
tries to
because
come
of
over
this
to, like,
trial.
check
So
on him, and she
yeah,
kind
it is
of
two levels
embraces
of
embraces him from
commentary,
behind, and he's just
two
like,
different. You
"Fuck
know, I'm
off,"
more
and,
loose with
you know,
it,
continues
and
to
I
say
say
these
what I
things
kind of
about
feel.
her.
She's smarter than me,
And again, we
so
sat there
she's gonna give a
forever,
good
and
analysis
eventually
of.
we did get him to leave the
everything
house. So
that everything that she's saying.
he
So she's gonna
insisted
be
that
better
Amber
at
come to, and that
what
if they
she's
were going to work
saying.
it out, she'd have to be
She's
there,
gonna be.
and they would talk
I
about
don't
it
know how
at
to
some
put
other
it,
point, I
but I'm
guess.
just gonna be
Let me
loose
just
with it
stop
and
you
all
for
of
a minute.
that.
What, if
So.
any, injuries?
But
did
I
you
appreciate your
observe
comment.
on Amber
I'm
at the time?
hoping
She
I
might
read
be-
it correctly.
This might be a
At the
nervous wreck
time,
pace.
it
That's
was
fair.
before I had a
It
real
sounds
understanding of
angry
what
to me.
was going
What if
on. It was
any?
pretty.
Why is she always
I
using
didn't
what if
know,
any? Oh my
frankly.
god! Is that
And
the only
her
way she
face
knows how
was
to ask a
swollen,
question?
but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut, but again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly. So I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window.
All right, so this should be a lot better.
open,
You can hear me
and
now.
Johnny is holding a dog
I hope
out
you
the
could hear me
window.
before, but Wendy, I hope I read your
And
comment correctly.
I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she
Very
twitched
small.
or if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not offering to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's
Okay.
non-responsive
Don't say
at
what
this
Amber
point.
said, just go ahead and
And it's
continue
hearsay.
with your observation.
Stop
he brought the dog back
leading
into
your
the car.
witness. Stop telling them
And he
what
was
to
just
fucking say.
laughing,
Stop.
This really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
Oh wow, he made a joke.
So
He made a joke,
during
ladies
the
and
year
gentlemen. Oh crap.
2013,
Woo,
what,
Amber
if
Heard was
any,
abused. He made jokes.
marks did you
I
observe
find that
on
joke to
Amber?
be a little
Any
distasteful.
injuries or signs
I'm
of
a dog lover,
markings, anything like
but hey, it was a joke.
Occasionally
Wow.
I'd see
I guess Johnny Depp
bruising,
can't even joke.
cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that.
Yeah,
It
because
was
she would
just-
cut herself.
It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there
Burns?
were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask?
And what if anything? Oh my
I
god, man!
did at some point confront
This
her
makes me want to
and
shut
ask
off the
her, and
trial and
she-
just go on with my
Objection, Your
day.
Honor. Here's
What if any? What if anything? What if any? Ask another fucking
Don't
question,
tell-
you
don't
turd.
tell
Sustain the
us.
objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you
Good,
did
sustain
ask.
that
This is gonna
objection.
unravel.
Yes.
Objection,
Okay.
Your Honor. Same objection. Next question.
That-
That's fine.
That's okay.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for saying it's fine,
All right, I'm going
Elaine.
to take you to June 2013, Hicksville.
Thank
Were
you.
you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So
Were you taking
Hicksville
drugs
is
at
like
that
this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to
Didn't
go. So we
YouTubers
went
go
with a
there?
group of our
Did Hype House
friends.
go there? Is that where Hype House went on their show?
And
I think that is
yeah,
where
so
Hype
each
House
one
went
of
on their
us
show.
had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme, so it was kind of fun to see, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, and then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else.
It's fair.
And then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor, here.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out.
Stop telling your witness what to do. Stop.
Yeah, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked
Shitty
like
ass lawyer.
There was
Shitty lawyer.
Like a bomb
broken things. Things had been
Wow.
skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it.
That's very different than what we heard from Rocky.
That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do
That's
with
true.
Mr. Depp?
That is very
relating
different.
To going to
There's
London.
a better way to ask these questions.
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday at the same time,
That's
or
what
around
I
the same
said.
time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it, and
Like roll out on a
so that's what
private
we
jet.
did. We loaded up. We went on a plane. that he
Yeah,
chartered,
Johnny's plane, his
and,
private
I
plane.
believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended
Oh,
up
so it's
passing
okay when
out,
you do
but,
the cocaine,
we went
Whitney.
to London, and
But
you know,
when
we
Johnny
had-
does the cocaine, that's a
it was
problem.
wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night. I can't remember exactly, but at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. Missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. Being
So
the key
you
words
can't
to
tell us
that.
about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware
Did
of?
you not prep your witnesses to know what
I
they
left
can and can't talk
sometime
about?
after that.
Right?
And when I
Say it,
touched down,
Emily. Say it. Why the fuck didn't
in
you
Los
prep your
Angeles,
fucking witnesses, man?
I learned that they had.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not after to prove the truth. though, man.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Oh, here we go.
Arguing
I haven't
with
had
the
enough
judge.
for this, Elaine. I'm getting
They got
angry.
engaged at some point
Just
when I
asking
was on the
questions.
plane. I left London. By the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr.
What,
Depp
if any?
related to the
Oh
Hollywood
my
Film
God.
That's a good
Just say, what involvement did you
I was
have?
called over to where he
Did
was
you
getting
have any
ready,
involvement?
Um,
I
and when
create
you
better
say
questions and
AD,
I'm a
we're talking about
dumbass. I'm not even a
Switzer.
lawyer.
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on
God
that
damn.
street
Look
that
like
Johnny
his.
had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time.
Is that where his recording
So
studio
I was summoned to 80 again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Yep.
I
Just go
No,
on,
no,
just
nope,
don't talk about what you weren't party to.
Prep
You
your
wanted to
witness.
please tell the
Prep
jury-
her.
Okay, please tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Witness
Sure.
prep
When I got
should
there,
not happen in real time.
Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point,
And what did you observe when you watched it?
Oh, look, a question. It doesn't involve
Unfortunately, an
what, if
extension
any.
Of what I had seen at the house. He was
I'm more
still
upset with
very
Elaine
drunk.
at this point.
Actually a little bit
Elaine
more drunk than when I saw him at the
Didn't
house.
prep her as a witness.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking
Speculation.
the entire time
Elaine's
that
the
we were
problem here
talking.
more than what.
And, you know, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. Yeah, I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015.
And that description of him drunk is consistent
And
with
at this
his
time,
security guards.
Were you living at the penthouse suite?
I was.
When approximately?
Because I'm Whitney Hurd and I'm a leech and I mooch off of fucking rich people. Yeah, of course she was
Elaine
living
is,
at the fucking
I
penthouse.
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2000.
That's fair. Slow down. Take a breath.
I don't know, 14, I think.
Okay.
Good. We've
And
now
so
slowed
as of
down.
March 23rd, 2015, you're living there,
And
correct?
she looks frozen.
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, you know, the entire top floor of this
That could be
building.
nerves, too.
Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough
That
to
could
let
be
us
nerves.
all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and
So
Amber
everybody's
stayed
leeching
and
off him, but
Amber's
Isaac is because
basically
Johnny said, "Hey man,
So
do your
basically,
paintings."
ended
We
up
went over that
splitting
on this channel.
to get
Check out that
one
live
house
stream.
together.
Penthouse, not the other penthouse.
So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
Elaine,
Thank you.
stop
Please continue.
yelling.
She said something. She
No,
said,
no,
so-
she said overruled. It's okay
Oh.
for you to say what.
"Oh,
Just
sorry."
just briefly what you just explained.
Prep
I
your
woke up to her
witness.
saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter
That's
asserted.
ruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed
Double
her to
standard again,
stay
this
in
judge,
my
woman,
apartment
double
while
standard.
I go and talk to Johnny. So
This is
I
going to
leave
telling the
PH4, I
event.
leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you
Don't-
sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. I was in the middle of
Oh.
the night. I was asleep.
That's interesting. So
Sorry,
you were
I understood
asleep,
the
not
question.
sober.
So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please,
Um,
please continue.
Rare
You-
So I
occasion
go to
where I was sober.
PH5 where,
Rare for you to be sober.
Amber-
That's
I'm
okay,
sorry,
but it's not
Johnny,
okay for Johnny.
Debbie and Travis
Huh?
were all
That's
standing
funny.
in the
That's
kitchen,
perfect.
Of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle, and then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special.
There's no-
She's nothing
that's
special.
hearsay.
But then he immediately shifted.
I don't know
to,
if it's hearsay, but it
well,
sounds like
Amber-
it.
Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course, I'm cheating on her. You know, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it.
I don't know about that. There's
At
no
some point,
text
then
proof
Amber
of that.
is
There's
on
no
the
text
mezzanine
message of.
level
There's proof that
PH5,
she was bringing
is-
James Franco into the
it's kinda hard
fucking
to explain.
penthouse
The
and
kitchen's
Elon Musk
down
into the
here and the
penthouse
mezzanine's up
while Johnny
here.
was away,
So
while she was still married to
she's
Johnny.
there, it's
That's
her
cheating
little
right
office
there.
nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying, you know,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not
All
offered
right.
to prove the truth. Thank you.
Goes more to state of mind.
Please
they're,
continue.
they're saying horrible things. to
Woman
one another.
overruled.
Fuck
Yeah, see, there you go. Woman,
You know, he's calling
double
her a
standard.
fucking whore.
I keep
fucking
making this point
cunt,
on this channel
used
because
up
no one else makes
trash
it.
bag, you know, whatever. They were
Back to the
saying horrible
trash
things to one
bag.
another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs, was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name. So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who we're is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and
This
I
might
are
be
all in the
nerves.
little mezzanine
This
area.
moving forward.
And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back.
This is
She
the
didn't
staircase
even
incident.
react. She didn't really seem to notice.
This is where she also brought up Kate Moss.
But I'm standing
Not
up
Whitney
there
Amber.
I'm standing up there.
But there was no
on
Red
the
Bull
stairs
can that
with
was
my back to
thrown.
the stairs.
That's a lie.
And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks
hits her
him,
now?
lands one. And
That's
then he
funny
grabs-
because I
at that
heard
point, that's when
push.
Travis runs up the
I heard
stairs
push
after
Whitney
Amber
down the stairs.
landed one.
So now
And
Johnny hit
by
her.
that
I don't
time,
understand. There's
Johnny had
inconsistency, as
grabbed
Emily
Amber
just said
by
here.
the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room
Animal
and just kept her there all
monster.
night. The next day,
Druggy.
I go
Notice how they're calling
and
this
I see
guy.
Her closet has been completely
Oh, but
destroyed.
women, if they were to do this, they're heroes.
Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks have been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. Like the place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400?
The place is destroyed. There's no evidence of that, Whitney.
She is going rapid
Whitney, do you
fire.
recognize this?
Yeah,
this
she is.
Text.
Just
exchange
fast,
here?
quick, boom, boom, boom.
And it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe, just
Objection, Your Honor.
identify it, please?
After Australia,
Hearsay grounds.
he would have.
All right, you want to approach? We'll take a look.
So this is after Australia. His hand would have been in a cast, which was what Depp's team had pointed out in other testimony. If his hand was in a cast, how is he grabbing hair and punching? He was recovering from MRSA, pins in his cast. And if he was punching someone in the face with a cast, then why wasn't there more
Injury.
more visible injury? She lands one, landed one. Amber Heard's words exactly. Yes. I'm holding her hair, punching her face. Didn't he have his hand in a cast? He did. I'm going to answer some of y'all's questions. I wonder if she's nervous. It seems like she's just like this rapid fire. I don't know if this is consistent with previous testimony because we will see it. And we will see, I don't know what the judge was making a face. We will see that on cross-examination. I haven't sought out any of her other testimony. I have not seen her testimony. So
Yeah, this is
with
so.
that, you guys,
If Johnny was wearing a
this
cast
witness
after the
is
Australia
now,
incident,
you know, on
then there's no
television,
way he's
likely
going to be
nervous,
punching
didn't
like
finish her
that
depo,
unless he's
knows
only
that this
using his
attorney
left
whose
hand, and
name I
even
don't know
then,
is going to be
I
doing
still
her
don't
cross.
see it.
She is likely nervous and or frustrated and or angry and or exhausted of this whole thing. So please, no name calling.
No. I'm going to disagree with Emily here. This cunt, this bitch, this fucking liar. I don't give a fuck if she's nervous. She's lying
one of the rare times
on
I was
behalf of
sober, and
her
everybody's
fucking
like, okay,
sister.
it's totally
Because
fine.
she's going to participate
It's just
in that
odd.
50 million.
Amber Heard wants Johnny Depp to get better, but still has her rarely sober sister around.
And,
yes,
you know,
these are excellent points.
No. I don't give a fuck if you're nervous.
Cross.
No,
I don't.
Fuck that.
I clocked that. We all
don't
clocked that.
use that
It was
as an
like, oh, this is
excuse.
one of
There's
the rare
no
times I
fucking
was
excuse
sober.
for lying here,
But
Emily.
Johnny's in recovery, so it's just going to be very
Only
interesting
women would
seeing
make that
where
assertion.
this goes. So
And the
chat,
men that
thank
do,
you for
they're
sticking to the
stupid.
facts of what we're seeing and not
There are
accusing
many, by
someone
the
of being
way.
under
There are
drugs under
many.
testimony. That would be a very odd circumstance. I think nerves and or fear and or anger are more likely. How is she a reliable witness if she's rarely sober? They'll get to it in cross. It looks like you're taking your own notes. Can I ask why? I am taking my own notes for the things I want to remember and cover when I do rebuttals, things that stick out in my mind, because that's how I would do it if I was watching this trial for a friend, if I was doing this trial myself. or I mean, if I was sitting on a jury. So if I was sitting there watching the attorneys do this trial, this is what I would be doing. So I do take notes because there are things that stick out to me while I'm doing this, and that's one of them.
This is, can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, his hand would have been wrapped.
Thank you.
How does she remember every detail from years ago? It's a good
Whitney,
question.
this is dated March
After Australia.
23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that? Okay, and that's to Kevin.
Who's Kevin?
Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay. And then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay.
I thought
Michelle,
this
can
was
you
from
scroll up
December.
Again?
I thought this was the December. I thought the closing racks
Please
were
describe
December.
for the
I'm
jury
so
what's
confused.
depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here, all of her clothes are on the floor.
I don't see everything taken off the walls. These look
Okay, thank you.
freestanding, but okay. I mean, okay.
And we're up to the next one. Could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same, clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
That's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Taken apart. It looks pushed over.
Okay.
But all right.
And we'll go to the next one. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just more clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Okay. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing, just more
Just
clothing
all the
racks that were
same.
toppled over.
All right. And
It's a little more calm now.
we go to the next one.
And this is the kitchen area. This is the taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or
On there?
something, blue ceramic, broken.
That looks like
Okay. And
Okay.
if we go up.
I don't really think
top
so.
one there looks like part of
Oh.
what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help?
Don't testify, Elaine.
What's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of
Plate?
some sort, but
Maybe.
there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water.
Where's
But
the
yeah,
rolled cigarette? on the-
whatever
Oh,
that blue thing
there's the
is
water.
broken.
There's the
So it's
cigarette.
all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Can you guys hear me?
Thank you.
Am
After
I
the
still?
staircase incident,
Is this still playing?
what if anything did?
What if
Mr.
any?
Depp
Oh
ask
fuck!
You
God, my
to
incident.
sign.
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
Calls
It's
for legal
a
conclusion.
non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private,
To shut the fuck
to-
up.
keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I
Yes?
signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out
You
after
probably
that
did, bitch. You were mooching.
So moved out after
Now,
the staircase.
did there
You
come
were
a
fucking
time
mooching
that
off of
Amber
him.
asked you to move back in?
Yes, February 2016. She texted me asking me to come back.
And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I.
Oh, finally,
spent a
she
lot
has her
more
own
time with
apartment.
you
She's
than-
not mooching off for Johnny Depp. Holy crap!
I'm going to take you to April
Clap.
21, 2016.
Clap, bitches.
Amber's 30th
Clap, ladies and
birthday
gentlemen.
party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
At least this is moving faster
It
than other
was her
testimony.
30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, excuse me, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner.
Was it tacos?
You know, and it was great. All of her close friends were there.
Lots of
and,
tacos.
Everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. Johnny showed up very, very late. And he was drunk when he showed up. And
So
we're
what?
just
You were
obviously
you just said
upset
you
about
weren't
it, but,
sober most of the time. It was
There
rare.
came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, just funny memories or whatever.
Sounds like a Real Housewives dinner.
When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the rum diary. So, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. We had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass.
He's her husband. He has the right to.
We were all kind of embarrassed.
And
Secondhand embarrassed? Were you secondhand embarrassed?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Yeah, like I would understand if Amber's embarrassed.
What if any conversation
Yeah.
did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend
And this
Coachella
is-
the next day?
This is about
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us.
party opponent statements.
At some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us
First
he
I've
was going to
heard
come to Coachella with us the next day.
But I remember.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
Nope.
I'm going to
Oh,
jump
that's right.
forward
He
to talk
testified
about
why he changed his mind.
some statements
He
that
did.
made the counterclaim. What, if any, observations did you?
What, if any?
make
What the
about
fuck?
How the statements, we're talking about the 3 statements from that we're quoting Adam Waldman.
She's moving real quick.
Impacted Amber. And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted.
How did you know it's the statements though?
Objection, Your
It
Honor.
calls for a conclusion.
Compound, lack of foundation,
Calls for
speculation.
conclusion. It's all the
Thank
things.
Woman, double standard,
Amber has
overruled.
worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And
This is moving past it.
anybody that knows Amber at all
This is not
knows
moving
that
past it, sweetheart,
non-responsive.
bitch.
some of the most important things to her
Doing this kind
are
of shit is not
honesty,
moving past it.
integrity. That's-
Writing an
her
op-ed is not
reputation
moving
is all
past
she
it.
has. She doesn't have
She said.
piles of money and private islands or
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Non-responsive.
it's so
I
non-responsive.
sustain the objection.
she
please
was
continue.
she was devastated by
She
these.
sustained the objection.
It,
Are they wearing best friend
to
necklaces?
say that they're not true, it devastated.
It was that
her.
jingle.
And also, we had just buried our
I
mother.
don't know if it's like a
Um,
bracelet or a
you know,
necklace.
so
Can be a ring. A bunch of
Amber-
rings. They would clink.
She started having
So
panic
what's that? Is
attacks.
that like a
They're
necklace? Is
wearing
it
matching
moving?
necklaces.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
That is hearsay.
These are your
Over-
observations.
over-
Thank you.
How did she
Please
observe
continue.
her not sleeping? Damn it! I needed a picture of the
These
necklace.
statements
Woman, double
devastated
standard,
her.
of course. I'm
They
always gonna keep
devastated
saying
her
it.
because they weren't true, and
How do you know that? Okay.
they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
How do you know? That's
You
speculation.
talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She was just like periodically. just
Someone
breaking
bring
into
the
tears.
evidence of her telling her
She-
boyfriend that she was scared of what Amber might do to
I don't know
Johnny.
how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell.
Yeah,
And
because she continued it.
she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Wow, that was fast.
That was fucking quick.
That was really fast. They moved in and out on
Super
that.
fast.
That was
Damn.
That was actually better than Amber Heard's direct, but they moved very, very
Good afternoon, Ms.
quickly.
Enriquez.
Very quickly.
That
Met
was
before. My
fast
name's
as
Rebecca
fuck.
Rose. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case.
What up, Rebecca? Thank you for introducing yourself.
You grew up in Texas with your sister
Wow.
and your parents, right?
She's pretty. This lawyer.
And you were
Wow,
really
that was quick.
close with Ms. Heard growing up.
I honestly thought this
And
thing
you're
was
still
gonna
close
go
now,
like
right?
an hour, 2
Yeah.
hours.
And you love
But
her.
it looks like Elaine
of
just
course.
she's weak.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right? It wasn't perfect. Your father hit you and your sister at times, right? Yes. And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself and
Until Johnny Depp let me move into a fucking penthouse, you know. Leech
goes to bias. Yep.
And just like she
Goes to
protected and
bias.
cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
and when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship
Seems
with
a
Mr.
little
Depp,
shaky.
when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother? Yes. He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills?
Mooch.
Of the penthouses?
No.
Leech.
Very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
That's right.
And Isaac Baruch lived in one of those penthouses too. Yes. And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
I don't know where Rebecca's taking this.
You
I'm
didn't
not
take
feeling
photos
it.
either, right?
Nope. I did not.
She's doing a good job of
During
not
the
backing
course
away from these
of
things that are
Mr. Depp
obviously
and Ms.
true
Heard's relationship,
and not standing
you were
down from
frequently
them, just
involved in their arguments, weren't
answering
you?
them honestly.
Yes.
Just good testimony.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And
Fair.
when you were in that role
Okay.
of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through.
Oh,
It
interesting.
depended on the situation.
Oh, boy.
Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
But you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think
That
that's
sounds like
kind of
testimony.
taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Emily. She's not backing down like her sister would. She'd be like, "That's not correct. I disagree. I this." She's trying to come up
You
with
talked a
different
little
words
bit about
to answer the
incident
question.
in March 2013.
Not really
right?
yes or no.
Which one?
Yep.
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards
Yes.
documentary set. And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day.
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And
She isn't
you
backing
said
away from
Mr.
her
Depp's
testimony.
already
It's a
intoxicated.
Good responses on
He was by the
cross.
time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister.
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they
Her
had.
pacing is so
So
different.
was kind of
he'd been
ignoring.
fighting with your sister that day when you arrived.
That was my understanding.
And
Does
you
she
said she
seem
had a
more
puffy
comfortable
face.
on cross?
Yes.
It seems like it.
Despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine.
I think it's kind of how Rebecca is
hadn't yet
talking
connected the
because she's
dots.
talking to her like a
I
friend.
hadn't yet
She
understood what
sounded
that
more
meant or what
relaxed.
that would do.
That was a yes. Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp.
I
after all
did.
that?
Yes, I already said that.
Right? She seems more comfortable
Wow.
talking to opposing counsel.
You testified that you had.
I think it's just the
suspicions
opposing
that
counsel's
Mr. Depp was
personality.
Allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
This is so odd.
Suspicions.
And
Suspicious.
notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you're
It
actually
shifted
joking
quick.
with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over the text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her,
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
but you were joking about it.
Regrettably, yes. Again, Lexx, I did not have an understanding.
Lexx Foundation?
Fully. of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was alleged, that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was.
I don't
there were
know.
Injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions.
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015.
This is going quick.
So interesting.
You testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured
Maybe.
during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No,
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
she was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
This is much more consistent on cross, the way you look
said
at
she
the
landed
questioning
one, right?
attorney.
And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
I don't think they need to be aggressive yet.
You
on
thought it was
cross.
important
No.
to document that damage.
No, they
I
don't.
think this is a good tone
Not to
for cross.
document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take
that
care of
makes
the
sense.
houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring.
Please clean this up.
I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was gonna have to fix.
That makes
But
sense.
you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
No pictures of injuries.
Now,
She does. She
after
seems
March
more relaxed.
2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
This is a good pacing for cross.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you still loved him,
Still going quick for me.
and you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
Yeah, an
At
aggressive
some
cross
point,
is
sure.
not a good play here. Unless it
And
needs to.
That fall,
Which it
after
doesn't.
the staircase incident,
You need to
October
be calm with
2015,
Whitney.
you
Unless
claimed
she gets
you had
aggressive,
seen
then I
Mr.
would
Depp
get
and your
aggressive. But
sister.
right now,
And then in
this is
October
perfect.
2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Interesting.
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still love
That's
Mr. Depp
fair.
at that point, right?
I did.
You love
And
someone
you
who
didn't
beats up
think
your
that
sister?
he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. I really, those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like, so
What they both wanted, yeah.
I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
And she loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence. We'll just show that to the witness.
Late to viewing, thought the questioning attorney was for Amber Heard. Such affable chemistry for opposing counsel. It is.
I might approach Your Honor.
It's
I have this
interesting.
in,
It's very good
But
chemistry.
This testimony is very interesting because, again, she's locked in on the questioning attorney, which is very consistent and common in cross-examination. You don't really know what's coming and you're looking at them so you can hear what they're saying and process the question. It's very common that you're going to see that. Just looking at the attorney, not trying to look to the jury for every answer. She looked at the jury quite a lot in her direct, but her pace was flying to the point where it sounded a bit angry to me. It could have been nervous. It looks like we're going to get some text messages here. It could have been nerves. It could have been, you know, anything, fear. It could have been stress. It could have been anger. But, you know, it's interesting watching her not know what to answer and what not to answer, because witnesses should be prepared for testimony, not told what to say, not scripted, but prepared. Hey, you're only going to be able to testify to what you saw, what you did, what you experienced, not what you were told, not what you think somebody else was thinking, only what you saw, what you heard, what you did. And even when it comes to heard, it's going to be noises, not what someone told you. Like I heard a car crash or what have you. So it's interesting to me when I say this witness was not prepped. It didn't seem to me like this witness was prepared for, you can't say what was said to you. You can't speculate about why someone else was motivated to do something. It's like if you're testifying, oh, and then somebody's running down the street. Well, I saw this person running down the street. I guess someone was chasing them. That's speculative. You can say, I saw someone running down the street. That's it. So she should be prepared to understand what she can and can't testify to. And it's kind of a mess that they haven't. They knew this trial was coming. They have been at this for a long time. So to not have preparation, and again, I was frustrated with Amber, but it might be that her attorneys didn't prepare her, which I didn't even conceive of in a case that's cost them, we know from Amber slipping on the stand, over $6 million. How are your witnesses not prepped? It's a mess.
Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention.
I'm just gonna put this down for a little bit, so I can talk for a little bit. That whole thing is absolutely correct. I'll start with the whole not prepping the witness. Absolutely. You're bringing in a witness to testify on your behalf, on behalf of your client and your sister, and you're not telling the witness, hey, you need to only talk about what you know, what you saw, not what you heard, but when you were there, what you heard. Don't tell me about what you heard happened, what someone said happened, what someone did, unless you were there. Because you're setting not only are you setting your witness up for failure and humiliation, you're really setting yourself for a lot of humiliation and a crap show to happen. So I appreciate that from Emily, her saying that, because that is the truth. I mean, I've noticed that. And yes, she did have very, very good chemistry here. She's having great chemistry with Rebecca. I think Rebecca Rose, she's having the best chemistry, where, you would expect the opposing counsel to be aggressive. You would expect there to be very little chemistry between the two women here. It did seem like she was more angry in her direct testimony. And, it does seem like, I don't know. It just seems like they're kind of getting along. It looks like they are not in an opposing counsel, but like she's the lawyer for Mr. Depp, and and Whitney's the lawyer. She's the lawyer she's the witness for Mr. Depp. Oh, good, tired. But that's what it seems like. It actually seems like she's happy to be there to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, even though she's a hypocrite and a lying bitch. But still. So anyway, let me put this up.
Categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe, that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could have turned your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Elaine, turn on the fucking mic.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Miss Heard at Coachella that year, though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
She doesn't want to say that. You can hear it.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, it did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Miss Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her.
Yeah, now she's saying there's no injury when she just testified that, or that she saw injuries, that she saw no injuries.
I'm sorry?
But now she's
didn't want him to
testifying
think
that she
he
doesn't
was
see any
ignoring her,
injuries.
right?
So that,
Sure.
or she so let me rephrase this.
And you wanted
She
them to
testified now
reconcile,
that
didn't
she
you?
didn't see any injuries. But before
Amber
she said
really
she saw a
wanted
bunch
him
of
there.
injuries. What is it,
Despite
bitch?
the fact that they had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other, they hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point.
Whitney's like, it was a
I wasn't trying to
toxic
reconcile them. I
fucking
was just trying to
roller coaster.
help facilitate.
And I was doing what my sister wanted.
And you
I
did
think
that
that's
even
fair.
though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something.
The mods told me how to
We
do it.
all saw this.
It is a solid cross.
We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all.
And
don't know how else
addiction
to
is not
answer it.
simple. And I think
this was
that's
after you
fair.
allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes,
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
yes.
I like the pace of this cross. It's so
You know who
much
Jennifer
easier.
Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
Oh,
She's the
shit.
founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you
Uh-oh.
worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Uh-oh.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell.
Oh no, here we go. This is what I was talking about.
Yes.
Come on, Rebecca,
And
get it.
You moved out of the penthouse.
Get it.
At that point, you and your sister were fighting, right?
Go.
Yeah, it was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media.
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close.
We were.
Oh man, this is exciting, ladies and gentlemen. This is so good.
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister. Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed
She's
any
trying to figure
incidents
out
that
the
resulted
purpose
in
of the question.
signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship.
The thing about a trap.
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you.
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen
Saw
during the
him do
course of their
what?
relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
After he hit me.
No further questions.
After he hit me. What the fuck? Why is this going so
Is
fast?
this witness subject to recall?
No.
Wait, that's it?
Is this subject to recall? No. Okay. all right,
What
ma'am,
the
you're free to
fuck?
go.
You
can stay in
didn't ask her
courtroom.
anything.
That was way faster than I thought.
Whoa.
No
Right.
redirect.
Next witness. There's another deposition.
Oh no. Another deposit. Why didn't you say? Here's what I'm mad at. The lawyer didn't say, well, according to Mr. McGivern and Johnny Depp, so Johnny Depp couldn't have hit you because the fucking security guard was right there. What the fuck? And Amber Heard said she protected you. So how is this possible?
This particular one.
I need to know.
About 45.
I honestly need to
45
know.
minutes.
Okay. All right, while we go ahead and it's early, why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess though?
I'll answer questions.
That way we can get everything. Ready?
So fast. That was
for
way
you.
too fast.
So we'll just take our 15-minute break now and then we'll come back and have that
The Johnny Depp's lawyers fucked up today.
deposition, okay?
Absolute
So,
atrocious.
We'll see you in
much
15 minutes.
shorter.
Don't do any outside
Trash.
research. Don't talk to
Ass
anybody.
questioning by
That
the
was
lawyers
much
today.
shorter
Bullshit.
than I anticipated. Much.
Camille
I
Vasquez,
thought we were going
Rebecca,
to get into Jennifer Howell. Heard said she didn't, or Whitney Enriquez didn't.
all these guys.
see
Terrible.
injuries or didn't say that.
Awful.
And they kind of went down that line. I
Awful.
don't know if this is going to be a rebuttal witness. It looks like the
So
jury's getting
that's
ready.
45 minutes. And what do you have another,
Yes, then we have another one.
And
another
another.
We have
deposition?
a few more.
How many
Okay,
more?
so they're both depositions.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are deposition.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't need any other items from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
Interesting. So we will be back in court in about 15 minutes. That witness left the courtroom as quickly as humanly possible. Did you see how fast she was walking off the stand? We are going to go through some of the questions and super chats. There's over 118,000 of you here. Thank you so much. That was interesting. I might need to watch that again at some point, but that was shorter than I anticipated. I mean, much shorter than I anticipated. How could be a rebuttal witness on deposition if they have the deposition? It absolutely could be. So is it let me see. If I wonder if how will be a rebuttal witness seems odd to end on that and not have the nail in the coffin. It does. It felt very it's very, very interesting that I think what we got there is a very different recitation of the staircase incident with a Depp hit me and you never saw any injuries on your sister. And that was it. It was just was strong, but it was very short. And look, I think it is highly likely that Whitney's testimony was very limited by the court in advance because she didn't finish her deposition. And her pacing on direct was so different than her pacing on cross that it was odd. And that was a very short testimony. I will probably watch that testimony back to parse it a little bit more.
I can do
If you want to stay in the loop, if you're in North America, textemily.com is a free texting service like the one Phil DeFranco uses and others, where I can keep you in the loop with what I'm doing and my recaps and videos and say hello and happy birthday and things like that. So you're welcome to join me there. I'm going to go look real quick because we have been watching the Binger today. Today's been absolutely unprecedented in channel growth, and that has been very interesting to see. So thank you all so much for your support. Let's get to some of the super chat questions. Her story makes no sense. The way she delivered her testimony was hard to follow. It was so fast on her direct examination that it was jarring. It was kind of odd. It was just a very odd rapid fire cross. So that is just absolutely something. So let us just, there we are. Y'all are doing the things. Y'all are doing the things. So, she's more prepared for the cross examination with Elaine. I don't know if she was more prepared or more comfortable. It was odd. Elaine needs to trademark what, if any. Oh, don't do that, Elaine. Don't do that, Elaine. Amber is looking at her sister in a very intimidating way. I've seen that look from a narcissist I was subject to. Not good. It's interesting. The necklaces are interesting. Do you think Elaine was quick as to not catch any inconsistencies like Amber? Maybe EG's sister asking her not to lie. Maybe it was just like get in and get out. I mean, not always a bad, if you're worried about a witness, not a bad strategy. Look at the necklaces on Sister and Amber. They're each wearing half a heart to make. I know I saw the best friends necklaces. We talked about that. What happens if a witness becomes unwell on the stand? The lawyer could ask for a break and take a break and then sort it out. Can Amber Heard claim incompetence of her lawyers? No. And get a retrial? No. Her lawyers haven't done anything that we've seen. I don't always like their style, but we haven't seen any incompetence.
I have to disagree with Emily there.
I've not always been complimentary, but we're not at that level. If they grew up, like she said, would it make sense being confronted aggressively would be more comfortable? I don't know. I really don't know. I am a lawyer, not a therapist. Do you think Johnny Depp's team is worried at all? If so, why? I mean, they always have to be worried. This is a hard case for them, but I think today is going as well as can be expected. They are going to have hard days during Amber Heard's case in chief. I think Amber had more bad days so far than Johnny Depp did, and that should be comfortable for them. I don't know if she is terrified of her own sister, but I just got a message from one of our mods, from Trevor. Let's see, where is this? Trey Vader 30. I would like to propose to the most beautiful woman in the world, Nicole. Will you marry me? Well, Nicole, Trey Vader 30 would like to know if you would marry him. That's a very sweet proposal. And again, we're law nerds here. We get to share these things. Runkle tweeted, y'all are like, the judge is back. We had a wedding proposal. We had to get to the proposal first. We had to get to the proposal first. And then after Trey's proposal to Nicole, and Trey, you're welcome to clip this, send it to Nicole. We will go look at Twitter. I will go look at Twitter. I'm going to the Twitter. I'm going to turn that up now that they've cut the audio feed. Runkle must have stepped out. And our friend, friend of channel, friend of LawTuber, Runkle the Bailey is in court today. So let's see. Runkle said, weaker cross on Whitney, but jury wasn't liking her at all. I think her evidence won't move things either way in the end. And now back in, more comments later. Sorry, folks. But if you thought Heard's team wouldn't ever manage to move the ball during their time, that's not a realistic expectation. That's totally fair. No trial is ever just a one-sided slaughter. This one has been unusual in how bad Amber's team has been doing so far. That's very fair. And weaker cross on Whitney, but jury wasn't liking her. And again, you get in and get out. You get in and get out. You get in and get out. Proposals like pledges versus donations. No, like real proposals. Like it's meant. Emily needs to become certified to conduct weddings at this point. ZB, actually, I am. I've done 3 weddings. I have done 3 weddings. It's a lot of fun. Sent you tons of DMs from an old case. Okay, I will look at it. They didn't ask about whether Amber had ever hit Whitney. I know there's been allegations of that, so we will see. All right. Let's see. Was in domestic court in North Carolina today and told a couple other attorneys to come to your channel to catch up on this trial. Hi, thank you very much, Dana Dane. I had my friend was in court the other day and was like, no, I told some of the judges to go watch you. Law and Crime just read a text from someone that works with Whitney that said that Whitney is lying. Whitney told her that Whitney was scared of Amber was going to kill Johnny and he didn't hit Amber. That's probably the individual that they were alluding to at the end of it. Jennifer Howell, who has filed a sworn declaration that Whitney told her she was lying and is probably a rebuttal witness. So we will see. How come Depp's lawyer isn't digging any deeper onto Whitney? I think they're going to point it out later. I don't know if there's any point because Amber Heard's testimony was so bad. I don't know if there's any point of digging in on Whitney other than being like, well, that story is completely like, why even address it? That story is so different than the other ones. Forget it. We're just not even going to pay attention to it. It's preposterous. Sometimes writing off testimony is more powerful than giving it credence. So it's just like, ugh, whatever. And again, they went into all the bias questions. You love your sister. You're protecting your sister. Your behavior is inconsistent. You were asking your sister to get back together. You were advocating for them. You still love Johnny after he hurt them. Look, I still remember my brother was playing basketball. God, I was in college. He must have been in the end of junior high school, early high school. He was playing basketball in a rec basketball league. And another kid pushed him while he was up going for a hoop thing, pushed his legs out from under him and he landed on his wrist and you heard his arm crack. I was literally out of my seat running because that was my response to someone hurting my brother. I was so furious. And just wanting to make sure my brother was okay and wanting to make sure someone was away from them. And after that, when they played on the same sports team later, I was still looking at that kid like, I know what you did as a child when you played basketball with my brother. I have not forgiven you. So if your sibling is in a domestic relationship like this and you're advocating as the marriage counselor for them to get back together, it's just odd. It's odd. Do you think they could only ask questions that Whitney covered in Depo? Probably. I think it's probably limited to that.
Let me put this down real quick. So, I I mean, I have to say yes, it can be more powerful to just go in out because you could probably have Whitney probably gonna say something that you probably don't want Whitney to say. That is absolutely possible. My thing is, and by the way, if she's saying, hey, maybe they didn't want to dig, maybe they saw it as pointless because the story was so bad, they're just like, no, screw it, we'll just use the rebuttal argument. I don't think they're gonna bring Jennifer Howe as a rebuttal witness. I highly doubt it. If I'm gonna be honest with you all, I think I think they should have dug even further. I think they should have dug Whitney a hole. I think she should have fallen in that grave, and I think she should have been contradicted. Well, your friend said this, you told your friend that, you swore that you told your friend this, and that you lied, and this and that, and now you're showing up to court saying this piece of shit, right? So like, I think it's best that you confront her with that evidence, especially if she's not on recall. If you're not going to fucking recall your witness, why not? And I mean this, why not actually go to her and say, hey, we think you're lying. Here's our proof. I honestly think that this was a fuck up, a very big mess up by Johnny Depp's team. I don't care if they're going to use a rebuttal witness. I don't care. I think I don't know if there's a winner today. At the end of the day, I'm probably gonna say it'll be Heard's team. In terms of they had two strong witnesses. They had Whitney, and they had Josh Drew. Josh Drew is a piece of shit. We all know that. He lied, so did Whitney. I would have caught her more in her lies. Still used the same chemistry, soft, kind, everything else. But I would have confronted her on her lies. I would have dug her grave. And then I would have brought in that rebuttal witness too. Maybe it might be overpowering, but I just thought they did a terrible job. Absolutely terrible job. I did not enjoy that at all. I thought it was terrible. Let's take a bit of a break here. Oh, man. This is a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Put this up for you.
That's why they were trying to pin down when he had the pin in his finger, and Amber was very loose as to the dates about the pin in the finger. But again, if Amber told her sister about what happened in Australia, would her sister even want to be around Johnny Depp? Does each jury member have a screen in front of them? They don't. There are big screens in the courtroom, and then there's a large screen that it looks like it turns or it comes up where the witness stand is, that faces the jurors for them to watch the video depositions. So there's screens around the courtroom, but no, they don't have individual screens, or they have one at the witness stand. So that's why they're getting ready. And here I thought today was going to be boring. Well, you might speak too soon. There have been moments, and that Josh Drew depo was very good, and we might see some good depos this afternoon. Is it weird that they use the same verbiage? No, because I imagine Whitney has heard these stories from Amber a lot. So it's not weird to me that they mimic each other or mirror each other's languaging. I think it'll come up on closing. Do they differentiate between domestic dispute and domestic violence? This case is over defamation regarding domestic abuse. The jury gets to decide what domestic abuse means, how broad or how narrow, which is why this is a hard case for Depp. If the jurors are like, no, living in an environment where you're fearful if somebody is using and then they're going to be aggressive or yelling or whatever, that can count. And I think this jury might find that it does count. But that goes to the print article. If the jury finds that that headline in the digital article is not proven, then they can split these charges. But we will see what happens. Let's see. Runkle just tweeted. Let's see. There we go. I should note that Elaine seemed to be happier with Whitney than I would have been. But she was probably also mindful of cameras. They've been seeming to really push the we all like each other as PR today. Interesting. This says, only if you disregard the police body cam footage, which was released after his deposition and contradicts every single one of his assertions about the incident. Yep. But Depp's team is going to have to beat that drum, and they haven't had a chance yet. That's fair. Oh, judge is back. They have.
Okay, here we go. Let me put this back down to the way you can hear me.
And that's going to be wrapped up in closing. That's exactly what closing is for. So that text says 6:57 a.m. 23rd March. She just testified that the stairs happened on 23rd
There
March.
we go.
How could the closet be trashed before the actual event? And those are the kinds of things that they need to point out on closing to the jurors. Should we do one more? Let's do one more peek. I'm just nervous. I'm just curious.
This is much better.
I was just curious. That's where we're
So
at.
it's not as loud,
She
but
doesn't seem
hey,
nervous so much as terrified.
pretty
That's
good
very
still.
fair. I think we'll all read her testimony differently, but something was up on direct that wasn't up on cross. Where's the NDA? How is she able to state that fact with having it as proof?
Let's see
I
what
don't
kind
think
of
anyone
boring
contested it,
deposition we're going to have now.
and she never signed it. Do they? Oh, we got to that one. I'm going to get to, the jury's not back in yet. There we go. We're going to have, let's see who's next.
All right, your next witness.
Can she appeal? She
Our
didn't
next
have bad
witness, Your
counsel,
Honor, is Elizabeth Mars.
but she can't appeal. Oop.
Mars, M-A-R-S?
M-A-R-Z.
M-A-R-Z.
Elizabeth
Thank you.
Mars, M-A-R-Z is the next video. Depo, let me make
Please state your full name for the record. Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Not Kim
Between
Kardashian.
the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015.
So this is likely
16.
Camille Vasquez?
How many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard? I don't remember.
I have no idea who this
More than
is.
4 times?
Yeah, same. Sounds like Camille, but same time it doesn't.
No.
I'm just going to sit back and watch this.
This
Let
could
Emily
be a
guide
makeup
you.
artist.
And 16. Do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Glad you guys like checking the numbers. Thanks for indulging me. She does look like Kim
Pretty
Kardashian.
close. In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you, Ms. Mars, that you testified that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
You would agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you.
The jury doesn't.
somebody
I'll
you've
talk about
known
that at the break. I want to talk about that at
Texas,
the
when
break.
you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband, or fiance, or boyfriend, was dating her. You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks.
Oh, she
It was
lived there.
around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month.
I mean, she stayed there. That's not living there.
And
That's
yes.
staying there. I mean,
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern
Huh.
Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
the jacket on, jacket off is hot.
To
It's weird.
assist Raquel and getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night.
But was he violent, you little shit? Come on, bitch. Was he violent?
His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup.
I mean,
Oh, the cut was
I
weird.
don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Amber?
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going
Interesting.
to something that she needs to make on for.
This is
But other than that, she's usually
This is weird.
fair-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
What about
It's your
Amica Green?
recollection, your best.
She liked
recollection
being
that
called
Miss
beautiful by
Pennington
Camille.
was
Look at
with you
that.
in Penthouse 5 and never
Huh.
left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of
No,
commotion.
IO called
You don't
911.
know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from.
CR, I know you have.
We hear
Thank
commotion and then
you.
it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like
She did love that.
voices or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly open.
Oh, if Camille called me beautiful, I would
Okay,
also
so you
enjoy
hear
it.
the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer.
That's
and
when the
closer.
depot was done.
What happened next?
Yeah,
Then,
baby,
you know,
we're bidding
soon
the
after the door
stream,
closed
baby.
open,
We're bidding our last stream of 3
Johnny
hours and
came
36 minutes,
and
baby.
the door.
We're bidding
Who opened the
Oscar Montiel, baby.
Johnny.
Was Johnny
Oscar
alone?
Montiel, you're
There's the two men
losing.
behind
Oh,
This is
So
45
Johnny
minutes.
opens the door.
baby.
He's got his
All right, let's get back
two,
to this.
what we'll assume are his bodyguards with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. He
I'll talk about this at the
basically,
break.
the door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, like, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I
Wasted
just
or naked
ran
wasted.
out past him.
For my Housewives
You
fans.
said Mr.
That's
Depp
all I thought of when she
appeared to
said
be
wasted. I thought
Either
naked
drunk
wasted.
or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
definitely
yeah.
seemed like he was under the influence of something.
You must be under the influence of something too, bitch, because.
How is Mr. Depp?
No, I mean, yeah. And if you were so afraid, why the fuck didn't you get the fuck out of here? Why didn't you
It
do
was
that, huh?
much
Why
more
don't you leave, bitch?
sloppy
No, this is
and all
Elizabeth
over the
Mars.
place and frightening and yeah, combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry, and yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't.
So why don't you leave the penthouse? It makes no fucking sense why you didn't
Yeah, it was
fucking leave the penthouse, you little bitch.
They
So Mr.
count
Depp
towards the side that's
comes through the
questioning
door,
when they're questioning.
Penthouse 5.
So this is
and
Depp's side.
You hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here." correct? And then you ran out immediately
I just
thereafter.
said too, and I didn't want to say
Did
anything,
you
but I'm
see Mr.
feeling
Depp spill any wine
style of speech.
in penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The whole entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing, and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your
Okay, at least she
testimony
had
that
some
Depp was on May
answer.
21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, that combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was
Interesting, because Josh Drew said he was charging towards him.
Yeah, that's I didn't catch that. So who was he charging towards? See where the witnesses,
What I felt, but
like, see where the testimonies aren't aligning here?
You know, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Miss Pennington, you came out of
Let me
your
take
hiding
this
spot.
off.
At least Camille's
and
doing the
then
questioning.
Went to Miss Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that
Can I
correct?
grab it? Yeah. There we go.
So who was in penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to penthouse 1?
I mean,
Yeah,
it
that's
was
Camille.
Josh,
You can
Raquel,
tell
Amber,
that's
and I
Camille.
were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In penthouse 1.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st,
She's stupid,
2016,
honestly.
was in penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Interesting after just hearing Whitney's testimony that she would just burst into tears.
What side of
The
her face
timing
was
is
swollen?
hard.
Yeah, I would be concerned
it was
if
her right
if
side.
she didn't see her, then Whitney saw her.
Do you have an independent recollection?
I don't
that it was
know.
the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay, so let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she
Crocodile
animated?
or fake? Which one?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
So visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion.
Pacing of this is
Felt
brutal.
like those were the main things.
Would you describe?
It's in
What
fact
did
brutal
Mr.
out here.
Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming. to
I
penthouse 1.
remember there was police officers in the hallway. Mm-hmm.
Was Miss Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
I think
They were
so.
the ice.
This pacing
I
is
don't remember.
brutal.
This is wow. So she doesn't know
So you were in penthouse
if
one
she was
when the
icing
police
her
came.
face. That would be
How do you
very.
know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I
Who
only,
said
I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember.
And I
I
think
just
that's
know,
fair.
knowing that police were there.
But wasn't it
Two of them.
dramatic?
And in February,
Like, aren't the
you
police
lived
being
in
called
penthouse for 2
dramatic?
weeks. You didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or
weren't you
if there was
there
glass on the
there?
floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you
Okay,
recall
yeah, I
seeing
gotta
wine
agree.
spilled in the
Like,
hallway?
if she was there, how is she? Oh, I'm just getting there, and I don't know if I saw it clean or messed up. I don't know.
I recall, I mean, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of whatever what happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in penthouse
The destruction.
1.
Correct.
Okay, it was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3.
Yo, I
correct, where Amber and
forgot to
Johnny lived?
grab jelly
Correct.
beans,
Call seeing
and I'm
wine spilled in
regretting
the
that
hallway?
deeply.
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay, and you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face.
Actually, Io called the police in
You
New
said
York and
it
was on the
was
phone
what,
with Amber
swollen?
and heard
Mhm,
Amber and
red.
Johnny fighting is Io's
What else?
testimony and Amber's testimony.
Yeah, it was
And
swollen.
partly
and
Depp's
red.
testimony because Depp said Io was on the phone.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red. And
Nick,
swollen.
yes, if you don't know 100%, I
So
don't
you did
know
not
is the
see
only
any
correct
bruising
answer.
On Miss Heard's
That's
face
right.
The evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy.
Yep, that was important testimony.
And
Oh,
just
yeah.
On the
Pictures.
right
Red,
side, correct?
swollen,
After.
puffy.
Police left.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct. Correct.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms.
I might have
Pennington
candy in
cleaning
the kitchen.
anything
No worries.
that Mr. Depp
We'll grab
allegedly
some in a minute.
destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was
He's picking up kids.
helping to clean up
Soon.
before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
I just need to get to my
Into the
kitchen.
main
It's fine.
apartment.
Okay, but you just said you don't know if it was
Josh
cleaned up or
Drew
not.
Cleaning up
Inconsistent
before
bitch.
you
But the
entered
jury doesn't have it yet. The
penthouse
jury needs that
3.
declaration.
What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just
cleaning up.
remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up.
So then how do you know it was Josh?
that had been
If you're saying
set on the
someone
floor.
and that you don't know who it
Also
is,
told
why are you saying
that
Josh?
Penthouse 3 had been cleaned up.
no one specifically told me it was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came
From
into
what I was
Penthouse
told?
3,
Yes, I was
after the police
told that it
officers,
was
the
cleaned
first
up.
set of police
I was
officers
told there
came
was
and
glass. Yeah, bitch. Pinche
you
puta.
did not see
Cabrona.
silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island,
She
fruit
didn't
everywhere,
see it.
baskets on the ground,
She didn't see
containers
it,
holding the
Bessie.
spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp,
She's trying to
a little
explain why
statue
she
thing
might not have seen it messy.
broken in Penthouse 5. I'm sorry, Penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
And
Yeah,
that's
I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this
part of the
statue,
point.
when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some
like I've seen it before. Okay.
some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness
I didn't
firsthand what?
firsthand anything. I didn't witness
see anything.
firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
Ah!
Do you recall testifying to that effect? That Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
But you didn't see
You
it.
ran past him because he told
Camille.
everyone in that penthouse to
You
get
didn't see
out
nothing.
of his penthouse.
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out.
She was scared
If there's
because he
a
was
grown-ass
wasted
man
and
coming
screaming.
at you
Grown-ass
and
man.
saying, "Get your bitch out of here," and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine. I'm sure. I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Hurt's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
He was
The right side of her face.
wasted
You
and
feel indebted to Miss
screaming,
Hurt in any
swinging
way?
a magnum bottle of
Have
wine.
you ever done Miss Hurt's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Miss Hurt often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was
Oh,
wearing
trying to
the
walk it
type of
back.
makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
There's a difference.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation.
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
I think that's what
From
the
what I
large
can
bottles of
remember,
wine are
male.
called. Magnum bottles of wine, the big ones.
And could you tell where
I'm trying
the
to be serious.
screaming and the yelling was coming
I
from?
feel like we're sitting in the back of the
It
class
felt
when
like it
the
was
teacher has put on a movie
started
and we're all just
farther down
making
the hallway,
jokes
and then
now
it was
because we're
coming,
bored. That's what's
like,
happened
closer.
here.
So essentially,
All of us are just
I
like,
mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
I mean, apparently Amber Heard's a level 2
And
sommelier, so maybe they
after
all
you start
know.
hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testified that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
We are
What-
now
what
all the
did
kids
Mr.
in the
Drew
back
do?
of the class getting in trouble for
He
talking
was
while the
kind
movie's
of
on.
pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in and screamed again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine.
Might have been that
flailing it
I
around.
don't think he
looked
knew she had moved
intoxicated,
in. They talked about that in earlier
stumbling,
testimony.
and
I don't
screamed,
think
"Get
they
your
knew
bitch
she
out of
was
here," as
there.
he
Yeah,
ran
exactly.
in my direction, and I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just
I don't always like
darted
being
out
yelled at
past
either.
him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Chat. You guys are my favorite.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016,
Had
Abandoned
a
spaces.
man ever charged
I always
at
got in
you
trouble for
holding
talking.
a Magnum bottle of wine?
My teachers moved
screaming
me. It
profanities?
didn't help. It's not going to help. You
Okay.
can't
And
move.
what was your reaction
You can't move
to
me.
this event when it happened on May 21, 2016? Fear.
Fear. You know.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening?
What?
During that moment, I guess I should say.
Jerry, I have questions.
Mm.
We're learning something, y'all. We're learning. We're learning.
It's erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Not abusive though.
Erratic, like angry?
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Exactly.
Behind him were two men. What about Ms. Heard? No. What about Ms. Pennington? No.
I saw the note
So
that
you
said pass my note
testified
around. I'm
that-
trying to pull it up and it jumped.
After Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct? Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there. Why did you hide? I was scared. Sorry, say again. Why did you hide? Because I was scared. What were you scared of?
Where were you
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't.
You're so scared that you stayed for 2 weeks.
Yes, there was security video
And
of the
he there
hallway.
is who? Johnny.
Oh no, this is a
What were you
45-minute
thinking
depo.
when you were hiding in the communal exercise area? I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that there was.
What is on the screen in front of Camille and Johnny? This.
And at some
This.
point, did you leave the area? Yes.
This.
And what prompted you to leave the area? A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment. And did you do as Miss Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment? Yes. Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and
It's a
walking
long
towards
ass stream.
the penthouses again?
That
I think the whole
characterization is
thing was
sending me.
just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened?
That's WTF is
Um,
fair.
And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically. And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there? Johnny.
Thank you, Carla. Pass it on in the chat.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there? I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway,
Vocal
one of
fry
the
kind of
police
kills me.
officers.
I gotta be honest.
When you saw Miss Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look? She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled.
Right.
Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying. And yeah. Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
Law nerds, you also
No.
smart.
What do you think it was a result of?
Calls for
Looked like she'd
speculation.
been, like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face. Were the marks that you saw in Miss Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
It's good questioning, though.
No.
It
You
reiterates the
testified
hiding
earlier
spot and the
today
fear.
that
It's good
you
questioning.
witnessed I believe it was Miss Pennington. or
Who's this
Mr. Drew
attorney?
take
Why
some
aren't they in
photos of
court?
Miss Heard's face. Do you remember that? Yes.
This is an attorney for Heard.
I'd like to mark what will
Who's
be
infinitely
Mars
more
Exhibit
listenable.
13.
Who is this? I need to know.
Ms.
I
Mars
want.
is the court
Why
reporter
aren't they in
hands you
court?
Exhibit 13.
This questioning
I'll
is much
represent
better.
to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
I think.
Amber.
Well, she said she was hiding.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And
I
do
don't
these
know.
marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face?
This
on the
lawyer is way
evening of
better
March
than
21,
this lawyer
2016?
from 2019 is
Yeah.
way better than what we've been seeing.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Ms. Hurd earlier that same afternoon, and we're helping Ms. Pennington make beads. There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
No, I don't think it's
Yeah,
coincidence
this
at
is
all.
Amber and
Brilliant
Johnny's
marketing.
bed, and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yeah.
Nobody asked
Do you
that, but
recall
yes.
whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Ms. Hurd's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
This attorney's great.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Ms. Hurd. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the
Welcome.
hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
This is insufferable. Do what you need to
see
do.
the sort of red
We'll be
staining
here.
on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Time when
Do you
mobile
recall
gaming
seeing
helps.
that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016.
Again,
Yes.
Do
wouldn't
you
the
recall
cops have
whether it was
smelled the
there when
wine?
you arrived in the afternoon?
Exactly.
I don't remember seeing it now.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs.
Yes, Kate O'Kalin lived
back
in
into
penthouse 3,
Raquel and
I think.
Josh's apartment.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled.
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when
This
he
is
was
accurate.
flailing the wine.
And the he there is
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on the wall. Do you see that?
This attorney's
Yes,
great.
it's
The
in
questioning
Amber
is
and
so
Johnny's
good.
apartment, I think, but again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
We're learning
And
so
when you
much
saw
today.
it, was it
Chad.
broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Ms. Pennington's state?
Also,
She's going to stand in for one of them when Courtney
Distraught.
stops filming again now that she's married to
Upset.
Travis
You've
Barker.
been friends with Ms. Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but I've seen her sad.
Well, your cousin just informed me they
But
now
have you
refer
ever
to a
seen
witness
her have the
getting
same
destroyed on
reactions
cross
that
as
she
the
had
full
that day?
Vasquez. That's
No.
fucking amazing.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Ms. Pennington's penthouse?
I called Camille Crossboss
What, if
yesterday on
anything, do you
social
remember
media.
about Mr.
My new
Drew's
nickname for
state?
her.
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really
This lawyer's questioning is
trying
quite
to be
good.
like
It's
the man
much,
in the situation
much
that was going
easier to
like
listen
really
to.
be grounded amongst like women that were
This
sort of,
lawyer,
like,
although
fight
she's a piece of shit, she's
Yes,
smarter and she
more
actually sounds more
very
eloquent
grounded,
than
very, like, clear.
Elaine Bredehoft.
I remember like feeling safe. With him.
Oh my god,
like,
the
he was
fucking
it
car
was, like,
horns.
protection.
Is it Bredehoft or
You
Bredehoft?
testified earlier
think it's
today
Bredehoft.
that, quote, there's
But
some
this
things
lawyer
that
is
I
a lot
really
better at
remember,
questioning
and
for
some things
sure.
that are a little
Emily's
shady,
right here.
end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw in Ms. Hurd's face on the evening of May 21, 2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
Are we done?
All right.
Are we done?
Your next witness?
Okay.
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video. And I will say that that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then,
Okay.
then I come back.
Vasquez.
All right. And can you spell it last name just for the court
It's
order?
Inglessis.
Thank you.
Oh, good. More
Iglesias?
questioning from Elaine.
Fuck.
It's going to be such a stark
Please
contrast
state your name and address for the record.
to what we
I
just
thought Ms.
witnessed.
Vasquez was first.
And Ms. Iglesias, what
Whoops,
is your
it's me
occupation?
first.
I'm a makeup artist.
Makeup artist.
And you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct?
Good.
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Well, the pacing of this is better.
April 2015.
We love
And
this
what was the
pacing.
occasion?
I wish the audio was better.
Her glasses are
And
adorable.
were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Right, new
exhibit
witness.
number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Was she there?
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter,
We've
that's
jumped
the
in
other
time.
bar, kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber
We've
had
jumped so
texted
far in
you,
time.
whether it was
That's what I
that
hate
night
about
or the
video
next
depots.
day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct, painted?
Lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident? But it says if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9.
Getting sleepy.
Do you
This is how you know it's
recognize
bad.
what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but
Yep.
the bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
What property was damaged?
And just so I'm clear,
jumping
you
is
recall
killing me.
damage to the bed? Is that
I
correct?
just don't know where she's going.
answer.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's
James
penthouse
Corden
on
show, yeah?
December 16?
It
Yes.
was the James Corden show. She had an appearance. So I came back to.
I'm actually really interested in this
And
testimony.
when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16,
Can we take the bed down?
please
We're talking about the
describe
James
for
Corden
me
show.
what you observed about Amber Heard's face
Yeah, not at all.
and
She can't pronounce
any
it at all.
injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had too light, like I don't know how. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a medical expert. I don't know how I would describe
Fair.
them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly. So she had a discoloration here under both eyes and on the bridge of the nose, and she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
No
Ms.
evidence of
Iglesias,
that,
I'm
by
going
the
to ask
way.
you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay.
How?
And could you please describe for me what this photo is?
How do you know that's Amber Heard's head?
showing?
Establish some foundation. How do you know?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December
What if any?
16
Oh boy.
about Amber Heard?
Here we
missing a chunk of
go.
hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us and I looked at it.
Okay. And can
That's
you
consistent with Rocky's
describe,
testimony
what is depicted right along
of
her
them getting ready
scalp
for the
there?
James Corden show.
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Bruising and pus is pretty
Ms.
specific,
Iglesias, I'm going to
Elaine.
ask you to take a look at
Pus, for
what
lack
has
of a
been
better
marked as
word. It's
exhibit
either
number
pus.
14. Do you recognize the
not.
person in this photo?
Yes,
And who is that?
this is Amber Heard.
Okay. And you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict
I think
what
she
you
was
saw
told
on
about the
Amber Heard
headbutt.
on December
Yeah.
16, 2015?
Yes,
I hope they
Ms.
asked.
Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
I hope they talk about
Yes.
color correcting.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay.
I just want to be
It's fair.
educated on
Does
makeup.
this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
I don't
Yes.
remember I don't. I
And then I'm
think it
going to
was
ask
this
you to take a
incident.
look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture? And maybe to try to move it along,
I will.
is it Amber Heard?
Yes,
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16,
totally fair to blame Elaine.
2015?
Elaine.
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms.
Sure you said
Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes,
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Yes, we covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered
A little heavier.
The discoloration,
She didn't say-
the bruises.
Oh, there's the discoloration.
Slightly heavier concealer.
Slightly heavier.
One that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I
there's the
would
color
normally
correcting.
don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes, and although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look. I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night, but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
She said slightly heavier. She didn't talk about color correcting.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as
She talked about using a
exhibit
different
number
foundation, but
22.
no
Do you
color correcting,
recognize,
like
Amber Heard in
no
that
special color correcting products.
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
I don't think anyone takes issue with how she talked on the show.
Amber
They take issue with the
going on
lip
the show,
movement
and
when
while
it's
you
split
were
on the
working
show.
with her on her makeup,
That's the issue.
how would you describe
Not the behavior.
Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic. I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16th?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after?
That's why they're asking
you
about the
were
stylist
applying the makeup?
before or after.
Fell asleep.
I don't know if she worked
Sorry about that.
on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with
Okay.
Amber.
I
So
fall asleep
Samantha
during
was there
depositions.
before I
I'm
entered
sorry.
the house.
That's because Samantha says she didn't
And
see any
do
injuries.
you
That's
recall
right.
We don't
whether,
have that in the record yet.
Samantha was hugging Amber
But they're
when you
trying
came
to
in?
get away
I
from that testimony.
recall
I'm gonna go grab a drink.
opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's a penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber had a penthouse where
The
Samantha
closet.
gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is to when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together, and Amber looked really upset.
She did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some.
Our microphone fell.
She said peach undertone
Is
foundation.
it still working? Let me check.
Did I hear that correctly?
Let's see.
I was
Did she mean
asking
peach
about
undertone
I
concealer?
wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer. You had some peach undertones to cancel.
All right, it's still working. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I was coming back, and I guess I tripped on the freaking thing.
That's what I wanted her to ask.
Apply to Amber, and if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer.
A different
that I would
concealer.
normally
That's
use on
fair.
Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone.
I do
Peach
not know how to
undertone
comment on
concealer,
this testimony.
are more effective to
I'm
cover
not a
any
makeup person,
darkness
so
of blue undertone.
if I'm boring
That's a
you,
normal concealer.
and because you saw me fall asleep, I'm sorry.
Do you
but I
know
don't
what
do
type of makeup
so
Amber Heard
So concealer.
typically wore?
Objection,
Can you please describe?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer.
She's pretty natural.
From a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clear de Peau.
Of course, it was Claire de
Her
Pure.
makeup would be
Used
pretty simple
to, by the way,
concealer
used to,
and a
ladies and
little,
gentlemen.
Benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks.
Opening the soda.
Very natural.
It
Very
had
light.
a natural look to it, correct?
Light natural makeup.
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily. Yes, well, I mean daily. Yes.
I also love Benetton. I see you guys
Do you feel
saying you love Benetton.
confident in
Benetton,
what
I love it
you
too.
described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16.
Yeah, no talk of swelling
2015.
is very notable, that there's no talk of swelling.
Without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, it's 5 years ago, I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce to anger to being really upset to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I'm going to mute myself and turn off my camera and let you listen to this because I don't know how to comment on this. So I'm just going to let this lawyer handle it. She's a woman,
It's
she
not
knows.
difficult for me
I
now,
don't.
no,
And
but it just
I
reminded
will
me at the time how
come
I
back,
felt.
I think, as soon as I'm
Why
ready.
don't you first
Maybe
tell
even
Ms. Heard that you
Depp. Oh,
were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call about a month ago.
about a month ago. Okay, so I wonder when this was taken.
Remember that I wish her well, and
I guess I'll stay here.
Interest in continuing a relationship.
Why?
Whether it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described?
There you
in your
go.
mind? And
Get it.
Ms. Iglesias, what was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes. The entirety of your interactions. How many were there?
You know, she might not be changing emotions quickly. These are cut together. So there's
Yeah.
edits here, and they are very
And
cut
would you
together.
describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you
Oh.
ever see him kick Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Miss Heard?
No.
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 Wow, this is getting good.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Miss Heard?
You just ask that. Asked and answered.
Yes,
Is it fair
we
to
switched.
say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Miss Heard?
Correct.
So then where'd those injuries come from that you were describing?
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Miss Heard?
They might not have
correct?
agreed to.
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Miss Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The only source of information that you have is Miss Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Miss Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Miss Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, or heard about an incident or
We
a
always
fight
pin.
between Mr. Depp
We
and
always
Ms.
pin
Heard,
to the top of the
other
chat
than the
who the
three
witness
that we've
is,
now
and the
discussed?
mods will be reminding.
I
So
would
it's pinned
say
at the top of the chat. This is
every-
the makeup artist that worked on her
I
for the
would
James
say
Corden
that
show,
every-
Samantha.
My friendship
Not
with
Samantha.
Edgar before she filed for divorce, which I mean
Melanie.
timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half. It was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, some kind of, there's always
some conflict.
a problematic. It was a very consuming.
But no injury. But no, she didn't see him slap her, kick her, hit her, punch her, throw something at her.
It was a very consuming friendship.
So there you go. No
But
abuse.
you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr. Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of I guess the
Of what?
the seriousness of the fight, if I can say so. I think most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of December, towards before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday. I'm getting it to the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding again came from Miss Heard only, correct?
Well, Miss Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Rachel Pennington, Ayo, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent
Core group.
Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there.
Did you know Marilyn
Bingo.
Manson?
No, but this was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So sitting, yeah, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around.
Interesting.
It was an
Huh.
awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr.
I would have
Depp
thought it
and
was
Miss
awkward
Heard
just because, like,
having
hey, I
any
didn't
type
really
of
know anybody or whatever. No, it's just he was awkward. So that's very
disagreement or
interesting to say.
that evening?
That is very interesting, actually.
Disagreement,
this mic
maybe, like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was,
Tammers,
it was
thank
such
you.
a small, intimate surrounding.
This
that
is
you pick up on
a
things.
tremendously generous super chat.
And
Thank
so
you.
I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while, and everybody was at the table, so they weren't knowing what they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Miss Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or
I agree
Miss
with you.
Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going
I agree,
to
Holly.
the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent. I have.
That's
an
fair, Christina.
Independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incidents, and at the time I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the phone incident. So.
There was no fucking phone incident.
And that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights.
One of the two biggest fights.
I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day. But it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that day.
Christina, it's a lot.
Do you recall
of
Miss
questions.
Pennington was
Okay.
at the penthouse?
No injuries that evening, ladies and gentlemen. Every other witness says they saw injury.
Else was
They
at the
saw
penthouse
injuries,
that
but
evening?
this person say no.
I don't recall.
But you do
Somewhat.
remember Miss Heard being there and Miss Pennington, correct?
Correct.
I will go look at Ant's video. It's choppy because these depots
Did you
are
take any
edited,
photographs of
and that
Miss
makes
Heard
it very
the
hard.
evening
They're
of
not
December
fluid
15,
at
2016?
all. But I really like this witness a lot.
Do you recall being
Yeah.
present when any photographs of Miss Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her
Probably because the
injuries
lawyers
on
had said
December
IO
16th,
till it.
2015?
No.
That's probably why.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Heard, or excuse me, Ms. Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone.
But did you take them
I
at
do not
all?
recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica. No need to be offended.
Would it be
Get put off by
normal
the
for
hair.
Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always likes to wash her face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, you know, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face. And
That makes sense.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Ms. Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on before when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I do not. I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean, in front of me, in her bathroom, you know, we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And
Cicely, you can just watch. It's okay.
you know, I don't think
No
specifically in front of me or
expectations.
not in front of me, but yeah, I mean, she would.
Emily is just talking to her members. They're chatting. So,
And I want to be really specific. So, based on your
that
best
this is not me,
recollection,
ladies and gentlemen.
what
Okay, this is the
injuries
break.
did you see on Ms. Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose, and hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong. It wasn't that swollen.
It wasn't
But it was
that-
definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you have you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
Wait a second. Is this
How about
one of the
before you were
bracelets
applying the
from
makeup? Do
the
you
other
recall
case
it
that we
bleeding?
covered? Hold on, I got questions.
And I think you described it as either a gash or a split lip.
From the Kristen Cavallari case?
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
have to
what
look.
would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but
That's fair.
it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it
What
was
video?
slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab. No, not a
That's
scab.
what I thought. Blue and
It was
yellow, like
swollen with some kind
healing.
of cut.
Do you recall Ms. Heard ever having
don't have
a
to
cold
donate,
sore
but
on her
thank you.
lips?
No need. You can just like the video and subscribe. Thank you.
You said there was slight
I forgot to do that. Make sure you guys like, comment, share, and subscribe to
under
this
both
channel.
eyes.
Yep.
Was
Blue
there
and yellow
swelling
the day
under
after.
both eyes as
Share
well?
it far and
Which is
wide.
interesting. Blue and yellow the day
I
after.
forgot to do that in the beginning between breaks and all that. So
Maybe
please do so.
very little, but it was mainly discoloration at two. I
Possible.
recall mainly discoloration, like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more
She's being generous, I think.
A little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling now.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
That's what your testimony was.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how
you said
that she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McMillan was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready. No.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, JB.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries.
Okay, so she don't know how they were caused.
From December 16th.
Princess Leia, I wanted to hear way more about
Well,
that.
any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard and causing any injuries.
Oh, I'll ask that at the break.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th.
Yes, let's talk more about that.
I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
She did say that. She
Do you
didn't say
have
color
training
corrector.
and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or
Or like
education?
a 5 o'clock shadow.
Experience. I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effects. I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, with models or real life, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
Okay.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th. Do you recall what foundation
There's a
you
whole
used?
freaking bowl of jelly beans.
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always
I'll
has
tell you why,
in
good.
her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Glitter Proof, and it has a specific shade. It's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey, from the same family, and I use that instead.
From the same family.
I think I also use,
Huh.
I have a wheel that is a bruise
Okay.
I want a bruise
that
wheel.
has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, as I know you read it before, we had a red lip. It was not uncommon for her. She has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lip was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's That doesn't mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of.
I'm gonna
I remember talking
for
about
sure mute myself right now because I do not know how to comment on this.
Forgive my ignorance.
If any girls want to comment
But
in the
what
chat
did you do
or
to cover
join
up
me
the cut
on this
on the
live
lip other
stream,
than
I can
apply
send you
a
a
I
link
wanted to
where you
know.
can join me. I
That's
would
it.
appreciate it. Any men as well, men or women, if you want to
It
join,
is swollen.
I'd be happy to
I
have
did
you
it in a
on.
video on the James Corden
For now, I'm
show.
gonna mute
So,
myself real
lips
quick, turn
was
off the
swollen, it
camera,
was big on
and
that
just
side,
let
you
these
can see it.
people
There's
help
nothing I
you
can do
because
about
I have no
that,
idea
but
what's
I
comment here.
did a really dark red lip to match that red gash or cut, whatever that was there.
But how did you fill it in if it was a
Do you
gash?
recall Miss Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't really.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Miss Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Miss Heard was describing for you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. We talked a bit about it. Yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
They are sheer products.
I mean, you know, I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adele was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adele showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing.
Saint, I'm
correct?
sold. I'm buying
I don't
things.
know it, correct.
You don't have any personal
I need a
knowledge,
better
I
under
should
eye
say, as to
concealer.
how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it. Correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Depp 9?
I feel like for this
I
trial,
think, Glaciers, you've testified previously.
I'm not appropriately accessorized,
that
and I
you
needed clear
see
glasses because
watching
every
the
single
video
person.
clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's,
I moved out of LA and went to the dark
you see
side.
the swollen lip, and
Dark
you
frame.
see bruising.
Yeah. I see. I've known that face. I
I'll
know
talk
that
about this
face
at the
so
break.
well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are, and I can tell where the swollen lip is. Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much,
So,
Linda.
Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, is this, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Oh, we're going to get the clip.
But can you
Darn
describe
it, they
for
already
me
watched
where
it.
you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, no, I didn't say I saw
This feels
bruise,
like
but I
adult mock
saw
trial.
discoloration. I can see my makeup, so I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there.
I don't know how they would ever prove
this
that.
is a picture that is, you know, taking. This is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way.
That's fair.
But yeah, there's better pictures
Not an accurate picture.
that you can see. But you give me the mouth, I will show you. But there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing,
It's so
just
hard when they're
for the
pointing and we
record,
can't
you're
see
pointing
them.
to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct.
I hate when we can't see it.
It's here. Nothing. But as I said, there's better pictures. She's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
It might be the same photograph.
yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
Well, if I get copy struck for the music in the background, I'll tell you what.
Because I know I did it, but so that's.
I can hear it. Can you guys hear the music in the
but
background?
Yeah, I mean, I can see them just.
Tell me what you think it is.
On the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there.
I feel like her neighbor is watching
darkness,
something.
right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not. No, I must have done it.
Oh, $75 concealer.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
Those lights do show everything.
No, I don't recall.
Wait, what? Where
Did you
are
notice
we?
Any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was a
It is
fight.
interesting.
There was
I'm not going to change them. Penthouse 5.
I
love your
I don't exactly
handle.
recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's.
Okay, good.
I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
All of them say they're no longer
But you
friends.
don't remember seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
The
Do you
jump
recall
cuts-
Ms.
the
Heard's
jump
general
cuts.
demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was and I tell you why I remember.
You're welcome,
this, Kelly,
Vancouver
because she was
Vixen.
very distraught.
And thank you for your super chat
she
before
was
lunch. I think I pulled it up,
very,
but if I didn't, I saw it.
Confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she
Not yet.
was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again,
And that's
she
fair.
wouldn't have a phone that night and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone. And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone. So if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone. And that's why I remember, that's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, I need my phone. And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day the whole circus started.
And you believe that
circus
Ms. Heard
started.
should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
Oh. Is that our feed? Is that the court feed? Let's see if we can find another feed. That's odd. I wonder if that happened in the courtroom too. All right, let's see what we've got from.
Have any
There we
recollection
go.
that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
Odd. That feed went
No.
down. Like
Do you
Fallout
have
Boy.
any recollection that week of thinking,
Oh, we're
my
back to-
goodness, Amber Heard
we're back to Amica.
isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce
bites her lip a lot.
swelling?
She does. We've seen
during
it.
This, in preparation for the James Corden show.
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel.
Not Amica
and some
cream.
ice.
Elaine.
And what does arnica gel do?
Arnica
with respect to
gel,
swelling?
Elaine.
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down. And how does that typically
Can I use it
work?
under my
What's your
eyes?
experience? It just brings us, the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with
But
the
wait.
swelling a little bit.
Can I use it under my eyes? Wait, no, questions.
All right. Yes,
I'm in
Your
my
Honor, we have
40s.
Another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment, let me just.
Certainly.
Certainly. They're approaching because they want to see how much time is left on the next witness and determine how much left is going on, I imagine, or to give them an idea of how much time is left. I like that Camille didn't go up to the stand, but she is sitting here. This is where the live court feed is. So arnica doesn't bring swelling down. It takes days. I thought arnica was for generally bruising and not swelling. That's what I thought. So I'm going to get to a few questions. Oh, everybody's very jovial up at the bench. Look at everybody. Everybody seems to be in a good mood. They're like, we get to just sit here and listen to depos. The hard work for the depositions is done in advance of this moment. They spent, and the judge said one day they were there till after 9:30 p.m. with all of the attorneys in the room going through the depositions, and they have to go objection by objection on the depos, have the court rule on them, and then make the marks of where they're editing. And that takes quite a lot of work. So that's what they had done in previous weeks, and then they were finished with them. So they agree, and they did it during trial. They agree during trial on what edits, what objections, and the court rules on the objections, but they're all agreeing about something. And again, these attorneys, though there have been moments, they have seemed to work well together. The court has reminded them, I'm not here for your finger pointing and whatever else. So that's where we're at. I'm going to get to a few questions. Didn't she just say, I didn't see bruising, just discoloration? She did, but I think that was to a different day. And it's hard with the jump cuts to know what line of questioning we're in. Wouldn't Amber Heard show pain when the makeup was applied or when she was talking on the James Corden show? I don't know. Michelle said, I need to send you some UK sweeties. I have lots of UK sweets right now. I've been sent them, but thank you. We're always open to the international candies. They're great, especially the Canadian all dressed chips. Damn, those are good. Does the jury room have a neutral party there that is there to keep the jury on topic and civil? No. You may have answered this yesterday. I don't know if I did answer it yesterday, but no, they don't. They elect a 4-person, and the 4-person does that.
Your Honor, we're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
Goody.
All right, that'll be the last one for the day.
Okay, thank you.
And is that the stylist? Oh my, Josh said our daughter is in the NICU and we spend our entire day there watching you. 2 of the nurses are subscribing to your page tonight. We love you. Oh my, Josh, I'm also a NICU mom. So
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
my heart goes out to you.
How long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived
We were a NICU family, so I feel you. So best of luck.
2017.
NICU nurses are the greatest.
There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015.
So Australia.
So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October.
Oh, no doubt. UK chocolate is far superior.
So
I take it from your last
Far
answer,
superior.
Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, indeed.
And do you currently have a job? You currently work right now in Australia.
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it?
Did you work with Amber Heard?
That she took a class
Sorry.
that you were a TA.
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches.
Bad edit.
The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
This audio is horrible.
Yeah, listed there 2011.
Yes.
So I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard
I
during
don't
this
know
7-year
yet.
period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
We'll see.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's a lot.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah.
Can I get 5? Can I get 5?
As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When's the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she was on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at Section 1, refresh your recollection of when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was
My
the next
oldest
time
says
you
hello.
recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
Whoever asked if this was
At her
recorded on a
house
potato,
on
yes.
Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
The coughing's a mess.
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as
I
time
can't
went
tell
on.
who's watching the question, who's asking questions right now. It's so
He
bad.
was, like,
The audio is so bad.
figuratively and literally,
And they
he
didn't
would sit
say.
in dark rooms. The art overall changed. Like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy. It was always a little. I don't know what the art form would be. Dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise.
Like he was withdrawn?
And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team,
that's totally what
bodyguards and
happened.
stuff. Or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp
Oh
and
no,
Ms.
I don't know
Heard
why it's
fighting.
buffering. Hold on.
Can you,
There we go.
again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house.
Sorry, this feed needed to be
I remember
refreshed.
one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's
In LA, it is.
struggles with
LA
drugs and alcohol?
internet's horrible. I don't know what's
in
going
the
on
early
with
parts
this.
of their relationship,
This is unbearable.
she had said that he was sober, and she was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Heard's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Heard should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that. I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, excuse me, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Heard was being offered?
I think this is Heard's good attorney from the other 2019 depo.
Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when
The questioning
Amber and
style is
Johnny
not
were together
aligned.
in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you would call hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, initially when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house. And he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing.
Disparaging.
But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned for change?
The audio is unfortunate because this is a good witness for Amber Heard. And the audio
Yes, it
being
did.
awful.
It was
sucks.
Decreasing as it went.
Sorry, I forgot to move these.
And there would be stretches
No.
of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that
This is a
Mr.
good witness
Depp and
that's
Ms.
getting
Heard were
lost in the
together,
bad
did you
audio.
observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on there were incredibly lovey-dovey and
May 27th.
passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension-filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Was there what's wrong?
The audio is what's wrong.
The number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time.
I'm now mourning the loss of
And
this attorney
as I said
in this
earlier,
case.
Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would
David,
have to
I'll
build
talk
in
about these
time
at the
because
break.
She'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions, and we couldn't work until we got her.
It's not a
together.
yes or no.
yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion?
So wait, this person was there in the house and had to build in a buffer of an hour for her to come downstairs.
When you had coaching sessions with her during the time that you was together.
Oh, a lot of
with
facts.
your dad?
Everyone
I would
was
say
living
the
through
last
hell in this
year
relationship.
They were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting wise.
This testimony is getting very interesting.
Damn.
Just saying.
Wow.
Yeah, we would have to work when we were.
That's
doing it
powerful.
acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end there. A lot of crying sessions.
We're going on to 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen.
Ms. Sexton, is the acting, is the crying?
Hey, we're at 6 hours, baby.
Oh my God.
I mean, I know we've officially beat Oscar Montiel, but we've really beat Oscar Montiel. He ain't never gonna catch up.
Inherently, acting crying is very different.
Yeah.
Unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an
They couldn't
entirely
have
different thing where
known.
They focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
They couldn't have known.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react?
The voices from the
when you
past
saw,
ring true.
Amber at these sessions times the way you described?
They didn't know in
I have a
2019.
caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with.
Did you teach her how to act? Because apparently your coaching sucks ass. Because man, was she horrible. Man, was she that bad. Just saying.
Crying so often. What was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling.
And I think this is good testimony
so
for her.
That would
It is.
actually occur
It helps her out a lot.
This is a much better lawyer.
Upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing
Better
the state
questioning.
tell you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team.
Okay, so he wanted her safe.
Going and doing things
Wow.
just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us. And Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and
I don't believe any of. I just don't believe any of the shit. I don't believe it at all. I'm even surprised I'm playing it for you guys, but considering, I guess I gotta be
then he just
fair.
started screaming and getting really angry. So
This is all bad for Johnny right now. This is very good testimony for her just because of how the
I like
lawyers
this witness
are
a lot
asking
too,
questions
Amanda.
are being asked
I like
by
this
the lawyer
witness a
here.
lot.
And she's very good at answering her questions. Also,
So,
very much lying.
Amber
This
is
all
one
lies.
of those people that loses weight.
I don't
when
believe
she's
that Johnny
stressed
was so
out.
insecure that
So
Amber Heard couldn't do
she,
shit.
would
I just
drop
don't
weight
buy
and
it
look
at all.
skeletal.
Skeletal?
So you know how women? I said how women stick together.
I remember right before their
Well,
wedding, she had lost.
I'm deadly serious about that. They all stick together.
To the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly.
That's how it works. They
so
all stick
she's
together
always been
because
fit,
it's
but
what you
she would
do.
drop
You
down and
don't.
get
You
a little
don't.
gaunt
You don't
if she
stray
was
from the
super
pack.
stressed
You
out.
don't.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, you know, changes in her weight.
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December. I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight. She was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents. But for now, in fact, I want to speak generally about being you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is,
This fucking sound.
during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you
Yeah, the ECB is not in a good area.
observe injuries?
They've already established that. I don't know if they'll bring it up again, but they've established that in testimony.
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, sorry, on her arms that I saw.
And that's consistent
and then
with everything
subsequently
else.
I would see like bruises that
It
looked
is.
like arms that
It
were
is,
stabbed.
but it's also because she probably cut herself. I wonder if she could have done more. Maybe she would have been here today, and that would have been better for Johnny. Just saying.
When you accompanied
I'm not inciting anything, but
Amber Heard and
I
Johnny
mean,
Depp
Johnny's life would be
to
better, and
Hicksville,
he'd probably be just a
Wait, she was
Yes,
in
working
I
Hicksville?
guy,
went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday
just being a regular actor.
with them.
Where'd our closed captioning go?
And
There we go.
in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks.
I want a
as,
barbecue and drinks.
We were
Tacos.
having a lovely time.
Hell yeah.
Johnny was playing
But remember,
guitar and
Elaine made a big
singing.
deal about that. Dinner and
and then
drinks,
as the
huh?
night
Dr.
went on,
Curry, you had dinner and drinks.
It was
Oh
like
my
around
God, we need
sundown,
another
they started
trial.
passing
We need to
around
prosecute
a
Dr.
bag
Curry
of
because she had
mushrooms
dinner
and
and
a bag of white
drinks.
powder.
You can't have dinner and drinks. Remember,
I
that's what
didn't
Elaine said. You
even
can't have dinner
partake
and
in the
drinks.
alcohol because
And
I had surgery a few months before.
and be
so
an acting
I
coach or
the only one
a
stone cold
psychologist or
sober.
anything. You can't have muffins. You can't have
That must
dinner.
have
You
been
can't have
interesting.
drinks. So
Then
that barbecue and drinks,
I went
you
to
need to be
bed
prosecuted.
early.
Well, where the fuck is Elaine?
While
Come
my
on,
friend and I
Elaine. You
were
better
in
be
our
calling an
trailer
objection.
and
Oh, you got her.
we heard
We should be calling
the
a
fighting
trial for her
happening,
having dinner and drinks, barbecue and drinks. Come
screaming
on.
and
Oh no, but
commotion.
she's a hypocrite
We
because
didn't come out of our trailer.
this time it was
and then
Elaine.
the fighting
This time it was
down,
Amber
everyone
doing
being like, "Oh, it's okay,
giving the
the
barbecue and
Christopher
drinks.
also
Okay,
is on
yeah. If it was
social
Johnny Depp,
Twitter today, literally tomorrow. I will.
And then
Dinner
the next
and
morning
drink.
when we got up, the group
Ah!
talked about
This is
what had
struggling.
happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber. And I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done. And he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And
Well, I mean,
stayed
isn't that
with
what you do when
Amber.
there's damage?
She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The
that's from
inside
earlier.
was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere.
I love how there's no
issues that look
photographs
like
of this. There's no photographs of the broken light hanging off
wood
the
was
wall,
broken,
broken
things were hanging off
chandelier,
the
just everything
wall.
in shambles.
It
There's just no
was
photograph.
in
This lying
shambles on
piece
the
of
inside.
shit bitch is fucking lying on behalf of Amber.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
he looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was like, don't worry about it, babe. We're going to get this taken care of. And Amber was.
I would divorce
really,
this woman,
like,
whoever her
closed off and
husband is.
quiet, and he just
He's a
kept
fucking
kind of
chump and an
apologizing
ass,
for it over and over
asswipe
again,
for having her as
and
a
then
wife,
telling
lying on
his
behalf of a woman
bodyguards to
who's
just take
lying
care of it,
about
just get it
abuse
done, whatever it
allegations.
is, just pay
Bitch,
for it.
motherfucker, that's you in the future. Be
And then
careful.
He went off to go.
She,
have that
she probably has the
conversation
pants in the
Doesn't
relationship.
surprise
She
me.
seems like it.
What was Mr. Depp saying that
She's scared of her, you know?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this."
That's
that kind of
hearsay.
thing.
I think you said, testified in survey, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster? Okay.
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time.
This was super fucking awkward.
So it didn't.
This is
track
weird.
that.
If you're the only one not
Yeah,
drinking and doing drugs and shit, I know what
know.
that's like, because I'm the same
Anything
person,
else
but
that I can recall?
you know that's awkward.
It does look like she's
For
reading
sure.
something down on the desk. It does.
Yeah.
I want to go forward to another incident. And that is the day of April 21, 2016.
That's consistent with the makeup artist basically saying she burned out.
Was Amber
Yeah.
her 70th birthday.
Consuming friendship.
Did you have occasion to see Amber her that day?
It's an
They were
exhausting
moving to the
friendship.
birthday.
I attended the party.
Being with Amber like that, a narcissistic cunt ass bitch. Yeah,
Birthday party.
I could see it.
You say you attended
I'd be
the party
exhausted. That's why I don't talk to my stepmom
the
anymore.
party you attended
Regina
was there.
Cardona de Alamillo.
The party
I'm
was happening
gonna
in
put
one
her
of the
fucking name out on
penthouses,
YouTube.
the one that
Hell yeah.
they didn't live in.
Get her.
It's where they did
Yes,
most of their
his attorneys will
art
go
and they
next.
did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there. And
It does look like she's
spent
reading.
the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony
No.
to start dinner, and that's when
This
Johnny
group, yes.
finally came down. And he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they
So I hope that I can be here for Johnny Depp's lawyer's cross-examination, because
escorted him
I do have a
and helped him
meeting at
stay
2:30 my
stable.
time, 5:30
And
5:30
we went to the
Eastern.
table and we started dinner.
So hopefully I can do it.
Johnny and I was
That's why.
sitting 2 seats
The
away
audio's
from
horrible.
Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been.
The witnesses
I don't know
today
what they'd been doing, but they were very tense.
are better witnesses than we've seen.
He would try
Oh,
to
yeah.
kind of touch her, and she would
Witnesses
shy
have been
away.
good. Josh Drew was
Um,
good for her, even though
and
he's a lying
then
sack of shit.
Rocky was trying to
Whitney
change the
was
tone
good,
of the
even though
party
she's a
because it
lying
had
sack of
really
shit.
gotten
The
very
makeup
somber at
artist
that
was
point.
absolutely
Don't worry,
brilliant
And
Amber's
she
for
asked
them.
everyone to
This
say
one's
their
really
favorite
good.
story
Yeah,
about
all of
Amber, and as
them.
we went around
I
the
think
table,
except
everyone
maybe
shared their stories.
Elizabeth.
When
She's
we
a
got to
sham
Johnny,
piece of shit.
he started talking about that he remembered when
A
he
lying
first met her,
piece of crap
the imprint
herself.
of Amber's
So I would say
ass
about
on
5
his
of the
couch
witnesses were good,
with
maybe.
his words, and it
They
just
were all
took
really
a
good.
turn from there. She was
So
clearly
I think
embarrassed.
Johnny
She asked
Depp's
him to
leaving in
stop,
shambles
and he
today.
kept telling the story,
I'm
and
serious. I think the
it
jury's
just-
gonna be
it got
swayed
really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and
in
never really
her favor today.
recovered any sort of jovial energy.
I'll do a
We ate,
reflection
and then
on this.
I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer,
Because it's not come up in court. No one's asked.
Yeah,
no
as
witnesses.
I said, Amber was very closed off. She
just
was
hasn't
very
come up?
quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party. I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
She does look like she's
He
reading.
was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran
So if
into
it looks
a
like she's reading, she's a lying sack of shit.
Brandon
She's
came over and
scripted.
locked
She's
arms
been
with
told
him.
exactly what to say, printed it out, and
You said you saw
you
her
know she was
later
told,
with
"Hey,
the
say
healing
this, say
room.
that, lie for us."
Where do you recall seeing that?
So lying sack of
On her
shit
cheek.
here. Good
It
witness,
was on
but
her right cheek.
beat bitch piece of shit, basically.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw and heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals a different way, right? I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So
Lolo, that's the experience I'm used to as well.
You said August of this year?
That abusers don't tend to apologize. Though I've seen addicts apologize.
When was the last time you spoke to her?
Generally not abusers,
Specifically. Do you remember?
in my experience.
we went over to I went over, it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August to have wine.
Yeah, but she's
have
Amber
a glass
Heard.
of wine and catch up.
Amber Heard
Like I
hasn't
said,
apologized.
it's been
She's
2
the
years
abuser
since we've
here.
physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Don't know.
Yes.
Again,
I like this attorney for Heard's side from 2019 more.
Allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
She reached out to her.
When you say only to talk to the attorneys about it, what specifically did Ms. Heard tell you?
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all.
Yes,
felt
read
really
your
interesting
lines,
and I felt
bitch.
like
Read
I
your
could go to-
lines.
Was it during one of these two times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first time that Mr. Depp had allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Oh.
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then. Yeah.
We're going to Australia.
Meeting that you had with Ms. Heard in August of this year that she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like I'd come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything. And yeah, that's when it.
So she told her things. She rekindled their friendship and told her things.
Did it stop?
Just to confirm, Ms. Benson,
Before the deposition?
Ms. Heard told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her.
I can't.
Before your deposition, your first deposition in this case in August,
There we
just
go.
passing through a room. How many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling his joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing
This
drunk,
sounds like it's
correct?
Camille Vasquez now.
For example, if it was the
Yeah, this
first
sounds like
drink
Camille now. They didn't
of the day.
say
So
when
my
it
question is
switched.
a little bit more specific. Of the
My question's a little more specific as Camille.
Messages.
How
Terrence
many
effects. I will
times
talk to
did
you.
he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet.
Very quiet when he was sober?
Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud.
No. Sorry. I was trying to move
And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and
trying to
he
move
would go
those.
to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
Well, they could all use the same wording if she had conversations with them shortly before their
You say loud and angry drunk.
depots.
Did you witness
We're going to talk about that.
A couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. The connection on this depot is awful.
Mr. Depp appeared to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house, and he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation. And we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening, or it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around
Jerry
him.
Judge.
It's like, all right, boss, let's take this to another place. Because he was
Jerry Judge
I
is
could
not
tell
with
from the
us
way he was
anymore.
talking, and he was just kind of
Anymore,
yelling.
so he can't
I-
testify for
I
himself.
Don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and he scooped him up.
You anticipated my next question, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about? So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
You said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and
My question is, how does she sound? How does she sound so clear? And like she's talking into a mic like I am, right? Like right here,
Mad,
microphone. How does she sound like she's talking in the mic?
Remember
That makes no
there might have been like
sense.
2 people there or something. I don't remember.
It
But
just
yeah, he was
it honestly
storming up those stairs to his
I don't know.
office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit his hurt at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Miss Hurd?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Miss Hurd?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not so throwing himself at, but I was
Something, not himself,
witness to
dumbass.
him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Caesar or at the penthouse?
Sweet sir, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard came in and scooped him up.
This is the incident you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah,
what?
yes.
But it appeared to you
So this is her second
that
deposition.
Mr. Depp was coming at Miss Hurd.
Yeah, she was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Miss
Heard and Mr. Depp? Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards her?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. I would have.
And this person was around them a lot. So I think this is 2 or 3 witnesses that have now said, I never saw him
No,
hit
the
her.
only
I
thing
never
I
saw
saw
this.
was
I
the
never said that. I
aftermath.
never saw that.
Like I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling.
That's
and then
funny.
Saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him
That's fair.
physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
Okay, so he broke things, but he apologized. Amber broke his finger and hasn't apologized to this day.
She threw a bottle of vodka at him, and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
He broke the bottle and cut his finger off with the bottle?
That makes no sense.
That's a different version.
I thought the story that I heard from Amber Heard, Amber Bitch Heard, Amber Turd, whatever you want to fucking call her, is that, oh, he broke the phone and that's how he sliced his finger. I don't know how now it's the bottle cut his finger.
Yeah, she didn't say that she didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it. What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that.
Okay, see, that's a different story.
That he had in any
That's a
way-
very different story because
he accidentally did it with the bottle.
if he accidentally did it with the bottle, that's a different story. Versus smashing a phone to smithereens, grabbing a bottle,
I remember a specific time when Amber still
him
lived
breaking
at
his finger
Orange,
or
and
severing his
Amber was
finger and then
out
grabbing the
with
bottle
her
and then assaulting
girlfriends,
her and then this.
I
It's
had
all
come over
out
too
of
early for the
fucking
party, so it was just Johnny and I sitting
whack,
there
whatever
having
you
some
want to call it.
whiskey, and he was
It's
smoking
way out of
cigars.
terms here.
And he was talking about that it was. I said something about
Because the story
he said he
is
had to get
that
up early
she
to
broke
do
Johnny's
a
finger
test, and I
by
was like,
throwing the
"Oh,
vodka
don't
bottle.
you have any sort of
Bottle of vodka.
like concern about that?" And he's like, "It's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do." I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test, and he was like, "Oh, you can fake a piss test. You can do this." And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
I was wondering if the insurance tests were going to come up. Oh, are we done?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the day today. So have a good evening and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Let's see if they talk about what witnesses they expect tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be looking for here is the judge asking what to expect tomorrow for the witnesses. Oh, Runkle. Yeah, Runkle's like, I'm ready to go. Runkle's probably exhausted. And then I'll answer questions. That was interesting.
Very interesting day indeed. I will give a mini reflection here.
The judge is closing her laptop.
The judge is
Do you have any remote witnesses tomorrow that you need access for? Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link? Depositions.
Ew, WebEx? I hate
All right, that
WebEx.
sounds good. All right, everybody knows their homework, right? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll see you in the morning.
It's Wednesday. Everybody has to get their jury instructions into the judge ASAP. Wow, that courtroom sure cleared out. A lot of people waited in line, and a lot of people aren't in court this afternoon. Very, very interesting. Who was that last witness? That was the acting coach. Amber Heard's acting coach. And that is the screen that the jurors can watch the depositions on. You see it turning, it looks like it goes down in there. LA courts were not this high tech, I'll tell you what. So that's the screen that the jurors have been watching it on. I'm going to wait and see if we get a camera pan. So that's going on back down. I love seeing what goes on at the end of the court day here in the courtroom. Who's talking to who? Amber's just standing there by herself, waiting to leave, it seems. And we are going to do Q&A and go from there. So with that, wow, that was some interesting testimony. So it looks like everybody's leaving. We are going to just leave that up. I'm going to start with questions. Again, these were these were depositions. Depositions are kind of boring. I'm surprised how fast we went through this. Just Kevin things, thank you so much. I've got the other one pulled. My PO box is down in the descriptions, and it gets linked periodically through the mods, but it's in the descriptions of all of my videos. So it is there, and it's in my channel description too. No, Siri, I can't say that again. I'm sorry that you couldn't hear what I said, Siri. Reckon the flow here. All right, let's go see if anybody else has any other angles of leaving court. I'm going to go check real quick to that thou who shall not be named and see if they are still live with any more exiting court for the day. And I'm not seeing any other live coverage on them. Is there anybody else that's live with that coverage right now? Because I don't see it. Oh, well, I see us live. Let's see. Let's go right here. Nope. Everybody's court feeds are dark, but on the YouTube live page, I saw us. So hi, YouTube live page. The one thing we do need to peek in on, since we've been checking in on this periodically today, I don't even know where we're at. So I didn't hear Elaine say 5 witnesses. I heard Elaine say we have depositions and live witnesses. That's what I heard Elaine say at the end there. So let us get to questions. What are some of the inconsistencies you thought were odd from this witness? Well, it looked like this witness was reading, which was not good. But the
cheating.
way that Depp's finger got injured was very, very interesting. Because Amber Heard said he smashed it with the phone and then she went to bed and she's not quite sure. Well, closer in time, because that was a 2019 deposition, closer in time, she told her acting coach that it got smashed with the bottle. He did something with the broken bottle and cut it. There were a lot of inconsistencies in today. I think one of the most interesting things we saw is her saying, Amber was crying out of, when she was together, but oddly enough, she has a hard time when crying, when acting. And I thought that was a very interesting distinction. So that was interesting for me. All right, I'm going to get to as many questions as I can. It is 4:15. Off to sleep. Love it. Off to sleep. The Kim K chick was reading too. It's hard, before COVID, and this was 2019, so this wouldn't have been COVID, which is interesting that this depo seems to be remote. But before 2015, before 2020, these depots were mostly done in a big conference room, so that couldn't really happen. But it's a lot harder when we get to the place where these are being done remotely and you can't really see what they have in the room. I mean, you can ask them about it, but if they say no, what can you do about it? I mean, there's not really much that can be done. So depositions are sloggy. They just are. They're kind of boring to they're hard. Just finished watching the posted live day 16 and 17. I was not able to due to exams. It's 5 a.m. in the morning now. Good thing I was able to update myself. Thanks a lot. Those were better than today. Love your live streams and insight. Hello from the Philippines. Marcius, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I thank you. And you're welcome. And we will get into this. Can you interview Runkle? Only if he accepts and comes in and says hi. I'm going to make sure he has the afternoon stream again, and I will do that. So it's, again, he is also probably exhausted, and this is a long afternoon to try to stay awake in. He's also trying to stream from a phone that is out of country. So it is a feat. So I'm just going to let him know that he can come in, and if not, we'll take a look at his Twitter feed to see what the jurors, to see if anybody perked up with those last few witnesses. It's fair that they might have, right? It's fair that they might have perked up. YouTube, all I want to do is watch a video. Stop making me update. The skeletal pronunciation was a dead giveaway for this being read. I can't think of an accent that would pronounce it as that. I can't do it, but yes, the skeletal pronunciation was very, very odd. And again, I mispronounce things because I misread things. I'm dyslexic and I misread things all the time. So man. So, all right, let us get to questions. Bear Cotta, thank you so much. That's a very kind super chat. This is too perfect. Abusers don't apologize, and it could have been Amber causing fights and arguments. I don't believe all this. I mean,
I don't
she
either.
could be upset after a verbal argument, even if she started the argument. I think a lot of this testimony rang true. What was very interesting, though, is the testimony about the not being able to cry, and the difference in the bottle story is a big difference. Like that, for me, that's a big difference because it completely contradicts Amber Heard's testimony on the stand. And that is, Amber told me this, and now the story is completely different. And the story is different with a lot of I don't remember. So I think it's odd. Question: do you think it's odd that she would have people over often when she knew Johnny would become upset and perhaps lose it? Most DV victims tend to isolate from their community. I don't hear this from her. I don't either. And everybody had keys. People had keys. People lived there. It seems like lots of people were around. I think that what we're seeing is a very toxic relationship. I think we are seeing
I just want to comment on this. Yes, it's weird that everybody has keys and all that. I don't know why Johnny Depp would let so many fucking people live in that penthouse, in all those 5 penthouses, I think it is. 2, 3, whatever it is. More than 3 for sure. But also letting them have keys, and also the inconsistency for sure from the bottle, from the finger. Johnny says that it was Amber who threw the bottle of vodka at him and it severed his finger. Yes, that is the case, because in the audio you can hear that, and you can also hear them trying to pick it up, all the garbage, like all the glass and all that. Amber Heard is garbage, by the way. But she kisses like garbage. She is garbage, everything. And so she so she did it, and they say it in that audio. Unfortunately, the jury, because it's a woman judge and she prevented this from happening, isn't allowing that audio in there. The other thing too, I think it's right, is abusers don't apologize, and that's absolutely true. Johnny Depp, this whole thing of, oh my God, he did this, he did that, he would, if it is true and he's apologizing, Amber Heard never apologizes, except to be sarcastic. And then this whole thing of, oh, Johnny Depp would just barge in the room and he was so angry. Oh my God. He was so angry. Oh my God. Give me a fucking break. I don't believe it for shit. There's no way that Johnny Depp, right? I think Amber Heard was causing all those fights for sure. And you could tell based on the audios when she's like, well, I was trying to chase you. I went through 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms, basically, is what happened. And she's the one who's provoking the fight. She's the one who's keeping the fight going. Johnny Depp's trying to hide. Johnny Depp is just trying to be like, look, I just want to get away. She's just a fucking fighter. And I mean, she had a domestic abuse complaint in 2009. And she said that wasn't true when that was true.
Struggles with addiction. I think we are seeing 2 people that pushed each other's buttons. And I don't doubt that there was a lot of toxicity in this relationship. As I said at the beginning of this case, I think the testimony about all the fights and the verbal fights mirror exactly what we're hearing in the audio. But what doesn't match, and that is difficult for me, is the descriptions of violence and the photos that we've seen. They are inconsistent, and it's hard for me to get over that. But that doesn't mean that it won't sway the jury. So we will get to the witnesses. I meant to do this one first. Has today's testimonies changed who wins? We're not even at the end of Amber Heard's case yet, and I am very careful. I don't give percentages. I don't even like to do more likely than not. It should be the case that Johnny Depp's side seems much stronger at the beginning of the case. And then you get the other side and you're like, oh, there's other stuff to consider. At the end is when you put it all together. So it is very difficult to decide where we're at. I still think with all the testimony in, that when I started this case, I thought, I don't know how Johnny Depp's going to win this. This is a difficult defamation case. And it's not just defamation, it's defamation by implication. And we've got, at least some photos that seem to indicate something. Difficult case. Today, I think he has a better chance of winning than I thought at the beginning of this case. And that's because Amber Heard's testimony was so bad. Do I think some of this testimony has been very helpful for her? Absolutely.
Yep.
Do I think the jurors could be like, yes, this was a toxic relationship? Absolutely. I do. I think it looks very, very bad for her that She rekindled relationships with a lot of the numerous witnesses before they needed to do their depositions. I do not think that looks good for her. I don't know how much Johnny Depp's team will point that out in closing, but they have to. They have to make sure that the jury connects those dots, that she rekindled friendships and relationships with people before this. But now we're getting to a place in this case where it's either are Amber's yes men lying or are Johnny's yes men lying, or is the truth somewhere in the middle? And again, I think the jury is going to go to, what do the photos show? What do the records show? What do we see? What do we hear? And what does the audio say?
Yeah, so I'm just going to stop it there, and then I'm going to end this stream. That is it. That's exactly it. For me, Johnny Depp's team lost today. And I think that they set themselves up for failure. Their questions were just absolute garbage, bullshit, pretty awful. I will go over a reflection in an individual video, but that's exactly the case, because the jury could say, well, this was very toxic. Yes, I can be very afraid if someone's just running it. Oh, monster! Ah! That's what they make Johnny Depp sound like. And the jury might say, oh my God, yeah, that's abusive. Yeah, absolutely, which it's not. They're fucking stupid if they do that. But I think, look, Amber Heard's testimony was absolutely abysmally bad. Pretty stupid and awful. Lies upon lies upon lies upon inconsistencies. Try and say that 5 times faster. And the photos and the testimonials about violence do not add up, as she said. There's no injuries that of Heard taken. There is of Depp. There is of Johnny Depp. There's no broken glass shown. There's no smashed telephone. There's and I got to do the videos on that because it's perfect. It is amazingly great. There's no medical reports. There's no police reports, because these are all lies. However, I do think that Whitney Heard, Josh Drew, Christy Sexton, I'm missing a couple. The makeup artist for sure. At least I would say Christy Sexton, take that bitch out. Definitely those other 3, though, they helped her out for fucking sure. Whitney seems too tense with her non-opposing counsel, like her friendly counsel, but perfect chemistry with the opposing counsel. Just consistency. There were a lot of inconsistencies, but hey, Elizabeth was terribly bad, dipshit kind of person. So again, there's gonna be a part where you're gonna say, oh my God, yeah, Johnny Depp was winning last week. Now Amber Heard's winning this week. They're gonna have to put it together, and then the lawyers are gonna have to put it together. Hey, notice how she rekindled all these friendships after, like, before she needed these depositions? Right before. Ain't it funny? Hey, let's be friends. You gotta connect that. If you don't do it, jury ain't gonna see how she's manipulating the situation and lying. So let me check the time, because I have to go. I'm gonna end this stream. I'm going to just close this tab. Well, I'll keep it open. Here's what I'll do. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot go the 7 hours, unfortunately. But hey, that sucks. It'll be too late. I will end this live stream. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. Press that post notification bell so you never miss another one of these videos. I will drop more videos on this trial. I know I should be on politics, but this is big. I got to do it. And yeah, thanks for joining me. All right.